Hi everyone. In this video, we will look into how to use browser developer tools. Every browser comes with a set of developer tools that will allow developers to debug their code while developing web applications. So we'll explore that now. Let's look into how to use the developer tools. So for opening the developer tools, you have to right click on the web page and go to inspect. Click, and this is called the developer tools window. We can actually dock this to any layout. So on to the right or to the bottom or to the left or as a separate window itself. So I will just dock it back to the right. Here you can see the web page content, HTML content. Here you will see the styling applied to the selected element. This developer tools can be opened in multiple ways. We have seen the inspect method. Close this. Now let's go to this three dots. We can actually go to developer tools. You can also go to this menu item and open developer tools. And observe that there is a shortcut called Control Shift I for this developer tools. So if you see here, there are different tabs in the developer tools. So now when we saw earlier, it was this elements tab that was highlighted. Now we see that it is network tab. We can actually switch between these tabs and use different aspects of the developer tools. So if I want to go back to the previous approach where I saw all the elements of the web page, I can click on elements. Let's click on this. Now we see here. And we also saw console. There is console, which is useful for debugging purposes. We have written a statement called console.log here. So this log will be actually logged into the console. Let's go back to the browser. So this is useful for debugging purposes. If we have any issues in our code, we can actually put console log statements and we can debug this, we debug that code through these console logs. So now if you go to sources, so we can see all the resources that are required by this web page. So we see the index and we see the mystyle.css. You can see in the head, we have included mystyle.css. That's why it is showing this mystyle.css as a resource for this web page. So if you go to the network tab, it will show us all the requests that went to the server. If I go refresh this page and see the network tab, observe the network tab. So it has sent 127.0.0.1 get request to this URL, and it has sent mystyle.css get request. So this is how we use developer tools in the Chrome browser. Let's look at how to install React developer tools in the browser as an extension. When you want to work with React, you will need React developer tools. That will be helpful for debugging purposes. If I go to, I'll just search for React developer tools. It'll show you this option, add to Chrome. If you click on add to Chrome, it will add this extension to the browser. Add extension. And we now have React developer tools. This is how we install an extension. If you are new to web development, you will find a lot of frameworks out there called JavaScript frameworks, very advanced frameworks like React, Vue, Angular, Svelte, and so on. If you take a simple React component, it will look like this. So in this, we have so many things to talk about and learn about. So we can see the basic HTML written here. But this is entirely wrapped up into a JavaScript function. This is called the JSX syntax. JSX means JavaScript Syntax Extension. Along with JavaScript, there is something called TypeScript. JavaScript doesn't have any data types. TypeScript is an extension of JavaScript which has data types in it. That is to avoid developer mistakes. So we'll go in depth into TypeScript also later. If you look at JavaScript, JavaScript has so many flavors. So traditional JavaScript is called vanilla JavaScript. So you also find that there is different variations of JavaScript called ECMAScript, ES6, ES2015, ES2017, ES2020, TypeScript, CoffeeScript, JSX, Node.js, React, Angular, Vue.js, Babel, Webpack, Gulp. It's all confusing initially, but as you learn one by one, it will become more clear. If you are confused about that, you can just learn vanilla JavaScript or pure JavaScript, then you are good with it. There is nothing else you need to learn about. And as you progress with JavaScript, you will get to know other things. JavaScript is nothing but vanilla JavaScript. Every day, what the code we write is all vanilla JavaScript. So you would have heard about ECMAScript. ECMAScript is nothing but a browser specification. European Computer Manufacturers Association. So ECMAScript is a standard that European Computer Manufacturers Association has defined for the modern browsers on how to interpret JavaScript. So ES6, ES 2015, 2017, 2020, these are all different versions of ECMAScript that are not yet supported by the browsers, modern browsers. So mostly they are all backward compatible. The browsers, if they implement it, they are backward compatible. Sometimes you'll find people writing code in ECMAScript syntax, which is a future version of JavaScript that is supported by the future browsers, but not yet fully supported by the current browsers. For converting the future versions of ECMAScript into the current version, we will use tools like Babel. TypeScript is another version of JavaScript. It's a variant of JavaScript with types. Once you learn JavaScript, then these things will become familiar for you. Now let's look at how to write some sample code within the browser console. Let's right click on this web page and open the developer tools. Let's go to the console. Here, this is actually a JavaScript console. You can write plain JavaScript in this console. Suppose if I want to print something, I can print it like this, console log. This is a statement. So suppose if I want to raise an alert in the browser, I can do an alert like this. So this alert box can be done with the script. And similarly, you can access the document object. So let's just access the document object. If you see here, all the HTML document content you can see here. I just clicked on Control L to clear the console. Now I will access document.body object. If you see here, it is accessing the body object. Let's select this hello element. Document dot get element by ID hello. This statement is selecting this division element. So this statement is referring to this division element. Now let's manipulate some text data inside it. Let's change the text content. It's hello. As we changed it, this also got changed. Representation of this also got changed. If you go to the elements, we have changed the division elements text to hello here, like we did here. So this is useful for doing on-the-fly changes. As soon as we reload, it all goes away. It loads the on-disk version of the code. So if I try to go refresh this, now it's back to the normal. Now let's look at linting and formatting and indenting. If you want to make sure that your code is perfectly formatted, you will need some tools for formatting and also for finding the errors in your code while writing the code itself. There are tools available to find errors in your code and also to format your code. So let's install those tools. One such tool is ESLint. Let's click on ESLint. ESLint is useful for finding the errors in your code while you are writing the code. Let's install ESLint. Click on install. Now ESLint is installed. Prettier is another tool that is useful for formatting the code. Let's type Prettier here. So if you see here, so let's click on this, install this also. Press publish and install. Without any indentation, we have typed this code. So we can actually indent this with right clicking on it and format document with Prettier code formattation. And I can also choose the configuration to format by default with Prettier. Let's click on configure as default, Prettier as the default. So if I just go click on format document, it will automatically format the text for me. So now it's all formatted. That's how you format the document. Now let's write a simple HTML page with some JavaScript in it. So let's create a file called index.html. First element should be doc type. We'll create an HTML tag, HTML tag. This is the basic syntax of HTML. Any HTML page will have these three elements by default: body, head, HTML, head, and body. So this is to hint the browser that it is a HTML document. This is the opening tag and this is the closing tag. Inside this, I can include styling. All your styling will come here. Here, main is an element which has display as flex and width as 100%, height as 100%, justified content as center. These are all CSS rules. We will look into the CSS rules in a later video. Align items, center. I'll define h1 inline JavaScript. P is a paragraph element. Now we have written some sample dummy text here, and we have added code tags. Inside it, I have added a script string. So I want to convert this into a script syntax itself. At the end of the body, I'm going to write a script here. This is a sample script. I will explain how to write these at a later point. Query selector all of code. What this code does is it will select the code element here and does something on top of it. This is just an example of how to use JavaScript inside the HTML. I will show you without this how it looks, and I will show you after enabling the script. I will show you how it looks. Let's disable the script by commenting out. With the inline JavaScript, we can write JavaScript directly here, script element. Let's just uncomment this and see how it looks now. Refresh. It automatically got refreshed. This is done by JavaScript. If you see here, it has added less than symbol, greater than symbol here. That is what we did in our JavaScript code. So how it works is, as soon as the browser sees the JavaScript, it will stop rendering and execute this. It will execute this code. So as soon as the browser sees this script tag, it will automatically load it and execute the code. Suppose if we put the script not here, but in the head, what will happen? Let's go refresh. Refresh. It did not affect. Why? Because as soon as the browser sees the script, it will load it and execute it. By this time, it would not have loaded the body element. So while in this script, we are actually trying to get the body element's code element within the body's document. And we are not able to find that. We won't be able to find that. If you just try to do a console log of all code, we can find this. Reload. So it's giving node list as empty. This is an empty array. So that means we haven't found any code elements because the browser did not load the body element yet, the code element yet, by the time the JavaScript got executed. So in the back old days, we used to do this script at the end. So now we don't actually need to do that. We can actually put this script here itself. Let's do one thing before doing that. Let's move this code to a separate file for now. Let's move this code to a separate file. Let's create a new file called myscript.js and just extract this code. One way of writing JavaScript is to write the entire code within the one web page itself. Or another way is to put it in a separate file and include that file here. Now we will put this code in myscript.js and let's format this code, format document. Let's go to index and here we will specify the source as /myscript.js. Same thing. If I go back, script, you can see the script here. Let's go back to my script. Let's move this script over to the top. Same problem we will encounter. The problem here is the code, as soon as the script gets loaded, it will execute that, and by that time, browser would not have loaded the body element. That's why we won't be able to change this code element. Let's go refresh. And if you see here, script is not changed. So to work around this, we had to put my script at the bottom. So we'll get back to this at the beginning and simply put defer here. This is a hint to the browser that to defer this JavaScript execution to the end of the load process. So let's try running this now in the browser. Same, this got executed after the page has loaded. This is how we use modern JavaScript. So next thing is to see how to divide JavaScript into modules. So we cannot put all the code in one single file, right? So we have to divide the code into multiple files and multiple folders and multiple packages or modules for maintainability. So let's say we will create another module, my module.js. So let's put a constant called my object, export default my object. This is how we write a simple module in JavaScript. We can actually import this object from this module. If you want to use this my object, we can actually import it from this module. So let's use this my object in the myscript.js. So how to use that is through this import my object from my module. This is how we import a module or an object from a module. Let's try accessing this. So I'm putting my object's A attribute here. Let's run this. And if you see the console, they cannot use import statement outside a module. In our code, if I'm using modules, I have to use type as module. If you see the console error, we haven't imported the module, my module. Let's import the my module also. Script source my module. This also we will defer. Let's reload. Again, the same error. So this time this is different. We haven't imported this as a module. So we have to make sure that this type is module. Module. So if I'm using module as a type, I don't have to specify defer here. By default, module loads in a deferred mode. Let's go refresh. We still have this here. This is because we have to import the script which is using import statements as module itself. So this also will become module. Type equals module. And this defer is not required. Let's refresh. So we have to specify JS also here. Now we can see the Apple script Apple. So this is how we use different modules, divide code into separate modules. Hi everyone. In this video, we will look into developing web applications with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So for this, you would need a browser, Visual Studio Code editor, Git, and GitHub. If you go to this URL, you can clone this repository. Let me open my GitHub desktop application. I can clone a repository from here, clone repository. I'll have to go to the URL tab. Let's copy this HTTPS URL for this repository. Let's paste it here. I've already cloned this repository, so I don't need to clone it again. I'll close this. You can clone it with clone button here. I will cancel it for now. If I want to go to the repository, I can actually click on here. I have the repository over here. Click on that. And if you have VS Code installed, it will give you an option to open this code in VS Code. Let's click on this button, open in Visual Studio Code. So now I have opened the repository in my Visual Studio Code. Close this. Welcome page. Let's go to index.html. To serve web pages, you will need a web server. You can either buy a web server from hosting companies or you can host it yourself in your laptop. So most of the times when you are developing, you will use a local server. So let's try installing a local server in this. And VS Code gives us an extension for serving local HTML and CSS files. And local server is what it gives. Let's install an extension called Live Server, which will allow us to serve these web pages through the live server, through the local host. So if you want to install Live Server in VS Code, you have to go to this section, extensions section. Let's click on this section. Let's type down Live Server here. This is the live server. Let's go click on this. If you click on install, it will install the live server extension for you. Just publish it and install. Now the live server has been installed. So now how do we start the live server? Let's go back to the Explorer. Here I want to start the live server on this folder and I have to click on go live. You can click on this to go live. It will allow for permission, ask for permission, allow it, allow access. Live server is running on 5500 port. As soon as we change code, it will also change here because it's a live server will automatically reload the page as you make changes to the code. Let's go to the VS Code and edit some code. Let's go to my index.html. In HTML, you can comment out markup with this, starting this syntax and ending with this syntax. So in this page, let me edit something. This is a demo of live server. Now let's go back to the browser. Now this has automatically reloaded and the text has been changed. There are two ways to write script, JavaScript in HTML. Console.log of hello world. This we can write it here directly. The same code we can write in the script file and then include it in the index.html. If you are new to web development, you will find a lot of frameworks out there called JavaScript frameworks, very advanced frameworks like React, Vue, Angular, Svelte, and so on. If you take a simple React component, it will look like this. So in this, we have so many things to talk about and learn about. So we can see the basic HTML written here, but this is entirely wrapped up into a JavaScript function. This is called the JSX syntax. JSX means JavaScript syntax extension. Along with JavaScript, there is something called TypeScript. JavaScript doesn't have any data types. TypeScript is an extension of JavaScript which has data types in it. That is to avoid developer mistakes. So we'll go in depth into TypeScript also later. If you look at JavaScript, JavaScript has so many flavors. So traditional JavaScript is called vanilla JavaScript. So you also find that there are different variations of JavaScript called ECMAScript, ES6, ES2015, ES2017, ES2020, TypeScript, CoffeeScript, JSX, Node.js, React, Angular, Vue.js, Babel, Webpack, Gulp. It's all confusing initially, but as we learn one by one, it will become more clear. If you are confused about that, you can just learn vanilla JavaScript or pure JavaScript, then you are good with it. There is nothing else you need to learn about. And as you progress with JavaScript, you will get to know other things. JavaScript is nothing but vanilla JavaScript. Everyday what the code we write is all vanilla JavaScript. So you would have heard about ECMAScript. ECMAScript is nothing but a browser specification. European Computer Manufacturers Association. So ECMAScript is a standard that European Computer Manufacturers Association has defined for the modern browsers on how to interpret JavaScript. So ES6, ES 2015, 2017, 2020, these are all different versions of ECMAScript that are not yet supported by the browsers, modern browsers. So mostly they're all backward compatible. The browsers, if they implement it, they are backward compatible. Sometimes you'll find people writing code in ECMAScript syntax, which is a future version of JavaScript that is supported by the future browsers, but not yet fully supported by the current browsers. For converting the future versions of ECMAScript into the current version, we will use tools like Babel. TypeScript is another version of JavaScript. It's a variant of JavaScript with types. Once you learn JavaScript, then these things will become familiar for you. Now let's look at linting and formatting and indenting. If you want to uh, make sure that your code is perfectly formatted, you will need some tools for formatting and also for finding the errors in your code while writing the code itself. There are tools available to find errors in your code and also to format your code. So let's install those tools. One such tool is ESLint. Let's click on ESLint. ESLint is useful for finding the errors in your code while you are writing the code. Let's install ESLint. Click on install. Now ESLint is installed. Prettier is another tool that is useful for formatting the code. Let's type Prettier here. So if you see here, so let's click on this, install this also. Press publish and install. Without any indentation, we have typed this code. So we can actually indent this with right clicking on it and format document with Prettier code formattation. And I can also choose the configuration to format by default with prettier. Let's click on configure as default, prettier as the default. So if I just go click on format document, it will automatically format the text for me. So now it's all formatted. That's how you format the document.
Right now, let's look into how to build user interfaces with HTML. So for that, I'm going to start my VS Code. So this is a workspace I had already. So I'll put this entire code in a repository, but for now, for the class purpose, let's have some temporary workspace here. So I'll create a new directory. Okay. Yes. So HTML is a markup language. So it doesn't have any compilation logic per se. It's only used to represent data. It doesn't do any calculations or anything at all. So it's just a template representation of what we show in the browser. So all the logic and everything, styling, everything happens in a different technology called CSS and JavaScript. So for any basic HTML or any basic web page to work, we need to have an HTML context. So let me create a new file called index.html. The convention usually is the base folder or base HTML page will be index.html. It's just a convention. We need not conform to that convention. We can name a file as anything. So .html is the extension used for HTML content. So basically, in any HTML page, there are certain predefined components. So one is the document type. So if you see here, basically, VS Code has this feature which will templatize this entire template. It will generate. If I press exclamation and give a tab, it will autofill the details for us. This is the basic HTML template. Let's type it down manually right now, or we can just go through each of these components. Any HTML page, if you take, has these components as a bare minimum. So it has document type. Document type specifies this tag. Actually, the HTML tags start with something like this and ends with slash something. This is actually an XML syntax, but HTML is also an extension of XML. So this something is not a tag. So HTML has a predefined set of tags that we use for different purposes. Head tag, HTML, body, title, meta, all these are different types of tags. We'll go into what these tags are, what tag is used for what purpose and all that. But basic syntax wise, this is the starting tag and this is the end tag. So if I am using a division tag, if I specify div as the division tag, so it automatically has a closing tag. This is the open tag and this is the closing tag. Whatever content I write here will be within this context of these two tags. This is the opening tag and this is closing tag. Just like in programming, when we open opening brackets, all the code that we write will be here. Similar to this syntax, this is also the HTML way of representing content. Any content that goes into this division will go in between these two opening and closing tags. So let's go in depth into what these different tags are. So any basic HTML has these elements. Document type is the first definition of it. Represents what is the type of this document. It is a HTML document. If it is doc type XML, it will be an XML document, but we'll go into XML later. For now, let's stick to HTML, and we will have a new file for us. So first thing is doc type HTML. So Any HTML page also starts with HTML as the starting tag. All the HTML content should be wrapped inside this HTML opening and closing tags. And inside HTML, there are two elements, basic elements, which is head, which represents the metadata, and another element called body. So the body element will contain the actual content of the web page, and head element will have the metadata of the page. Let's say a title of the web page. So how does that title represented gets represented? Let's see. Let's open this file a.html in a browser. Okay, I will right click on this and open with Google Chrome. This actually has nothing. If I right click and inspect on the browser, it has basically three elements here: HTML, doc type, HTML, head, body. So let's edit the HTML to have inside the head the metadata information. If you see here, the title goes as a.html. So the browser title, the tab title is a.html because we haven't explicitly given any title to this page. Let's go change that. Let's give a title here. This is as my first HTML example. So this title, if I give in here and then go back and refresh, and if we can see here, this is my first HTML example. This title will come into the web page. So it's just that whatever we represent in HTML code, it's a markup that presents data rather than manipulates any data. Like in traditional programming, we manipulate data and do calculations and everything. Whereas HTML is not a completely programmable language. It's just a markup language, which means it only helps us represent existing data rather than creating or fetching data. So for fetching data and all that, we will use JavaScript. And for styling purposes, we will use CSS. So now let's go to index.html, see what is meta. So this meta, there are certain metadata elements that we can present to the browser. This actually is read by the browser to interpret what kind of data that we are putting in the head and body section. So this UTF-8 is a encoding format. So characters, what type of characters, ABCDs, it's all letters or images, or what kind of data we are representing. Most of the times we will be using UTF-8. So this is the character set that will be used while interpreting the content of this HTML markup. And apart from that, we have some set of viewport configurations, device width and initial scale 1.0. This actually specifies the browser how to zoom in. Like if there is a initial scale to 2.0, it will zoom in the content twice. So we will stick to the conventions. We will keep these two as they are. So we actually don't need these two. We can skip that also. And title also is not compulsory. If you eliminate the head section, the browser will automatically add this head section for you. So by default configurations, it will add. So most of the times, the HTML tags that are here, meta tags, are all optional. We don't need to specify it compulsorily. Let's go into body and say something. So there are certain tags. Heading tag, I'll go over what all tags are available. But for now, let's demonstrate heading tag. H1 is a heading 1 element, the type of heading. This is a heading 1. Heading 1. And let's copy this, or let's use a.html for that. Or I'll just copy this entire thing and move it over to index.html. Let's remove this. And now instead of a.html, I'll just use index.html. It has nothing yet. So let's go change that. Now I will add a h1 element, heading 1. Let's go back and refresh. So this is a heading 1 element, which is the bigger first titles. Let's use something like h2 now. h2 represents a subtitle, subheading. Let's refresh. This is level 2 heading. So we have till h6, h3, h4. So as I said earlier, HTML is used only for representing data rather than creating or fetching data. How to represent each individual element is what markup specifies. So we can use h1 to h6 for this. Let's see what this looks like. So these are the different heading elements. Okay, that's about how to represent actual content. Let's say now I want to style these content. So the tags and all, reference of all the tags available and other things we will look into in the next upcoming classes. But the basics of HTML is like this. If you know the different tags, we can use for different purposes. This time we will use styling elements also now. So let's do one thing. First, for adding styles to it, let's say I want to change the background of an element or color of the text, etc. Let's use something called style tag. The style tag is used for manipulating the style of the web page. So here I can specify some set of rules. Let's say I want heading 1 to be in color red. Color. There are properties that we can use in CSS. We'll go in depth into CSS rules, what kind of properties can be set on elements. All that we will see next. This is just a demo of what can be done in an HTML page. Color I'm going to choose as red. And this is the syntax for specifying an element style. Now H1 will have color red. Color red means the text will be red, and I can actually choose background color also. Background color blue. There are predefined set of color names. Instead of color names, I can also use hexadecimal RGB representation. This is called RGB representation. So let's say I will use 0F. This is one kind of color. So the first two digits represent red. The second two digits represent blue, green, and then the last two digits represent blue. So, any color can be mixed up with RGB, basic colors, RGB, red, green, and blue. If we mix up these three colors in different combinations and different set of intensity, we can achieve any kind of color. So we will go into color theory, how to build new colors and all later. For now, I can either use a name of the color or the hexadecimal representation of the color. If I go click on this, and this is a feature of VS Code, this is not usually available everywhere. So if we see here, we can actually select which color we want to use. And let's go change that to something like this. This is different ways of representing color. Let's use this color. we have to end with semicolon. Let's now go back to the browser and refresh and see the color and background. So H1 element has a background of blue and the color that we specified. Let's inspect this element. So if we go here, if you expand this section, you have H1. So if I click on this element, we can also see the styles applied to this element. So if you want to experiment and try out different combinations, you can also manipulate here instead of directly manipulating on the code. We can do something over here. And let's use red instead. And this is temporary. When I change the color here, when I refresh the page, it will go away. It will go back to the version that was saved in the file like this. If I have to retain it, I have to change it in the code rather than changing it in the browser. The browser manipulation is only temporary purpose for experimenting with various values. So this time I'm going to use color as yellow. So yellow, it shows yellow. So this is how we use a style in one format. So this is one way of specifying styles. So what if we have like hundreds of styling elements? We can't all fit into one single HTML. It will become huge. For that purpose, we can actually divide this styling into, segregate the styling elements into a separate file and include that styling element here. Let's create a new file called mystyles.css. Sorry, it's a CSS file. In this, I'm going to copy paste this style and I'm going to import that here, just like we have imports in another languages. We can import external style sheets from here. This time I'm going to use an element called link rel equals style sheet. This is predefined syntax. Source dot slash mystyle.css. And one more thing that we forgot to do is when I represented div opening and closing tags, if a tag does not have any children, we can actually close the tag with like this. This tag does not require a closing tag. So this actually means that it is self-closing. So there is no content within this opening and closing. Let's say just image is one of such element. Image does not have any content inside it. We can either use image opening and image closing tags like this, but it's no use. But image need not have a closing tag. It's a self-closing element. So we can use slash greater than self-close the element. If a link does not have a content, if there is content within these opening and closing tags, then only we need to have two separate tags like this. If it is self-closing, we can use something like this. Link this. This way it will self-close this tag. Let's remove this content. So now style I have included here. I don't need this style. So I can actually comment out this code like this. In HTML, we can comment out code like this. Exclamation, two hyphens, and then at the end of the comment, two hyphens, and then greater than symbol. This way it will completely remove this content, but this is still there, but it is commented out. HTML does not parse this content. It just ignores the content. So let's go back to the browser, refresh. If you see here, it's not included. MyStyle.css has not been included. and there is some problem. Fine. I think this should be href. One second. Yeah. So it's not a source. It should be href. This is the property that link has to have. Href represents which file I need to include in this code for this link. Let's go back and see the explanation of this. If you see here, this link actually is nothing but it's copying this entire content into this HTML. It's including this content into this HTML. Instead of writing it over here, we are just writing it in a separate CSS file and importing it here. And if we go see the element, same set of rules have been applied, and we can see the which file it is written in. If I open this, it will show me the content of that file. So in this place, I have index.html and style.css. This is how we include style sheets. What about JavaScript? Let's say I want to write some JavaScript. I can write it here. Actually, I can write something like script. Let's include this, and there is something called script tag, which allows us to type the JavaScript. Type I can specify as text/JavaScript. This is just a hint to the browser, but it is not required, compulsory. It's not a compulsory thing, but it will be helpful for the understanding purposes. Type text/JavaScript. So let's use document dot okay get element by ID of hello dot text intent equals hello world. And I need to have an element. Let's say this code is actually manipulating the DOM elements. This code, I need to put it in the bottom. Let's demonstrate that why we should put it in the bottom. I'll create a new element called division that has an ID as hello, and it has previous content. Let's reload, and it has previous content. But we have written script here, document text content. I wanted to make it as hello world, but it did not work because by HTML gets loaded top down, top to bottom. So as soon as the script is loaded, it will see if there is an element called hello with an ID hello and change the element text. If it is not finding that element, it will ignore. So by the time the script got loaded, this body has not got loaded. That's why the script is not seeing the body div element. So for that, what we should do is we will put this script at the end of the body so that all the elements are loaded. At the end of the loading cycle, the script, as soon as the browser sees the script, it will execute that script. Let's reload this. Now it has changed the content to hello world because div got loaded by the time script got loaded. So it all comes down to top to bottom loading of the content. This is how we write a script. So even this we can have in a separate file. So let's have one more file. My script.js. The script, I'm going to put it over there. I'm just going to comment out this portion like this, and then include the script here. So there is one way to do it with link rel as um, script, href as / my script. Let's reload. I think it should be JavaScript. Test text / JavaScript. Okay, my mistake. So we should use script itself. So we should use script tag to include this script type text / JavaScript, and then source as / myscript.js. This can be self-closing. Let's try this one. Okay, it's not closing. I think it should be href. Let's try this way. I think it's not self-closing. Script. Let's use it this way. Yeah. If we lower it this way, it's working. Yeah. This is the opening tag and source and then script. So scripts, we should always include it like this. All right, this is how we segregate from style sheets into separate files and scripts into separate files. So we have seen three parts here. So we have seen the basic HTML structure and then style sheet structure and then script structure. This is all the basics that you need for digging into web development or UI development. It's all about styling these elements, and scripts can be more complex. First thing is this script is a plain JavaScript. So as you create more complex applications, the code, if we write it in plain JavaScript, it becomes more and more complex. That's why we have frameworks like React and Angular and Vue.js. So what those things do is it will allow us to write object-oriented programs with JavaScript, and then it's a wrapper on top of JavaScript. It allows us to write high-level logic so that it will convert that into low-level logic with JavaScript. So there is a library called jQuery, which we can use for simple experiments with JavaScript. So first thing is to include the jQuery in the HTML. Basically, when we are trying to do a post request, we can do it with Fetch API. There is something called fetch in JavaScript. Let's try doing a fetch request to http://abcd.com. This by default sends a get request. So as soon as this JavaScript loads, it will do a fetch request to that. Fetch request actually does send a as AX request. Let's go to the network and reload the page. And if you see here, it is sending a HTTP GET request to abcd.com. But it is throwing an error. Response headers FSC. It's not available. Strict origin, one cross origin. Okay. If I have something like an API slash API, it's trying to send the request, but it is failing because server is not available and we haven't specified any server. So this is useful for fetching data from servers. If I have a server running or where this HTML is getting loaded from, we can actually call this slash API something like size of an element or something like a post data, something like that. So this is a basic way of fetching data. So there are advanced features of fetch which we can use like options here. Options as method as post, something like this. Let's try running this, and it's trying to. We'll look into that post request later, how to use fetch API, and also we will go into jQuery next, how to use jQuery to actually fetch the contents. This is a jQuery way of getting the content from a remote server.
Okay. We looked into the basics of HTML, a basic structure of HTML like this, and we had included JavaScript also into this HTML. Like we had like two different ways of including JavaScript. One is plain mode like this, source as my script.js, and there is another way, like dividing into modules and loading these modules as type module. So for simplicity, we'll just use this approach. Later, we will divide the code into modules. So for now, I'll just write a simple script.js stuff. This I'll create a new script. So this time I'm going to write some simple code for demonstrating the objects. So in this lesson, we will look at objects in JavaScript. Then we will, so there are basic concepts like data types and functions. We will visit that after we visit the objects. So JavaScript is an object first language. So we'll take a look at objects and then we will look into the functions and variables. So, so how do I define an object? It's like similar to our real world objects. Let's say I will have an object called box. So basically, I need a variable to hold that object. There are different ways to define an object. Let's define it in one way. So there is a keyword called const. Const means it's a constant. So let's say I have a box object, my box. I'm storing the box object in my box variable. So this variable is a constant. So the way to declare this is to create an object like this. What this actually means is it's an empty object. If I already have included this, so let's start a live server. So I have actually installed a live server in my VS Code. If you see here, this allows us to load this HTML and JavaScript within our local server. So to start the live server, I will have to go to here and click on the live server, go live. So this will open the browser and serves me the current index.html right now. So if I'm in this folder, it will open the server in that folder. So this is the local server is listening on 5500 port. I have a sample script here. I go inspect. So let's dock it to the bottom. So this is where we won't be dealing with the HTML today. So mostly we will be handling JavaScript in the console here. Let's clear this. So in this script, as I've included this script, let's go write something here. So my box is defined here. How do I access this? This is actually an empty object. So how do I define an object is with opening bracket and closing bracket. I can put properties in the object. Let's say name of this object is my box. This is one property. So the convention, so the let's say I will have another property as color as gray. So at the end of this, we don't need to have a comma, but it doesn't harm us to put a comma also. So this is usually uh, we'll use a comma at the end so that if we add more fields to it, we don't miss out on the comma. So even if there is a comma, it will just be ignored by the JavaScript browser. So this object is defined and it's included in the HTML. So in order to access this object, I can actually do it on the console here. So if I go refresh this, let's try to access the my box object. So now we can see this my box object here. So it has a prototype. So this is actually inherited from the default object, that is a JavaScript object. So any JavaScript object inherits a set of properties and functions or methods. In object-oriented programming, we call functions inside an object as methods. So this is an object. Any object in JavaScript inherits the properties and methods of the parent class object. Every object is a subclass of the object class. This is by default given by the JavaScript runtime. So we can see the constructor, and these are all different methods in the parent class. So this is a simple object which has two attributes, name and color. So like this, we can have nested objects also. So inside this object, I can create another object and put it in here. Let's say this has holes in it, or I can just put as strap length, strap. So we'll say if this box has straps to carry it, let's say define an object called straps, strap length, and left side length as 10, and right side strap length as 10. This is a nested object. So within my box object, I have a strap length object, which is another way of embedding an object inside another object. If we see now, I print my box, it has a nested object. If I expand this, you can see the nested object here. And this is how we define nested objects. Now, let's say I want to define a method, a functionality on this box object. If I want to drill holes on this object, or let's say increase the strap length, something like that. So let me introduce new properties. Let's say holes. It could be an array. So all these data types and data structures, we will go again in the future classes. So inside this holes is an array right now. So inside this, I will have objects itself. The first object, it's an array of objects I'm declaring holes as. And this can be like whole number, which wall it is, hole is in, number of holes. So the hole radius, let's say 3, and I will have another hole number 4, radius 2. So I have two objects inside this array, which is a property of this object, my box object. Now let's introduce a functionality to drill new holes in the box. I will just write a function here, drill hole. It's also a property. So property and the actual value are separated by a colon. So in an object, left side thing will be the property, and right side thing after the colon is the value of the property. So here, drill holes, I'm going to define this as a function, which is used for manipulating this particular object. Let's define it as a function. So all the syntax we will go in depth in later. This is just a demonstration of how objects work in JavaScript. So drill holes, I will create it as a function. So at this point, we can give the wall number as a parameter to this function and radius as the second parameter. Now I want to drill a new hole and add it to the holes. So let's just say here, I will just add a new hole object, wall number as wall number that is passed from the parameters. Let's use radius as radius. This is an object. We have constructed a radius object. Okay, this is an object. Now I have to push this to the holes object. So what I need to do is this dot holes dot push this object. What this statement does is it will refer to the current object. This keyword actually is used for referring to the current object, for manipulating the current object we are dealing with. Okay. So this object now refers to the current object, and then inside that holes is a property within the current object. I'm just accessing an array, built-in array function called push. Push actually does push add an entry. It appends an entry into the array. This push is a function on the array object. It's a built-in function in JavaScript for array elements. So I'm using push on this holes array of this object, and I'm pushing the value as an object. Okay, so this also is an object, and this also is an object. So if you are confused about like the dictionary in Python, so Python dictionaries are different, and these objects are different. By default, Python JavaScript by default JavaScript works with objects. That's why it's very simple to declare an object in uh, JavaScript. In Python, we would have to go into like creating classes and then all that. So even the class syntax is available in JavaScript. So this is a very simple way to create an object instead of going through that complexity. We will look into the creation of objects using classes and constructor functions also. There are two other ways to create these objects. This is a simple way of prototyping an object. So I've defined the function here, which in this case is called a method, and I've implemented the functionality to add the add the new hole to the object. Let's try experimenting on this object in our console. Let's go to the console. We have my box object. Now I have, if I expand here, I have color, drill holes as a function. This takes two arguments. And we have constructor. These are all inherited properties from the object parent class. So we have holes array, which has two elements in it, and strap length. So let's call a function called drill hole on this object. Now let's do my box dot drill hole. This time I'm going to introduce a hole on wall 3 with a radius of 4. Now let's print the my box object and see what happened. Expand. You see holes. It now has 3 elements in it. Length is 3. The old object previously it had 2 holes. Now, as we pushed a new object into this, and this is the last object that was pushed. So this is what we did here, and this is how we manipulate the object. And let's call another function strap length. This is how we manipulate objects. It's fine. We another example we can add as define another function. So this time I'm going to add another function in a different way. Strap new strap length. So one way to define a function or method is like this. And this way I can actually define left, not right. This is also a function declaration. So what this actually means is, this actually means like this. It's same as defining like this. So instead of defining in this format, I can use the name itself. By default, the name will be used as, name of the function will be used as the attribute. So now drill hole is a function, even new strap length is a function. So this gets to this dot strap length. So this time I'm going to access a nested object here. Strap length is an object. So how do I access a nested object? Is through another dot notation. If you see left, assign the left property. And the convention is to end statements with semicolons. It's not strictly necessary, but some linting tools allow restrict us to put semicolons. So it's always better to use semicolons. It's up to you whether you use semicolons or not. So I'm going to define or change the right strap length also to the new property value. And this is second way of defining a function or method. Now let's go back to the browser and see my box object. It has all these properties. Drill holes is a function and new strap length is also a function. The name of the function is by default assigned to the attribute. Let's call mybox dot strap length. Sorry, nice new strap length. Sorry, new strap length box. So this time I'm going to change the strap length from 10 to 20, 20 and 30. That's it. New strap length is not a function. I spelled it wrong. Use strap length. I'll just correct this. Strap. So it automatically reloads when we do a live server. Whenever we change some code, it will automatically reloads the browser. iBox. If I see the properties, new strap length is a function. Let's change the strap length from 10 to 20. iBox dot new strap length of 20 and 30. Okay. Now it returned nothing because we got a return value as undefined because we are not returning anything from this function or method. So we will use the name as method from now on. So from this method, we are not returning anything. By default, it is undefined. So if I am returning something, return strap length, then it would give that strap length in the console. But let's not do it right now. We'll visit that later. As we are not returning anything, by default, the JavaScript methods will return undefined. Let's go back. My box. If you see now, nothing. We have changed the code, so it reloaded. We need to again call the same function. If I now print my box, you can see the left strap length got changed to 20 and right strap length 30. So this is another way of defining a function or method. So we have looked into one way of doing this. So one observation here we need to do is we have used a constant called myBox. So what the significance of constant is that myBox value cannot be changed. The properties of this object can be changed, but this myBox itself cannot be assigned to another object or value. So this will throw an error. So the reason why we declared this constant as constant is this variable as constant is so we don't want anybody to change the reference of this to another object by accidentally changing that. We will lose this object entirely. That's why we defined this variable as constant. So if you try to change that constant value, it will throw an error. So, but we can actually change the properties of the uh, object color. Let's say blue, I will change. It will now we'll see color as blue. So the thing is, so whatever changes we do on the console, one more thing, whatever changes we do on the console, it's all temporary. So unless we change the code in the script file itself, this is all not retainable. As soon as we reload, all those changes will be gone. Now the color will be back to gray. So it's all temporary here. So that's about constant, how why constant is being used. And if we are into debugging, let's do a console log of this my object. Let's put some statement here, console log my object, my box. Reload, and it by default prints this object. So if we have multiple objects in our code, by printing this, we won't know which object is what. It doesn't give us any name or property of the uh, object. So for that, we can actually add some statement like this is my box. If you give us a string here and the second argument as the object for the console log function, it will give us like this, the text of it, and then separated by a space, and then the object value. So by default, the object deconstruction happens here and displays the entire object like this. And there is a better way also. Even without having this statement, I can have something like this. Wrap this object into another object again. Console log my box. If I do log like this, so this prints it as a object again. So object property by default it is taking my box. Just like the function we defined here, by default the values function name itself is being used as the property. If you see here, so this function name itself is used as the property name. Similarly, this myBox variable name itself is being used as the key of the property, key of the attribute myBox. This is another way of printing the objects on the console. So just like we had accessed these values, we can access values, nested objects in any way. Let's print the strap length. As my box dot strap dot left. Nested objects can be referred with dot notations. We can have n number of nested objects. We can all refer to them as dots. And there is another way of accessing these attributes. We will discuss that in a bit. Yeah, that is a dot notation. So we have another notation called string or key notation. We'll look into that now. Let's say I have another property. I'll add another property, volume as 30. Let's go here. I can access it with dot notation, and I also can access it with key notation like this. My box of volume, the same thing will be accessed. So the reason why we use this notation is if I have a property, let's say a variable as a property as a variable. Let's say I have let property name as volume. I can actually use dynamically this property name volume, or here I'm going to demonstrate a simple syntax to use variables inside strings. If I use back quotes, just like f strings in Python, we have back quoted strings in JavaScript. We can use dollar and opening bracket and closing bracket, property name equals my box of property name. So I can actually use something like this also, just like we demonstrated earlier. Volume equals volume in becoming dot this. So if the property is coming from somebody, or if this property is being generated dynamically, what kind of property we want to access from an object, we can't always know the property beforehand. So if that property is coming as a variable to us, we can access the object's property by variable also, like this. Instead of property name, if I just use quotations volume, that gives the volume of the box. Let's refresh, and this is what is being displayed. This is why we use this is how we use key notation. And now this is good for temporary purposes. If we are defining an object and every time we want to construct a new object, we have to go through this. Let's say I want to create a new object called my box2. I still have to define it like this again, same way of defining, and then use that object. But there is a better way. If we wrap this up into a template, and I can always create new objects, just like in Python or any other language, we can have classes defined. Classes give us the prototype of an object rather than the object itself. From the prototype of the object or the template of an object, so that template, we can create multiple objects. From that template, we can create multiple objects. So let's create a new script called box.js. This time, we are going to make this object as a template. So the way to define that template is to declare it as a class. The convention is to use a capital letter for the first letter of the object or class. Let's define box as a class. And class supports one thing, constructor. Constructor is a special function or special method that allows us to initialize the object. So this accepts a set of parameters. Let's say
all these properties, name, color, strap length, holes, all these are functions, methods we will define in the class again. So name, color, these are all plain properties. Let's make them as constructor properties. Name, color. Let's use this as strap length left, strap right. And also we can actually indent this code by right clicking on it and format document. Strap length. We will not use holes this time. I'll use volume. And now the constructor, we have received the parameters in the constructor. We have to initialize this object. So this is making our object as a template rather than creating every time all this by hand. We can actually make use of this box template to create an object. How to use that? How to use the create the objects from this template? We will look into sometime. So this time, as we receive these properties, we can initialize this object's properties like this. This dot color equals color. This dot strap length equals an object that says strap length as strap length left, right, strap length right. This dot volume as volume. Now we have defined the constructor. We have to define these methods also. Let's say holes I will define by default as these holes. I'll just use an empty array right now for now. Okay, this is the constructor that will this dot holes. We should use equals. Now we have to define the methods for increasing the strap length and also for drilling holes in the box. So this time we are going to use this syntax, not as attribute and value. So in the class syntax, we cannot use attribute values, but we can still use it inside here, define the methods also, but that's not a better way. This is a better way. Let's define new functions called drill holes. Call number and radius. This dot holes dot append or push call number, comma radius. So this time I'm not going to use it like this, wall number colon wall number. It's similar to this. Even if I'm using like this, it's the same thing as using like this. So this statement and this statement are one and the same. If I don't use any key property name for the variable name itself will be used as the attribute name for this object. So wall number itself will be used as the name and the value will again be the value of wall number. So this is a shorthand for declaring this key value pairs or object attributes. So this time we have defined the method without the function syntax. Same thing we'll use for strap length also. I'll just This dot strap length. Okay, fine. I have made a mistake. Strap length. Yeah. Now, if I right click and format document, it indents it. Now that we have the box class, we can actually construct an object of box by just passing name, color, strap length, left and right, and volume like this. So let's create a new object. Let's use this object. Okay. First thing, we will export this module box object from this module. Let's use modules, JavaScript modules. It's better to use modules when we are using classes. So the way to export this is export default box. This box object, box template, box class is being exposed from this JavaScript module. And now in the script module, I'm going to import that. Import box from script.js. No, sorry, not this script.js, box.js. Box.js. Import box from box.js. So this box I'm going to use at the end. New box, const new box equals new box of name as my new box. And the order matters. The color, let's say I'll use black. Strap length, strap right one. Strap length is, let's say 10, 10, and then 40. This way I can construct a new object. Any number of objects I can create without going through this syntax every time. This kind of floating of code need not be done. And we have made this entire thing into an object constructed, and then using that class to initialize multiple objects. New box 2. This time I'm going to initialize as blue until 60. Now let's print console log new box. New box 2. To actually demonstrate this, we have to go to index.html and import this box also as a module. This time we are going to use modules because we are using import statement here. Script cannot load it as normal script. It has to be imported as a module like this. Type as module. I'll just comment out this part and add a new statement here just for reference. Script source, type as module. This time I'm going to include both box.js and script.js. Source as box.js. Because it is in the current directory, I can just use box.js. Always the browser will look into the current directory to find the file. So if it is in the parent directory, I would use /. If it is in the root of the website, I can use /. All this we will look into when we are visiting HTML syntax. So box.js, now I've included that as a module. Similarly, I will include script.js also as a module. Now let's go to the browser, reload. The box, new box is constructed, the box object. We can see this initialized, and the box 2 has color blue, this has black, this has blue. Now let's manipulate my box 2, new box 2.
dot color is red. Uh, is not defined. Okay. New box two. Oh, because I cannot access the objects within script.js within the file. So if I'm importing it as module, I cannot access this object. These objects I cannot access from the script, which is a module. So if I import it as a module, all the internal objects will not be available to my console. So it's a security tightening. We don't, if I don't need to expose the internal details of the functionality of code, I will use modules, and classes are a best way to abstract away the details. And this way, we cannot basically create new constructor here. Here I cannot actually use my box or new box 3. I cannot usually use new box. Let's try importing box from box.js. So you cannot import statements outside a module. So this JavaScript console is not inside a module. We cannot import another module inside this. So this is a good way to abstract away the functionality, internal details of our implementation from the browser or from the console. Yeah, that's about how to use objects from constructors. Let's look into the global objects. So there is something called date in JavaScript. If you want to refer to JavaScript and all the details of it, you can go to MDN, Mozilla Web Docs. You can go to the references, JavaScript references. All the details will be there. If you want to search for object here, all the properties of an object you can find here. How to access object default properties and methods we can refer here. And there is something called standard built-in objects. If you go to standard built-in objects, so JavaScript by default comes with a predefined set of objects that are readily available to everybody inside the JavaScript content. So for that, we can refer to these, and there is a object called date. Let's search for date. So date is a predefined object which allows us to get the current date or manipulate date entries. So date has a new constructor like this, and you can pass in a string, and it will parse the string and convert into a date object we can compare and use. Let's use that now in the console. But these standard date types are available inside the console itself. Let's do a date here. We can now see the date printed. So if I want to pass in date information from here, let's say something like I have December 12, 2018. Let's see what it gives. It constructed from the string representation. It has constructed an object, date object, which has this. So if I store this value in a constant, let's say let my date dot bc date. So this gives the date of that UTC date. UTC actually means Greenwich time. Let's say if I want to use some properties that are there in the get means get month. We'll just use get from here. My date dot get month. Okay, the month starts with 0. Okay, 11 index actually means if we go to the definition of it, you can see January gives 0. So the month numbers will start from 0. So if I just print the date directly out here, my date, it will just print the correct month. But when I'm getting the month, it will give one less than the month, which is because the index starts with 0, January is given 0. So this is a way to access predefined objects inside the JavaScript runtime. We can make use of this data object and try to create a new function. So let's do that as a background thing, and we'll visit that code tomorrow. How to manipulate data objects and how to calculate what's the time elapsed between December of last month, not last year, to current date. What's the time elapsed, and put some logic around the expiry of something like that. We'll visit that tomorrow. So that's about the basic user objects and prototypes. So as a summary, we have looked into defining objects like this, defining objects in the class syntax. There is another way of defining classes, defining objects that we will look into tomorrow. So in our previous class, we have looked into objects in uh, JavaScript. So in this class, we will dig into objects, extension of objects, and inheritance of objects. So we have covered a basic ways of creating objects, like this plain way of constructing an object and creating an object template with class prototypes. So this time we will look into one more approach for creating objects, but it is an old approach before the introduction of classes in JavaScript. So let's write that simple way of creating the objects. And then we will look into extending objects and inheritance. So in the back old days, we used to have functions that will create objects. Basically, these are called constructor functions. So I'm going to define a function that will create an object, box object. So we had already seen box as a class. We will now see how, let's say, uh, I'll just make this a backpack object. So this is a function that will create an object. So the way we had created objects is like this. We box, whereas box is a class. If you see here, this was the way we created objects. Now that we are going to use functions to create objects, this time it's going to accept parameters that will be useful for creating these objects. So let's say name, volume, and color, number of pockets in a bag. This is backpack object. Let's say strap length. Let's use this strap length. Right. Basically, this is, let's do the formatting. So this is a function. It doesn't have any body yet. So this function accepts these parameters. Using these parameters, we are going to create an object and return that object. Let's have one more variable. Open. So this time, instead of using a constructor, class and constructor method, I'm going to use directly this. This is an old way of creating objects, but it is no longer used. So if you encounter code that is looking like this, so that you will, this is to inform you to be able to understand the old code that was written. So if this is the only way in the back old days of JavaScript, this was the only way to create objects. And later we had uh, come up with the classes, new versions of JavaScript. So if you encounter this kind of constructor functions, you'll know what it is. So basically what we are doing here, we are creating an object. So this actually refers to the current object that we are manipulating. Number of pockets, and this strap length equals strap, and have this lid open. Now, if I want to declare a function within this object or the method within this object, I need to make sure that I'm using this syntax. So this is old, but not required. So any new object that you create has to be created via this template or via this kind of method. So this is only to understand back or old code if it was written in that. So this time, toggle lid method I'm writing within this object, that to within this function. So this is a function that's going to accept lid status as an argument, and then it's going to change lid open state to lid status. This is another way of creating objects. So how do I create a backpack object? It's like this. My backpack. It's also like this only. New keyword we should still use. Even with the old syntax, we have to use new keyword. So here we are going to pass something like name, my the volume 30. All these parameters we need to pass. And color gray. Let's say I have 10 pockets in the bag. Strap length left is 20, right is 20, and lid open is false. So let's print this thing. So log. So what this does is, if you create a key called my backpack, and then value it replaces with backpack. Let's start the live server. Go here, start live server, inspect, in the console. Let's reload. You see here, my backpack is a backpack object with all these properties. And so this is the final way or old way to create objects. So now we will look into how to extend these objects. Now we already have seen uh, inheritance in Python. So how do we do that same kind of any object-oriented programming language will give us these kind of properties, inheritance, abstraction, all these concepts. We'll look into how to create these inheritance in JavaScript. Let's do this backpack, make use of this backpack as the base class. Let's create a new backpack.js. Let's move this box here and change these properties to these. I'm just using quickly creating a backpack object template here. This one, name of this will be backpack. All this will change to this. So here I'm removing this functions and I'll use toggle lid function. Instead of toggle lid function, I'm going to use toggle lid itself. Okay, we created a backpack object here. We should export backpack here. Let's import backpack.js into index.html. We need ox and backpack. And in script.js, I need to import backpack also. Let's remove this or comment out this for now. Import backpack from backpack.js. This new backpack I'm creating the same way of creating a create. So this time we are going to extend backpack into a separate object called, let's say, hiking backpack. So how do I define that? Yes, like this. So let's create another file, hiking backpack.js. Import backpack from backpack. So I'm going to extend this backpack to add new functionality into it. So I will define another class, say hiking backpack extends backpack. This is how I extend the functionality of an existing class or object. Like all the constructors, methods, everything will come inherited from the backpack. And extra functionality, I can add it here. Same thing, I'm defining a constructor function, all the same properties. And some more extra properties I'm going to. Yeah, let's add one more property, hydration capacity. And inside this constructor, I need to construct an object of hiking backpack, but actually all this backpack properties also has to be in that object. So I will have to call a constructor here, super constructor. Super actually calls the parent class's constructor with all these properties I'm going to pass till here. So what this does is it will call super classes constructor on this object. And then after that, I'm going to create the hydration capacity extra parameter here, initialize that with the past and value. So this is how I create an extended object that has all the functionality of backpack, but with an extra set of functionality. Let's try creating this object in script.js. Let's import backpack from backpack. This time I'm going to create a new object, my hiking backpack. This time name of it changing. Hydration capacity I'm going to give it's formatted. In fact, the last one is going to be 10 liters. Or I just keep it as 10 number as a number. By default, we will consider that as liters. So this time I'm going to print my hiking backpack. Let's go to the browser, reload, and I think we should start the web server. It's running. Okay. Backpack.js. Okay, we forgot to add this .js here. In React and other frameworks, we don't need to add this .js extension, but in plain JavaScript, we will still need to add this .js extension while importing. So this time, reload. Okay. This time we haven't exported anything from hiking backpack. In order for us to use this class, we have to export this from here. So in order for us to have this import statement from here, we should export this from this file. So all, by default, all the variables and constructors, classes, everything will be internal to this particular file. If I want to use this, any variable or any class, any object, I need to export that from here so that some other script or module can import it. So the way to export it is export default hiking back. So this default keyword I will explain later. By default, this is the object that is going to get exported from this file is what this means. Hiking backpack, now I can import and use it in the script. Now we can see this reload. So hiking backpack, we have initialized. Let's call a function that is not declared in this lid open function. Let's call that. But it is actually declared in backpack. All these attributes and methods will be inherited by hiking backpack. So we can still call these functions, toggle lid function on the hiking backpack
Let's call that function my hiking backpack. Let's see. Okay, this we cannot do it over the console because it's a module. So modules by default are not available to the console, but they are available within this script module. This is also a module because we have defined it here. So let's use that, call that function from here. Let's call non-fighting backpack dot delete open. To right now initially it was false. Now let's make it to true and then print the hiking backpack object. It's this time up calling let open method. This is just let's reload. This now lit toggle lit, sorry. I think it is toggle this one. Toggle lit true. Let's reload. So after calling let open method earlier it was let open status was true. This time true. Okay, right. So mine hyphen background. Okay, wait. Okay, let's go from here. See what is happening. Let open status. We are initializing the false should be false. From script.js. Let open should be false. Let open. Here, let open is true. Let's just print let open status instead of printing entire object before doing any manipulation. Let's just print. Let open is false. Print this that it is true. So the reason why it is happening is so by the time this is printing this object, this module has already got executed. So all this has executed, and when we are printing this, it's actually printing the reference of the object. We'll discuss about the references and actual values of the objects in a later class. Basically, if we access this object at any point after toggle, if you are console logging, it will give us that the current object's reference. I'm just trying to demonstrate how to use how to extend the existing functionality. So if backpack has a toggle lid function or a method to use manipulate the object. Let's say if there is a object called door. In order to open the door, we have to do something on the object, right? So it's just translating that into the programming world. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate here. This toggle lid is a function or a method that is on this object. So if I want to manipulate this object, I can call this function and perform some operations. So lid open means like opening the carry bag. Okay. So the reason we did not get this, I think we'll figure this out now. Okay, this is a problem in the console. This console is actually giving the current state of the object, current reference to the object. It's not actually referring to the previous state of the object. It was just giving a reference to the object. What's the current object it is. So this console will be helpful if we are debugging the current state of the object. If we need to find out the previous state, we will have to log this object entirely. Let's say I'll just do copy. This it like this. Let's see if this works. Okay, this time it's little. So basically, what was happening earlier was when we used just the hiking backpack object, the console was actually putting a pointer here. So when we expanded it, the same object is being referred. After manipulating also, this object was also pointing to the same object. So what's happening with dot dot dot, what we are doing is we are creating a new object from the current state of my backpack object. So this is a way to create a new object from existing objects. It's a copy of the object rather than a reference to the object. So when we tried without these, it was referring to the same object. So at this point, printed the reference to the object. When we did a toggle lid function on this object, it manipulated the same object, and I printed again, same reference. If I dereference it, that's when we clicked on this, it's dereferencing and reading from the memory. What's the current state of this object? So that's why we are seeing lid open as true in both the places, because the object reference did not change. The object itself properties got changed. So we are accessing this object through the reference. So in-memory copy of it had already changed. So we are just taking the object reference and dereferencing it when we are clicking on this. So when we did copy that object into a separate object, it became a completely different object. Now, this object and this object and this object will now be different. So all these details I will explain one more time, or when we are discussing about the difference between a copy and a reference. So what's happening here? We are copying this object's current state into a new object and printing it. And here also we are copying this object's current data into a new object and printing it. This time
At this point, it had the current information of the previous state of the object and the current state of the object, like this. We'll go in depth into these references at a later point. But this is just to demonstrate how to use extend how to extend the existing objects and create inherited objects. So all the properties that we have seen in Python, extending classes and objects, same kind of functionality is available in JavaScript as well. So along with this, so these are all custom objects that we created, right? But browser by default has a few set of uh, globally available objects. So those are documented in MDN docs. You see, let's see, date object. Date is a standard built-in object. Date has a certain set of functionalities. We can get the current date and all that. So similarly, we have so many different objects by default available from the browser. Let's say map is a object which we can use to do mathematical operations. It has specific methods. There is especially something called flow. What does math.flow does is it'll it'll wrap up the floating point number to its nearest integer or to the lowest integer. Let's say I will demonstrate an example. Let's go to the console. Math.flow 1.03. It will flow to 1. Let's just do 3. It will wrap to 1. Let's use, instead of floor, we will just do round, or I'll just do something like 5 3. Still, floor will floor it to 1. Let's use math.round, which does wrap it to the nearest integer. So 1.53 is more than half of 1.5. 1.5, it is rounded to 2 here. So if I do the same thing on 1.23, let's see, it rounded to 1. So similarly, we have other functionalities, other standard built-in objects. All these we can use for different purposes. Let's say date, we will use date object for now. If I just do date, it gives me the current date in the full format. Let's just try to string date dot to string. This also does the same thing. So by default, when I'm calling it on console, it's calling the toString function and giving the value. Let's say toDate function. Let's say date string. I think there is something called toDate. Yeah, toDate string, which we can use to only do the date string. Date or toDate string. That's constructed like this. I do this, and the date will be given. So for various purposes, we can actually make use of standard built-in objects in JavaScript. If we refer to this, we will understand various aspects of JavaScript. Get the link from the video. So these are the default built-in objects in the browser. So what we will discuss next is manipulating DOM from the JavaScript. Now, all these experiments we have done only in the console and in the JavaScript world. How do I reflect that on the DOM object? So the main purpose of using JavaScript is to have dynamic web pages that have interactive elements and dynamically generated content. So let's look into how to manipulate the DOM elements. So what I refer to DOM is this. So this structure is called the DOM, document object model. It has a sort of tree-like structure which has all this body, name, nested elements, all this. This entire structure is called the DOM, document object model. We can actually manipulate these DOM elements from the JavaScript. So let's try in the console. So now that we haven't touched anything in the DOM yet, let's do that now. So let's print document. So document is a built-in object. If you search for document, so this document object is the built-in object that is in the browser that refers to the current DOM structure. If you just print document, it gives you the entire structure of this document. What we have seen here, the entire thing is a JavaScript object. This document is a JavaScript object. If I want to refer to the head, I can actually refer to it like this, document.head. So it gives the head section of this. Similarly, document.body will give you the body section of the DOM object. Let's try doing some manipulation on this DOM. Let's say we want to replace a specific section. In this section, this entire thing I want to replace. Let's go create some structure, and from JavaScript, let's manipulate this structure of the DOM elements. Let's go into index.html. Let's wrap this up into a new folder. So I'm wrapping, I want a new right. Now let's write one more file, index.html. This time, this data we will manipulate from JavaScript. I'll write simple JavaScript. And body. Script I will import. These two I will copy from body, which has a name element. So all these tags we will discuss when we are talking about HTML. So I'm giving a title. If you see the HTML, it's interactive. As we're running the live server, we can see all the details. So this time, all the features of the backpack, I'm going to list here: volume, color, age, number of pockets, strap line, right strap line, and leave it open status. This time I want to have those values coming from the JavaScript. This volume, all these property details, I want it to come from the JavaScript rather than me hard coding this data. For that, we will have to use template directions. What I'm going to do right now is in the script.js, I'm going to copy this entire text, put it here as a template. I will create a new script itself. Let's move this back to pi. One. Let's create a new script itself. Yes. Our pack we will reuse. Create a new script. This time what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new object or a constant content. So there are template literals. Actually, we can use backcodes for creating templates like this. If you see here, this is all a text. It's all wrapped up in the backcodes. So basically, strings we can define it as my string with double quotes or single quotes. You can define them within single quotes also. So with this format, if I have to add a new variable within the string, let's say my three. So my var is equal to. So if I want to print this, I actually have to do append this. I have to do my var. This way we can add string and the number. Let's do a console log my string. Very low. So my variable is 3. So if I have like too many details, let's say my variable 2 is 5, and then I will have to append my variable 2 like this. Now if I sneak here, reload, reload. So this way we will have string manipulation done in the old days before the backcodes way of formatting strings was implemented in JavaScript. So the advantage with backcodes is that if I have to use variables inside a string, I can actually define it like this. On my string, two backcodes, opening and closing backcodes. I can just do my variable equals dollar to clever brackets, my brackets, and then my variable v. So this way, we don't have to do append operations with plus. So this time, any kind of text, any large, any length, with a text of any length can be constructed without using these append operations. These append operations are costly in programming. So let's see if you reload, the same string got constructed. So this time, for manipulating these data elements, I'm going to put the volume, color, age, number, all this as template literals like this from the my backpack object. So that's why I'm going to use the back codes. Let's comment out these statements. Let's use volume from here. Let's just try before doing adding anything here. Let's just try to manipulate this entire thing. I'm going to remove from here and let's see the back. If you see the from object, we have the main element h1. We don't have the fuel content element. This content element we don't have. Let's add this content element to the DOM tree. So instead, let's have within this main, I forgot to add a tag called. So all this, let's put it in the article. Then, so within this article element, I'm going to add this content, this entire content over here. If you see below, within this article element, we have h1 right now. We will add this with. Now I'm going to refer the document object. Document object is available to the entire JavaScript context in the browser. Within this document or body, inside that there is a function called inner HTML. Let's go to the console. Comment out this part to the document object. So if you see document body, this gives the DOM structure. I just have dot inner HTML. If you give me what text it has inside this inside this body element, what all HTML elements are there, it will give us. So I can just use some string here, some data. I'll just replace the inner HTML with some data as a text. And now printed, some data is there. If you go to the elements, see body, it only has some data. We have actually replaced the entire content with some string we have. So this is what I'm going to do from the JavaScript document.body. I'm going to replace the inner HTML with this content, but this is not the ideal way. I will show you how to do this entire operation in a better way. Let us do inner HTML. It will replace the entire body section with this content. I go refresh the head1 element, all that heading tag, it's entirely gone. This article h1, all this is gone, and the body element now has only this fuel element. Doesn't have anything else. So let's move this article also here. Or just move this. I mean, from here to here, I'm going to move to this place. So inside that, I'm going to put this UL. I'm going to format this. So we have the entire body content here. and we are just replacing that. As soon as we load this script, we are replacing this body content. If we have something else here, I don't load this script.js, this will show. And if I load this entire thing gets replaced by this content. So here in this volume place, I want to use, I will create a new object called backpack, import backpack from backpack.js. We should make use of .js extension here in plain JavaScript. So this time I'm going to construct an object my backpack. I'm going to create with the name all that name as everyday backpack. Here I'm going to use the name of the backpack. Here instead of this, I'm going to use saying open bracket close bracket my backpack dot name, which is nothing but the name. So this time volume I'm going to use 30. The volume I'm going to use volume. Similarly, color as gray. As you see here, color I'll use. Let's use this one is number of buckets. Let's use 10. Start length as 20 and left length, right? Let open state is false. I'm going to use a space here. Here's start length dot left, start length dot right, and this age will be for now. Age we will use a date format for that. So if we reload or see, this is actually coming from dynamically from the JavaScript object. So this is how we use JavaScript to replace the content in DOM trees. So if we navigate to any page, I get this data from the database, this template gets replaced by the value that came from the database. And there are built-in functionality to manipulate document objects. Let's take a look at these methods. There is something called insert. We have used inner HTML right now, right? So we can actually append child, append. So these functionalities are all available in JavaScript, which we will use to add dynamic content in the future classes. For now, it's just enough to know that we can replace any DOM object with the content dynamically generated from the JavaScript. Basically, in React and all, you could have an element called object division with ID as app object. We, if you see in our previous lessons, we had used this ID and tried replacing this division with the content that was dynamically generated with React. So all the frameworks use similar approach. This is basically manipulating DOM objects with JavaScript. So that's about for today. Next, in this next lesson, what we will look at is appending elements dynamically to the end of the list. Let's say I want to add one more URL element or a list of new property to the list of properties. All that we will see how to use. So, but before that, we can actually take a look at this documentation, see what all document object model methods are available within the DOM trees. So with JavaScript, we can actually create element and then append elements. Append will add to the end of the tree. If I select an element, let's say I want to select a specific element. Let's just click on this and see this element. This H1 element, if I want to select, I can actually use it like this. Document dot query selector. I can actually select H1. The query selector spelling is wrong. Selector H1. So this gives us the head element. If there is only one element called head H1, it will give only that. So if I go query selector per list, query selector all per list elements, li, it gives me a list of all nodes that have the list elements. So all this list elements, it's giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All 7 it's giving. So all that inner HTML, it can actually manipulate the inner HTML of this list of 2 dot inner HTML or hello from JavaScript using here. So this text got changed to hello from JavaScript. So that's how we manipulate DOM objects. We will look into these append child, and query selector, how to select queries, how do you select elements based on specific pattern. So these queries are all called CSS queries. If you see here, this is actually a CSS query. So how to farm CSS queries, we will look into next. So once we have looked into these, we will actually discuss about HTML and CSS in these queries, and we will revisit JavaScript to know all the details of functions, variables, constants, all that. So this query selectors is an important concept. Once we know this query selector, we can actually manipulate DOM objects and add styles to these DOM objects. So there are some things called attributes and classes. Let's just get a brief idea of what that is. Document.body.attributes. If you see, these are the attributes. Let's just try creating a new element with attributes. Let's just say ID available as something. If I see the attributes of this body, we can see all these attributes. So these are called the HTML attributes. These are called HTML attributes. We will discuss about the attributes and CSS next. So we will start looking into HTML, CSS, and then revisit JavaScript to know about these selectors. Okay, now we have our HTML and we have an object constructor here. Like that, and script we have used this backpack object and created a dynamic content to display this content in the HTML. So we manipulated the inner HTML of this particular body element. Let's go start the live server. So this is dynamically generated content from the JavaScript. So uh, apart from this selector, we have specific items we can select. So basically, if I have a complex HTML structure, if I want to select a specific element from the DOM tree, I can use query selectors. There is something called query selectors. So if I go to the browser and inspect this, and in the console, if I want to select a specific list element, if I just go see this list, I can actually select a specific list item and then manipulate that item itself. So in order to select these, we need to make use of CSS queries. Basically, what CSS queries will give us is the ability to select specific DOM elements based on a criteria. So the criteria would be like, let's say I have a specific class in an attribute. Let's just go here and add a specific element. Unordered list, I will add list on just add some variables here. And apart from this, I'll just add one paragraph. I'll add one head file. I'll add one more paragraph. Just paragraph with children. Inside this paragraph element, I'm going to have text as well as something like these tags and all. I'll explain when we are discussing HTML. Text. And I will have a text element here. Inside this, I'll have article. Element. So these things I will cover. It's just demonstrating a query. Select this. So for this thing, I'm going to add a specific ID and do as an ID. And for this, we'll add classes. And this, I will add the same class. For this, okay. So we have HTML, and we can select this particular elements you go to the browser, if you see here, second, started stream. Okay. JavaScript is replacing the entire content of body. That's the reason why it doesn't extend. Let's comment out this part for now. Okay. Now we have this entire text. To inspect this particular element, we can see that it has a class called highlight. The spelling. So let's say I want to select this particular paragraph element and any element that has the class highlight in it. So highlight is there in paragraph and in this list. So these two elements, if I want to select, I can actually select it with the CSS query. I'll just quickly demonstrate a CSS query here. I'll just highlight this with a class. Inside here, I'm going to write a simple CSS style. All this we will explain when we are discussing HTML and CSS. This is, as we are discussing the query selector now, it's important to know the CSS selectors. So for this, selecting a specific class elements is through dot notation. If some element has a dot highlight as a class, it will select all that elements, and I'm going to select background as or outline and just change that to outline. I'm going to do pixel solid. This will highlight these elements. This element has highlight class and this element has highlight class. If you see inspect this list has a class of highlight and this thing has a class of highlight. So same thing we can actually select with JavaScript also. Document object refers to the entire document object DOM tree. So if I want to select these specific elements, I can just do document.query selector. There are two things, query selector and query selector all. So what query selector does is it will select the first element that is matching the query, and query selector all will select all the elements that are matching the query. Let's use the query dot highlight. This will give us the first element that is matching this. So if you inspect this, this is the first element that is matching this criteria. It gives that element. So I can just change the inner HTML of this to my string text. If I execute this, it will change this text. Reload and show it again. Observe this. The second element is going to be selected with this. And inner HTML, I'm going to change it to my custom text. I've changed this with this query selector. Now, what if I want to iterate through the entire list of all matching elements. So this highlight is actually matching two elements. If I do query selector all, it will give me two elements, not list of two elements. First element is the list element, this one. And second, this one. And second element is this one. Just expand the second element. Second element is the paragraph element. So if I want to manipulate each of these one by one, I can actually use for each loop. Of this syntax we will cover next. The for loops we will cover in JavaScript. So for each of the document dot query selector, so a simple way to do it is store this result in a variable. Let's create a variable. My elements is document query selector all of dot highlight. Now if I print my element, this has two items, two elements in it. First, let element of my elements by just do console log of element of inner HTML console. So we can see all the inner HTML of these two elements. I'll just reload and execute. I have to first fetch the elements, then iterate through that, and we are printing this text and this text. This is how we select specific elements with CSS queries. So we will also discuss CSS queries, not just this query class selectors. We also have ID selectors. I want to select a specific element which has an ID of this. I can actually use it with document.query selector of hash. Any ID selection will start with hash. Any class selection will start with dot. The element has a class highlight. If I want to select that element, I need to start it with dot. And if it has an ID, I should select it with hash symbol. So basically the difference between a class and an ID is multiple elements can have same class, but not same IDs. So ID is unique to specific element. This is to segregate or isolate specific objects, DOM elements in the DOM tree. So apart from this, we can also select attribute-based selectors also. I'll show you that next. So if I want to select an element which has a ID as many two, I can do it with this. So let me select the document, sorry, the document. So now it's selected the list item here, menu two. So we can manipulate by selecting any element like this. And we will cover in depth into these query selectors, CSS selectors, when we are covering CSS overall. So for now, I'll just park this one and we'll go back to our JavaScript example here. So let's go create an new functionality on top of backpack using global objects. So we also have seen there is global object called date. So we'll make use of this global object and put some age to this backpack element, backpack object. So let's say I want the age property also for this, like how old is the backpack? When was it bought? Something like that. So in the constructor, I'm going to add a new field, date acquired, when it was bought, date bought, or date bought, or I'll just bought on. So this time, so when this, so I'm going to initialize the bought on date as bought on. Now, based on the date that we bought it, we can actually find out the age of this using the date object. Right now, in this bought on, we are going to pass in a string, a date string. Let's go to my script. When we are creating this my backpack object, we'll just use a date string to specify the date on which we bought. Let's add something like December 25th, 2024 at 3 p.m. IST. This is a date string that the data object will understand. So we can specify it in any format, but this is a standard way to pass. So now when we are constructing this object, we are taking that string and storing this also as a string. But in order to find out the age, so we have to find out the current date and the bought on date. Let's say how old. Let's create a function called how old. And this time, this is not going to accept any parameters. I'm going to create a new date element. Just 1 second. I'm getting it. So here's how old. Let's create a find out the current date with new date. So new date actually gives us the current date. This will give the current date. We have to find out what is the current date. This is now. And we want to convert the date that this was acquired. So new date of this dot bought on. If I do this, let's just go create a new date object which has December 25th, 2024. I'll just put it like this. So this gives us the date in the date object format. It will convert the string date, this date into the date object that the browser understands. So this is going, now we will be able to compare this date and this date. Select bought on. It's now we can actually take a difference of these two and find out the age of the bag. Let's say elapsed time. So now will be the greater than the bought on date, which is older date. Bought on and now. The difference between now and bought on. JavaScript knows how to differentiate between, like if I do a minus on a date object, it will basically calculate the delta of the dates. It knows how to do date arithmetic. So this time I'm going to use a math function to this elapsed time will give us time in milliseconds. So how much time had been elapsed from the spot on date to current date. This will give us a number. If I just do something like this, date minus date of December 2025. This is a milliseconds. How many milliseconds have passed since this date to current date? So current date also actually is going to calculate the number of milliseconds elapsed from a specific time in uh, history. So this gives us milliseconds. For that milliseconds, we need to convert that into days now. So how many days have been elapsed per one? Let days elapse equals elapsed divided by. If we divide by 1,000, it will give the seconds, number of seconds. And then we have to again divide by 60 seconds per minute, and then 60 minutes per hour, and then 24 hours per day. So this is the calculation that we need to do in order to find out the number of days elapsed. So this thing will give a division in a floating point element. I do this, it will give us something like, I divide this by 1,000 to 60 and 24. It will give us a floating point number. This is giving a decimal number. So we need to convert this into a rounded integer. Okay, this thing is not working because actually I forgot to add the brackets over here. We are actually going to divide this entire, that is 86 days and 86.41 days, because it's milliseconds and seconds. It will count the seconds also. Unless it is completely elapsed, we don't count it as day, as a rounded number. So if 5 days, 6 days, and 7 hours, if it passed, we will just consider 6 days itself. So for that, there is a function called math.floor, which will be used for rounding off the number to the lowest number. So even if there is a decimal like this, it will round off to 86. Math.floor will do that. Math.round will do the nearest integer. So if it is more than dot point 0.5, math.round will wrap it into 87. Math.floor will actually wrap it to 86, even whatever the numbers stay on the right side of the decimal place. So we'll use decimal math.floor to find out the days elapsed. We'll return days elapsed. This days elapsed, I'm going to use in the index.html by calling this function, how old. In the script, age, I'm going to call in. So far, we have been using plain properties. We can actually use the functions calls also. I had that, how. To call the function, I need to specify two parentheses here, opening and closing parentheses. If I don't do that, it will try to access this object as a property in the object, and it will fail. So as this is a function or a method in the object, we need to use this. So now let's go here. It's not a number, it says. Why is that? Return this elapsed. Class Let's do one simple thing here. I'll just do a console log of outbound. Let's see why that is. Invalid date. Start pod on. I should not use commands. Hmm. 1500 minus. Let's try using this instead. Last parameter is supposed to be okay. This is working. Let's try creating a new object with the date format that we used. Silver 25. Just put IST, it's failing. Okay. Said, I think time zone we should not use. Let's eliminate this. How to specify time zone? We can actually get it from MDN docs. We can do that later. There are ways to do this with IST. It's not the time zone. The ST. Let's try using this. Okay. This way it works. Okay, for IST we need to use this. By default, it will take the current time zone. In India, it is IST, UTC plus 530 hours. So let's print this age also. Now we have the age. We are constructing this age from this parameter and we are good with that. So that's how we use global objects. We have used date object and map object here. So we have seen template literature traits, string concatenation. We have seen query selector. We can actually manipulate classes. Now we have used query selectors to manipulate HTML text. Now we will use this to actually manipulate the classes. Let's go comment out this portion. Log this. This time, what we are going to do is for this, I'm going to add a new class with JavaScript. So I'm going to select an element, document dot very selector of highlight. I'm going to store this in a variable that element equals this. So what I'm going to do is here I'm going to add a new class to this particular element. Yep. So if I want to print existing classes, I can do it with element dot class name. And there are two properties here. So one is class name, and there is another thing called class list. So a list of classes we will get with class list, and class name will give us only the class names in a string form. If I want to edit the class name of it, I can actually do dummy class like this. It replace the entire class list. So the highlighting is gone because if we inspect this, the entire previous class list has been replaced by the new class name. So if I want to just add it rather than remove it, I can make use of class list object. Now reload this. Let's do document same selector values. So this time element dot class list we will use. Class list object has all these functions for adding and removing classes. So I'm going to use add function, add a new class. So now if I go to this element and see, it has both classes, highlight and new class. Similarly, I can actually remove the class if you want. Remove a class name. If I go back, here you can see that the class has been removed. Let's say there is another function called toggle. If the class exists, it will remove toggle. Let's use toggle. So if the class exists on the element, it will remove it. If it does not exist, it will add it. Let's do that once. Now if you see, new class has been added. I do one more time, same thing. New class has been removed. So that's a toggle function. Let's say we will see another called replace. Replace will take the new class first, old class first, highlight, and the new class will be new highlight. Let's try this. If I go back, the class has been changed from highlight to new highlight. So that's about class manipulation with JavaScript. Similarly, we have attributes. If you want to see attributes, all the attributes, that's the ID of these and everything else, we can actually select this document query selector of highlight. Now this time, highlight, this does not have the highlight class because we removed it, replaced it with new highlight. Only this element gets selected. If you print the element, we have the paragraph element. If I want to see all the attributes, I can actually see the elements attributes like this. All the attributes will be coming as a node map. We have a class attribute appearance. If I will add one attribute to this. Let's say I will add ID also to this. Right? Parent and reload. I'll remove this highlight also. Highlight. This time let's reload. Select element with the class name highlight. Let's see element attributes. So it has ID attribute and class attribute. ID attribute has name as ID. Similarly, class attribute has name as class and the value, node value will be highlighted. Similar to this value here, highlight. For ID, we can see the value as my paragraph. Basically, these are new IDs, new classes we can dynamically add based on certain criteria in our JavaScript code. And based on the IDs and classes, we could have CSS styles written. Then when I add a new class to an element, automatically the browser will see the corresponding styling properties of that class and apply those styles to that element. So this is how we dynamically change content in HTML DOM. So if I want to manipulate styles of a specific object, let's go create. Same thing, we will just select this paragraph element. We'll just change the background color of it from JavaScript. Same thing we can do it with CSS, but if we want to dynamically change based on certain criteria, we can do it with this element dot style. If you see, so this gives us the entire styling of this element. If you scroll over there and see the border property, outline property, outline will be concept. CSS we have defined as highlight as outline. So this only gives us the properties of this particular element if it is only applied to this element, inline properties. What do I mean by inline property? Let's go here. For this element, I can actually define styles over here. Style I can define like this. Color, red. A reload. The color of it got changed. It's actually an inline property of this element. So I'm not applying this styles from a styling or CSS. It's inline to this particular element. You can actually add the CSS rules inline. So this element, when we display in element.style, it only gives the inline CSS rules of that particular element of it. It doesn't show us the overall applied CSS. It only gives us the inline CSS. If you see here, this inline CSS only color is there. Color. So if you see color, color is red. I just specify outline as 2 pixels solid blue. That also comes here. And print element style and expand it. See, so outline is blue solid 2 pixels. So this is a shorthand way of assigning colors and then style, and then grid. So these things we will discuss in a later chapter or later lesson. So this is how we get the attributes and styles of an element. So also we can actually manipulate this style by just adding this property. Whatever property we want to change, color I will just change it to blue, and I'll just change the background color to. So one difference between element styles here and in the JavaScript is that if I specify color, background color as black here. Here, the background and color will be separated by hyphen, whereas in here, in JavaScript, background color will be in the camel case. This is called camel case syntax. So this exactly translates into this. By specifying here, payload, we see the background color from the element, it's black. So now if I change this to blue, it's blue. So in CSS, we will specify it with hyphens, and in JavaScript, we specify with camel case letters. Like this. That's the only difference. What's next is that, okay, I think that's all for query selectors. Next thing is to go in depth into JavaScript constructs like variables, indices, data types, variables, functions, methods, and all that. We will do that in the next class. So we will also cover HTML and CSS once we cover the basics of JavaScript. So we also now have a brief idea on this. Okay. So let me start the live server. Going to align to the right and this one to the left. Can edit the code here and see the result there. Just okay. So last time we just covered script, how to select attributes and classes. We will take a look again. So this time we had these elements with classes as previously. New highlight. We have just changed the class in the console. Let's just check. Yes. Okay. Now, if I want to select an element by a class, I can actually do it with document dot query selector with the class name. So for selecting class name, we should use dot notation, highlight or new highlight. I'll just use new highlight here. Select an element, one element. So this query selector will only select the first element that is matching this class criteria, this selection criteria. So the elements can have two elements or more elements can have the same class name, and it can have multiple classes also. Right. So this has two classes. This element has two classes. This element has same one class, which is highlight. If I select document select by highlight, it will select the first element that is matching this criteria, which has a class of highlight. So instead, if I try query selector all, it will select all the items that are matching this criteria. So let's say I have this list item with an ID as item 1. I can actually select the items by ID. So if I want to select by ID, I should use pound symbol or hash symbol before and the ID of it. Item 1. This selects this particular item. If I have something else, let's say item 2, which does not exist, it gives a none. There is no element that is matching this criteria. And once I have selected an element, let's say I'll select the first element that has this criteria. I can actually get all the attributes of this node. Let's save this thing in a variable. So element dot attributes. So all the attributes it will give us. Even class is an attribute. And if I have something like, let's say, title attribute. These are all HTML attributes. We will discuss this when we are discussing about the HTML. My title, okay. So if I select by this element and print element dot attributes, it gives us all the attributes. It even gave us the title attribute. Similarly, we can actually change the class of this. Let's say add the class element dot class list. If you do, it will give the class list. So same thing. If I do want to add a new class to it, my new class, it adds that class to it. If I now print element class list, new, my new class also got added. Similarly, I can do remove, replace, add, toggle. Toggle we already discussed. If the element class exists, it will remove. If not, it will add. And replace will replace element dot class list dot replace will take the first item as the old class which need to be replaced and the new class which needs to be put in. So that's about adding or removing classes. So we can similarly we can actually add the attributes also. So we have this title attribute for this element. Let's say attributes element that attributes. I can actually add or set or remove attributes. Let's just get some attribute. Let's say I want to get a value of the attribute title. Get attribute. I do the name of the attribute. Let's say title. It will give the value of that attribute. So similarly, I can actually set the attribute, which attribute I want to set, and some other title, the new value that I want to set. So now if I just try to get the attribute title, the new title got set. So similarly, I can actually, if the title, if attribute does not exist, this call will actually add the attribute to it. Let's say I want to add something like source. The source attribute is not allowed in list items, but it allows in JavaScript. It's not legally correct according to HTML standards, but if we can add any type of attribute, let's say data attribute, I will add data source. Data hyphen source is these type of attributes are called data attributes, which we can use any type of data attribute we can use. So it's perfectly valid in HTML. Some data source. So this attribute does not exist on this element, but it will add this when I call this. So now if I print element that attributes, it gives all the attributes. Even data source attribute got added. If you inspect this element, you can see the data source attribute got added in the HTML. So this way we can add the attributes. And similar to this, we can actually check if the element exists has a specific attribute or not. Similarly, let's say element dot has attribute of ID doesn't have an attribute ID. So this item does not have a ID in it. So I can actually add the attribute also. Set attribute, which is nothing but adding if it does not exist. My list item. So if you inspect this element, the ID has got added. And similarly, we can actually remove the attributes also. Element dot remove attribute. Let's say I will remove the title attribute or data and source attribute. This accepts only one parameter. So remove attribute. If we inspect now element dot attributes doesn't have the data attribute. Same thing reflects in the HTML. Okay, this is how we add attributes and remove attributes. And similarly, we can have styling also, element dot. So this element we actually got from document dot query selector of I. I'm selecting again element dot styles. If you see element dot style, it will print inline styles that were added to this particular element. You see the inline styles. There are no inline styles. We can add the inline styles here. Let's add that element dot style dot color. Let's say I will use blue. So the color got changed to blue. So if you inspect this element and see the style got added when we manipulated it with the JavaScript. So color blue. So even the same thing, color, if you just access this, it will give you the value of the style element. Similarly, we can set background color equals purple or red. You see here, it is background color has been set to red. So the CSS attribute is background hyphen color, but in JavaScript, it will translate into camel case like this, background capital C color. So this is a subtle difference between CSS and JavaScript. So that's about setting and getting attributes and classes, even styles within. So next thing we will look into is the variables and data types. So first thing that before the introduction of let as a variable, so we had only one data type. Let's just move this away into a old file. We'll just move this all back to here. We start from scratch. Let's create a new HTML file, index.html. Create some sample. We have something like style docs script versions, which will include in here. There is a lot script here. Script source dot slash r script versions. It is within the same folder. We can use dot slash, or even without using dot slash, it can refer to the current folder. The script is in the same folder as HTML file. It will take from there. If it is in a new folder, let's say JS, I'll move the script to JS folder. If this is the hierarchy, index.html, we have to use dot slash JS slash script. We'll use defer so that it will load at the end. This style, so if it's in a folder, we should use the folder hierarchy like this. We can actually eliminate this dot slash also. This also works. Let's try printing a small info. Let's reload. It's printing. So this script is getting loaded. As soon as we save, it will be reloaded. Okay, now let's do something like define variables here. So in order to use any value or usability of variables, we have to define them in a container called a variable name, my variable. Let's say this is a name. I can give a value to it, say 1, 2, 3. I can just use this value, this variable anywhere. Console log, my variable is this. So before introduction of other data declaration elements, only var was allowed in JavaScript. Var is a global scope variable, which means so within a function or within a smaller block of code, if we use var, it has global scope. If we change something within a function, let's just define a function. Functions are defined like this. My function. Let's say my variable equals, and I will call this function. From here, to call a function, we have to invoke it like this. This actually changed my variable into type string, it's a string. Now, this is allowed when we are using variables. Let's say I have another type called let. Let is another way of declaring a variable. Let is a scoped variable, which means my let variable was string, or I'll just make it as 456. I'll define another function, my second function. Inside this, I will use my let variable as another. I'll call this function to a log of my let variable. So if you see here, my let variable is still 456. Even though I called this function, it did not change this value because it is a scoped variable. Inside this, if I do the same statement inside a function, side function, operate this is another let. So this is local to this function. Even if I manipulate my let variable, same name here, it won't affect the global scope variable. So this is the difference between variable var and let. So let is a scope variable which overrides within a block scope. If I have had the same value here, var, I'll just print the inside this. It would have inside this the value got changed to high, and if I go here, my variable got changed to 123. So the meaning of this var is if I don't declare this inside this, it will assume that it is the global scope. So usually var was the only way we used to have variables in JavaScript in the previous versions. So let has been introduced so that it will allow us to have local scope overrides. So var, so most of the times whenever we're using variables, you should always use let unless you have a specific reason to use var. Var is a global scope variable, which is confusing if we change it in multiple places. So let will have a secure way of scoping that, and within the block where you declared it, only there it will get changed. So that's about let and var. This is how we define variables in JavaScript. Let's see the data types of these variables. So let's say I can also have variables, multiple variables declared at once. Var x equals 4, y equals 5, z equals 6. All this is still allowed. If I just print x if I access y, z, it's all set all at once. There is an empty value. If I don't assign any value to it, it will be by default undefined. If I try to access that variable, it is undefined. So if I try console log of empty, it will give the undefined value. There is something called null. So where w equals null, I just try to access W, it is null. Null means nothing, there is nothing in it. Undefined means it's not even defined. No value is assigned to this particular variable, is what it means. And we have looked into the scope of this. Let's demonstrate the scope a little bit further. Let's say I will add two new boxes to the HTML content there. So maybe I'll add title, something like, you know, here I'll add one more division, box one, box two. This I will give class as website. So I will define some styles here. I will use body, I will put something like margin 0. Display, I'll use flex. Flex is a layout mechanism. This and all I'll explain. It's finished JavaScript and getting to style sheets. Justify content center. It's actually indenting content into the middle. Align items center. So I have font size as 2.6 and style. Here we define class as boxes. This content I want to make it display in a grid. So I just put boxes. See line here, we can manipulate CSS styling here. Rectangular columns. I want to put it in two columns. One, Java student. Next with this. I'll use title for this. Represent one. So this and put it outside. So these divisions, I want to put boxes around this. Let's do So boxes, inside boxes division, each division will have box size with as person adding string font size given the color will be gone. If I add the background, it will be written background color. I'll use again. Now we have two boxes. Yes. So now these two boxes we will manipulate CSS of these with JavaScript. Let's go here. We'll select this particular box, right side one, which has the class name sprite, and then change the color of it to something like purple. Okay. So now I'll select document, but query selected, which has dot right class, and then I will use style dot background colors to purple. So not this style, should use style instead. Now it changed. So the thing is, this time we are going to use, let's reduce this. So instead of purple, I'm going to use it in a variable. Let's say I'll use color as purple here. And this variable I'm going to use. Just reduce the font size. That is clear. So this is good. Now, if I have to have another function, let's say function called heading color. Now I'll change the heading color from this using this document query selector, which has title in it, style dot color as color. Let's copy it. It's the class is title. Did not change. Let's print this one. Document dot query selector title. Next one. Then color style of color. Oh, style. Okay. So color is not different. That's the reason. Okay, we are not calling this function here. We declared it. We haven't called. So now we called it and just got changed it to purple. Let's say I want this to be blue inside this. I'm going to change color as blue. And I changed this. but outside also it got changed. If I change here inside, it's affecting the other one also because we use the same name. We can instead use a different name here, even when we have the same name. The advantage of using let here is same. So instead of color as blue here, I'm going to define a new variable let stuff. Yes, let color new colors. You want to comment out this part, which is let new colors, values, new colors. So if I use new color with let as a declaration, now it's not changing. This is how we use let and var. Let's find out and see if any other things we can do with variables. Let's say I want to use x is value for, let's try to find out what's the data type of this. So for finding out the data type, in Python we will use type. In JavaScript we will use type of. So type of x is number. Let's just try initializing these values with some numbers. Let string demo, it's my string. I do console log, type of string demo. We use type of operator here. It's string demo, which will give us string. Type of string is string. Similarly, we'll use integer demo. We use the type of operator. So it is a number. Let's try a float number, float value, let's say 4.6. And we'll use same thing, float demo. What's the value type? It is still a number. So if both floating points and integers have the same data type, which is number. So apart from this, we have null type and undefined types also. Let's find that undefined. We can explicitly define it as undefined, or we can just leave it like this without any declaration. We can just use it like this. Without initialization, if we keep the variable, it is by default goes to undefined data type. And there is null data type, which is explicitly initialized to null. We print that. Null is also an object. So if we compare it with if null, no, print true, else, okay, sorry, I should print it as console log false. So by default, null will evaluate to false. Even similar to that, we can use undefined also. By default, undefined also will evaluate to false. So undefined. By default, null and undefined will evaluate to false. Wherever in our logic, if we use value like this, it will be always false. And we have another data type called arrays, which we can define with constants. So we have seen let and where. We also have to see a special declaration called const. Const will help us to identify or declare a variable that is constant. It's not a variable, it's a constant. My constant, let's say I define this value to 5, and if I try to change the value at a later point in my code to something else, 6, this will fail. Our JavaScript will throw an error, uncaught type error, assigning to constant. So once a value is assigned to a constant, it cannot be changed. Suppose I have an object, my const object. I will assign it to an object which has a as b. Now, right, I try to change the my const object to something else. Let's say c as d as d. This is not allowed to throw an error, but we can actually change the values. This is not allowed. So instead, I can actually change text properties dot a equals c console text object. This is allowed. So the properties of an object can be changed. The object reference itself cannot be changed. We cannot reassign or replace the constant entity with a new value, but we can actually change the properties of that. Let's say, suppose I have another data type called arrays, my array. So this I'm going to declare it as a constant. We can use let and var also here, but not strictly necessary. Constant, we can still use constants to store arrays. Let's say I believe I have something rectangle. No, I will. This is fine. Now, if I want to change this to a new array, this is not allowed. But I can actually append to this array. So let's say I want to push an element. Append is nothing but push in JavaScript. Something like I guess I already have one. I'll just use cat. I'll print it again. Now it's allowed. So basically, arrays can be manipulated, but it cannot be replaced. If we used in constants, any object or variable can be appended with. If we are using complex data types like arrays and objects, we can append or manipulate its properties. But if we are using plain data, like integers, float, basic data types, we cannot replace the constants with a new value. So that's the difference. So if we say the type of my array, it's console log type of my array is also an object. This is arrays. And then there is booleans we can use of. Say let A is true, let B is false. A boolean. Now if I try to compare two elements, let's say my R1 is 5, my variable 2 is 4. If I try to print my var1 equals var2, this is false. Let's say if I change this to 5, let's say change this to a string, this again gives us true, but it's actually not true. It's a value integer and it's a string 5. But what this equal to checks is it's the loose equivalence operator, which will see if both the values are same in the literal context. So I mean, looks alike if both values look alike. If I want to compare strictly whether data types match and the values also match, I have to use three equal results. This is a strict equivalence operator, which will check the data type of the values as well as the data residing in that also. And comparing these two, we'll use this. There is double equals and there is p equals. Three equals is always we should use. If we use double equals, it will loosely evaluate the values comparison, compares it loosely. And if they look alike, it will make sure that it is true. Let's say I have similarly, I have strings 5, EP as 5. Let's try comparing these. This is still false because they don't look alike. So what's next? It's some kind of mathematics we can do with the values. So we have seen arithmetic operations. Say A has 5, B has 4, by 2 plus B. 5. This is 9. This is correct. Now let's try doing one thing with string and one thing with. Let's initialize p to 4. Let's do the same thing again. A plus b. It gives 5 and 4. 5 for 54, which is not correct. So let's try getting the type of this. It's a number. Right. I think we should do this type of A and B plus 20. So it actually converted from B is 4 as it is string. A also it got converted into string and appended these two. So only the plus operator will convert strings. So if I use A minus B here now, and so log A minus B, that's 5B as 4. This actually converted that into integers. Fine, do that. Type. So number. It got converted to number. Similarly, if I do A divided by B, let's see. So P also got converted into a number and it gave us the results. Similarly, I can have modulo, which will give us the remainder of these two. Then if we want exponent operations, we can do star star, which is nothing but a to the power of b. So 5 power of 4, it gave the answer. So these are arithmetic operations that we can do on the variables. And let's try something with arrays. This time I'm going to declare as the array. I will make it as a constant. I will have a collection which has data on. Let's say I will have one more variable called item. That item as national. So this semicolon is not strictly necessary, but it's a good practice to put semicolon at the end of each line of statements. So this item I'm adding. So like in C and other languages, it's not strictly necessary to follow the same data type in an array. An array can have any kind of data type elements that belong to any data type. So I can have objects, strings, integers, any kind of booleans also. So this particular array has 4 items. One is a string, one is another string, one is a number, and one is boolean. So I want to know the length of this array, I can do it with collection.length. So it's the collection.length will give us the total number of items in the array, which is 4 in this case. So I can access a specific item. The index starts with zero. The zeroth item is this, first item is this, second item is this, third item is this. If I want to access a specific index, I can access it with one. This will give the first element, which is the element at the index one, collection of one. If you do, it will give the flashlight, which is at the index one, this item, zero, one, two, and three. So similarly, if I want to add a new item to the end of the array, I can actually do it in two ways. So if we just print this collection, let's say console log collection. If you expand this, it has few properties. Length is 4. Now, if I want to add a new item to the end of this array, I can actually make use of this length property and add an item like this. Collection dot length item. So now if I print the same collection again, it has 5 items. The new item got added at the end. So what if I will just use collection of ninth item, index 9 equals index 9 item. Let's print it again. See what happens. So it has now total length of 10, and there are only 6 items here. But the length is 10. So the Java script has expanded the array length to 10 as we have used 9th element, index 9. So it has increased the length to 10. If I try to access a element at the index 8, let's say collection at 8, which I haven't added. I've added only 9 index. Let's see what it will have. So collection index 8 is undefined. So by default, all the gaps are initialized to 8. Index 5, index 6, index 7, index 8. All those items will be initialized to undefined. And the index 9 is initialized to this new value that I added. So this is how arrays work in JavaScript. So there is another way to add to the end of the array. There are functions or methods that are there in the array objects, which we will explore now. So let's define a new array, backpack contents. I'll just use pt headline, then this time I'm going to use array methods instead of index lengths. Backpack contents will print now. So it has 3 items. Now I'm going to make use of array functions, array methods. So before that, I'll just use push to push a new element. I will add a pencil to it and now print it again. So this has pencil also got added at the end. And there is something called shift and unshift, which will allow us to pop some element from the front or from the back. Let's say I'll use unshift. which will add a new item at the beginning. This actually added the item at the end. Pencil push has added at the end. Now I'm going to add it at the beginning with unshift. New item I'm going to add unshift. I will use pencil and let's say I will use 5. For these two elements, it's going to add to the beginning. Let's print it now. Now it has 6 elements in total. Pencil at the front, 5 at the front, the remaining elements. Similarly, I can actually pop some element from the back of the array with pop function. Let's just use backpack contents dot pop. Pop by default removes an element from the end. I just print backpack again. So this pop will remove from the end. So earlier before the pop, we have pencil. Now we did pop. It removed the element from the end. It gave us this pencil got removed. What remains is 3 elements. Pop, unshift, and shift we haven't used. Let's use shift. Shift actually shifts by 1, removing the first element. Let's go here. So we have at the end, we have these 5 elements here, pencil, 5, 18, and lamp, 10. Let's do a shift operation on the backpack contents. Shift, which will remove the first element. Let's print it again. And so it got removed. First element got removed from pencil, got moved into the array of those items. So these are the operations we can do on arrays. So what if I want to iterate through these arrays? There is loops in Python where we have used for loops and range of indexes in the array. So we can still use the same kind of logic in JavaScript also. For iterating through all the elements of an array, we can make use of for each loop, which will allow us to have items in the function. This is a callback function. This gets called for each of the items. For each of the items, this for each function accepts a function itself. That function is going to have one argument, and I will just use. So for each item, it will print this list of items here, the list of all items. For each loop, we'll be calling this function. What we are doing here is passing a function to it. So for each accepts a function parameter. So let's define a function. Let's say let my function equals, it's nothing but declaring a function that accepts item, any value, any argument, one argument it will accept. This does console log of item. So this function we're actually passing on to for each loop. That will do the same thing. My function two values, name was already used. So this for each all has called for each of the items in the backpack array. It called this function with that particular item as an argument. So in a shorthand, I have used this entire thing in this place, removing this. And this is a shorthand way of writing inline functions. So I will visit how to define functions three other ways, but for now we'll stick with this. So there is another way to traverse these items. We can actually use backpack in use of for loop for let item of backpack contents and so log of. This is another way of accessing the array elements, but array itself will give us this functionality for each functionality, which iterates through the entire list of all the items. So for now, we will stick with this. We'll visit these for loops in a later session. So we'll make use of this for now. And there is another thing called join, another method called join, which will allow us to join elements of an array with a specific string, substring. So let's use join. Just use console log join. By default, this joins with comma. So I can actually specify what is the character that I want to join with, comma and space. It gives spaces in between. If I want to join these elements with hyphen in between, with spaces, two spaces front and back, I can use that. These are the methods that are there in arrays. And there is a method called splice, which will remove items from a specific location. Let's say I want to remove an item headline. So we have to find out the index of the headline. Basically, we can find out that with uh, index of, let's say index of operate. Index of method we will use on backpack items, or index of, let's say headline. This will give the index of this particular item. So index is 2. So if you see here, 0, 1, and 2. So 2 is the index of headline. So I want to remove the headline and also pen. Let's say from here, I want to remove two elements. For that, I have another method called splice. Splice actually accepts the starting index of the item that I want to remove and the length of the items that I want to remove. Let's say I will use this index of headline, which is actually 2. Let's store this in index of headline. We use let. Here, I'm going to start removing this headline and also the pen also. So starting index is 2, which is the index of headline. And I want to remove two items starting from here, 1 and 2. So I'll use 2. If I use 1, it will only remove that headlamp item. Let's see that. So if I print now, it had removed headlamp. And if I use two items in a row, this is the length of items to be removed. It has removed headlamp and pen. Instead of headlamp, if I use begin here, index of begin, I use starting from Piggy, it has removed two items, 1 and 2. And now what remains is 5 and 10. So this is another method in like, JavaScript arrays, which we will be mostly using in our day-to-day work. So there is another method called map. So let's use that. Let's try backpack contents. Let's not remove these items for now. We will just comment out this. Map accepts another function inside. So function which accepts an ID. This actually has to return another item. Say I will do something like li plus item plus li. This is very useful when we are appending list items to an array to HTML content. So this actually gives another array, new array. Let array. Arrays are nothing but lists. Let's print console log. Okay. So new array has for each of the items file, wiki, headlamp, and we have this. For each of the items, if I want to add new content or manipulate the existing content and return a new array, I will make use of map, which will traverse through each of the items of the array, and whatever return value we give, that will be passed to the end array. So there is a shorthand for declaring the functions. Let's try to use functions in 3 ways. For this map function, I'm going to use it in 3 ways. One way to declare a function is my function. Okay, this is just an example. This accepts an argument called item. This gives a return the same thing. Return this. Yes. This is one way to declare function. Instead of this, I'm going to pass into my function 3 as an argument command, which will do the same kind of thing. So next time, I'm going to use function in another way. I will declare the function in a new syntax called arrow syntax, which actually is like this. Or anonymous. Before covering this, let's go look at anonymous functions. I'm going to define a constant which has my function for equal to function. This function does not have a name. So if you see the difference here, this function has a name called my function 3, and this function does not have a name. This variable or constant has a name, my function 4. So this is an anonymous function. This function I'm assigning to this constant. The same thing I'm going to use. And instead of my function 3, I'm going to use my function 4 here. It results in the same set of data. So these two are equivalent. In another way, there is another way to define a function called arrow functions. The syntax is like this. Item equals greater than, this is called the arrow, and return this. This is called the arrow function, which we cannot save it directly. Const my function 5. I'm going to use this. What this does is this will declare a function and assign that function to this constant. If I use the same function, same thing. So there are three ways to define functions. One is like this, second, and third way is like this. This is the most famous. And instead of defining it here, I can actually write it in line like this. This does the same thing. Same thing. It does the same thing. And there is a shorthand. If we have only one statement in the function, only one return statement in the function, I can actually define it like this. Function 6. Instead of curly brackets, I can have opening and closing brackets like this. Return I don't have to use. So I'm using like this, I can just use it like this. If there is only one return statement in the function, in the arrow function, I can use it like this. First is the parameter, after the arrow, the return value. This works the same way. Same thing. I can even go even further. I can eliminate this. Brackets also I can remove. This also I can remove. Just one simple arrow. This is the input parameters. And this is the return value, that function. This inline defines a function. Which does the same. I can just replace the entire string with just this syntax. It does the same thing again over and over. So this is about functions, how we define functions. That's about for today. Let's see objects and iterating objects tomorrow. There is something called for item in object. This is what we'll use for iterating through items in an object. This we will see tomorrow. Let's start our live server. We have seen functions also last time. Three ways of finding functions. I don't think we covered functions. So we covered till array methods. We will start with functions, how to define functions, and there are special keywords like this in JavaScript. Let's see how those things. Okay, now we have this. I'll just move this to the side. So there is something called functions. In objects, we call it as methods. And if we declare these functions outside of objects, we call them functions. So how do these functions work? So basic structure of a function will be like this. If it's declared outside of a method, it should start with the function, do something, the name of the function, and the set of parameters that this function accepts. A and B. A and B are the parameters that it accepts. And within this opening and closing brackets, we will define the business logic And at the end of the function, we either can return a value or we can just ignore this. If we don't return anything, by default, it gives a null value. Let's do call this. For calling the function, we use the function name and two parentheses. And if there are parameters that need to be passed, we can actually pass them in the order that they are defined. So if I do console log of do something here, so log, this gives me the return value, is the return value of this do something. By default, it is undefined. You don't return anything. So if I just return something like a plus b, that value is stored. The basic use of functions is to divide business logic into function components, which allows us to divide the whole logic into chunks. So reusability is the main uh, thing that the functions solve. So there are different ways to define these functions. This is one way of defining the function. There is another way by defining a constant to some other thing. It's a constant that stores the function. Now I'm going to assign a function, anonymous function to this constant, which is done like this function. So if the function does not accept any parameters, we just put empty parentheses. If it does accept, we will put values, variables there. And this, let's do, does the same thing. For calling this function, this constant name is what we will use. With parameters like this. So what we are doing here is same thing like this. So basically we are declaring a function and the name of it will by default becomes name. Here we are defining a function, an anonymous function, and assigning that function to variable constant. So this is second way of declaring functions. There are something like recent addition to JavaScript is arrow functions. The arrow functions we have briefly seen well when we have looked into map. We'll just cover that one more time. The arrow functions are defined like this: opening and closing parentheses, arrow mark, and closing parentheses. So this specifies the list of arguments. This function, this is actually a function. This is a list of arguments. Let's say if a function accepts parameters A, B, and C, we would declare it within this parenthesis. And within this brackets, we will define the business logic. A equals A plus C. Here's just an example. B equals B plus C. And then I will return value B plus C. And we don't have a name to this function at all. We cannot actually call this function without a value assigned to it. So we can actually assign the same way. Like this, we can define a variable name const my arrow function equals this. There's something as defining function. We are just eliminating the function keyword and we are placing this instead of function. Like these are the parameters and this is the business logic. We can call this and what if there is a optimization that we can do on this function if there is only one return statement. I don't even have to put these opening and closing parentheses. Let's do something like my optimized arrow function. Let's remove this logic. We are just doing simple calculations and doing one return statement. If there is only one return statement here, we don't even have to specify this. Return also I need not specify. Just A, B, C, I can put it here. This I can put it in brackets. And this is optional. It's only one line. We don't even have to put that brackets, but for clarity's sake, I'm going to put that. So this is much more optimized and simple way. This actually means the left side one is the list of arguments this function accepts, and the right side is the return value. So if it's simple, we can use this shorthand. If not, we have to use like this. So there are three ways to define a function. One is this, one is this, and arrow function is another way. So inline, if we have to use like this, we can actually need not assign a value to it, assign the function to any constant. We don't even have to do that if we are doing inline. If we go see the map function here, we're passing the item and return value like this. This is itself a function. And what if we want to call the function without assigning the name? Like there are some scenarios we want to invoke functions as soon as they are defined, and we will use this syntax. This is an arrow function. If I want to call this function immediately, I don't have to assign it to a variable. I can just wrap this over in a parenthesis and then call this with dot on my. So this, what this does is it will define a function and immediately calls that function. It returns the value, but it doesn't print anything. Let's do something like console log immediately invoked function. Second output, I'm passing this. I'm defining the function inline and also executing that function immediately. But if it is all confusing, we can just go back to this mode, and that should be enough. As you dig into JavaScript, learn more about JavaScript and practice, you will become familiar with the other syntax. So now we'll look into this keyword in our function. So in our previous examples, we had covered an object. Objects we have covered. Let's define the object inline here. Let's find something like green pack. It's just a simple object. Name of the pack. I'm just defining an object here. Color is green. Polygon, eight, number of pockets. Hmm. So here I'm defining a method, a volume, that changes the volume of this bag. I'm defining a function, anonymous function. Anonymous function is nothing but a function without a name. We're actually defining the value attribute of this object and making that a function. There's a new volume that we are going to assign to this dot volume. If you see this keyword, this actually refers to the current object that we are working with. Similarly, and this works as it is. It's no problem. Console log. I'm going to call this function new volume of 40. I'm going to go. Let's print. I'm going to call this and then print the new volume. Print X new volume. Initially we defined it as 8. Then we changed it to 40 by involving this method. So we now see this. Okay. Now, if I have to do refer to this keyword within this, let's try adding a new function here. I'll just do console log this dot volume, the nested function. So this is nesting. Like we can have any number of functions defined within another function. This dot volume. I'm just printing within this console, and within this I'm going to call it in. I'm defining and calling it in. So if you see here with this keyword and the anonymous function, it's undefined. This keyword is not allowed within the anonymous function. If we do it like this, it's allowed. Let's do it in another way now. Instead of doing it as an anonymous function, let's use arrow functions. So anonymous functions do not have this reference that points to the immediate object. Let's comment this out and define this as an anonymous function or an arrow function like this. This does same thing. Let's copy this and use this function and call it. So I'm just trying to show you the difference between anonymous function and arrow function. So within the arrow function, this keyword is allowed because arrow function does not have its own scope. It actually inherits the scope of the previous immediate parent function or immediate parent entity. So wherever this arrow function is defined, this arrow function will have the same context as of the defining parent element or parent entity. So whereas anonymous functions will by default get global scope. In the global scope, this does not have any meaning. So that's why we cannot use this keyword within an anonymous function. So if in doubt, you should always use the arrow function rather than anonymous function. So arrow functions are a new addition to JavaScript. This helps us do inline coding, and it's best to use arrow functions most of the times. So where do these arrow functions help? We will just demonstrate a simple example of where these things help. So these are used for callback mechanisms. Let's say I want something to happen after a function has executed, and the function, once it is executed, I'm going to inform the function to execute another function, which is kind of a callback function. When do we know that this particular uh, calculation or this particular set of instructions have been completed? So that time we will use callback functions. Let's say I will define a function, my main function, and this accepts something like A, B, C, and then a callback function. It's just a keyword. It can be anything, any callback function. And this is going to do something like A plus B plus C, do calculations like this, and do whatever it is. Let's say now the result in this function, I'm going to, at the end of the calculations, I'm going to call this callback function with the parameter, let's say A plus B plus C. And now let's define another function, my callback function. It accepts one parameter, let's say result. It just prints console log result is result. So we have defined two functions, one function that has a callback, and at the end of the calculations, it will do the callback function, all the callback function. And we have a callback function created. My instead of naming this as callback, my generic function, I'm going to name it my generic function. This I'm going to pass it to this by calling this function my main function. I'm going to give for A, I'm going to do 2, 3, 4, and then in place of the callback function, I'm going to pass in this name. So at this time, what happens is it's printing result 54. Basically, what it is doing, this function is taking this as a callback function. At the end of the calculations, it's calling this function with the result A plus B plus C. This is the use of callback functions. Once, let's say, in this particular function, if it needs to happen, if it needs to call some other APIs or backend operations or any disk heavy operations, IO operations, if it has to do, we don't have to wait for this function to complete. We won't know when this operation has been completed. So we're just by passing the callback function, we are informing this function that whenever we are done with your work, just call back this function so that we know that your job is completed. That's what we are doing here. So in asynchronous mechanisms, this is very helpful. So we use We will go into asynchronous declarations and how to use promises and callback functions at a later chapter. Right now, this is the use of callback functions. So where these arrow functions help is, let's say I don't want to define this beforehand. I'm calling this function, I can actually define an arrow function in line. So this time I'm going to call it 3, 4, and 6. And here, instead of defining a function previously and passing it, I'm going to define a function in line. Result or I'm going to define the function like this. Also log. So in line, I'm defining and passing this as an argument. If you see here, this is the same as defining the function and then passing the name. We are not assigning any name to it. And once this line is executed, we don't have reference to this. So this is also a security, uh, it's better for security reasons. Also, we don't have to confuse about it having this scope of this function available. So even after this function is invoked, we would still be able to call this function. We don't want that. We can actually define inline functions in passive. Similar to this, we can actually define anonymous function also. Unless we are using the keyword this, we can use anonymous functions anywhere. Instead of this, I want to use anonymous function that does the same thing. This is anonymous. It does the same thing. So always do semicolons, but it's not strict also. That's about callback functions. Now let's look into conditional statements. If is switch. So we had seen already previously in our Python lessons, you know, if conditions and else conditions, but the syntax is a little different here. So the syntax of if condition is if a condition and something goes here, if not, and the else is optional. If is all compulsory, else do something, else not. There is another else if statements also. This condition. So in Python, it was elif, but in JavaScript, it is else if. Condition 2. This is syntactically not correct. I'm just demonstrating that. And at the end, you can have else. So let's do this. Let's define something like a equals 5, b equals 10. If a greater than 5, else if a greater than or equal to 5, or I'll just do something like this. B is greater than or equal to A. And conditions are being satisfied. So else condition has been satisfied, and now we are getting this statement. This is how we use conditional if statements. So in this regard, we need to cover something like absolute equivalence and strict equivalence and lazy equivalence. Let's say I have A as 5. A is 5 already. Let's define C as 5. If I do if A equals C, instead I'm going to use console log A equals C. Here it's going to print a Boolean value if it's equal to C, if it's evaluating to equal, and it's going to give a Boolean value. It's giving true. So, but this is a string and this is a number. Similarly, if I do triple equals, this actually is going to compare absolute equivalence. And string 5 and number 5 are not equal. So we should always be using this absolute equivalence operator rather than using the lazy equal to operator. So this is a deviant from other languages. Most of the languages use double equals for absolute equivalence, but in JavaScript we have to use triple equals. So let's just to cover one more operator. Let's say console log A. If we want to check if A is absolutely not equal to C, then we need to say like this. If you want to negate the operation, we have to do the exclamation mark before. So this checks for absolute equivalence. If I do this instead, it will be false. So basically, JavaScript is evaluating, in this case, double equals A equals C is evaluating true because its string and number are similar, like 515. But if I negate that same thing, it's becoming false. When we are checking for the absolute equivalence, it was not equal, and we are negating that, and this is true. So this was false earlier, and this will become true. This was true earlier, and this is false now. So we'll move this to. So this is a subtle difference. Are they greater than or equal to greater than or equal to less than less than or equal to double equals triple equals not equal to not absolutely equal to. These are the different operators, comparison operators. Okay. Now we have seen if these conditions. Now it's time to look at switch conditions. Switch is another type of conditional statements which allow us to have multiple else conditions. If I want to compare a value against multiple values. Let's just say A is something like, let's say I have A as 20. I can use a switch statement to compare this based on different conditions. I'll just demonstrate the syntax and then explain how it works. So switch has statements like case, like this, case A points 30 and 100%. Let's put it as image state. It's less than 50. And so if we have to do the same thing with if else conditions, we can still do that, but we will have to compare each and every value in the else if conditions. We will have to stack up else if. In this particular case, we don't have to do that. And that is something called default condition, which will give us did not match any else. So if we have age as 20, so we can compare the age to different values. Instead of putting else if conditions so many times, we can use a switch statement to compare a specific number or value against different values. So if age is 30, it's going to execute this block, and in each case we will have to specify a break statement. Otherwise, it will continue executing the other cases as well. So if I have to have multiple cases having the same set of instructions, I can use something like this. Greater than 50 or greater than or and less than 90 or greater than 35. Let's do, we put 90, 60 here, 45, 55 here. So for these both conditions, these statements have to get executed. I just change this now to, let's say, 56. It's greater than 50. This is what it is here. And let's say 66. This is getting executed. For both these conditions, these statements get executed. This can have multiple statements also. Again, equal to 60. Define and so on. So if you have multiple statements, it will execute all those statements and then return from there with the break. If I don't put a break here, it will execute the default condition as well. So it's compulsory to put a break statement here. So if it's in here, it's executing this. So if none of these conditions are matching, it will go to this. Let's say I have a negative number -1. This is not getting executed. Let's see. I'll change this to less than 16. And change this to 70. Greater than, there is a condition here. Let's remove this. It's matching this. We will use this. So if I want to execute this, so if any of these conditions did not match, it will go to this default case at the end. So this is the switch syntax. So if we have to compare multiple values to a specific thing, we can either use else if along with else if conditions, any number of else if conditions. If he matches this, else if he matches this, and so on. Or simply we can use a switch statement. Switch statement is a more performant way of comparing multiple values. And now let's look at loop statements. So basically in JavaScript, we have for loops. We can use for loops. A simple syntax for loop is this. Like I is initial value, I less than a maximum value, and I plus plus. So I have to demonstrate one simple thing before we go to this. So the meaning of I is this. Let's say I define a value for a as 10. Console log of I'm going to use a here. So it is 10. Okay. So if I just do a plus plus, so, but it still is 10. If I print it again, the a, it would have become 11. So what this plus plus means is that it first assigns this current value and then increment a by 1. So it's nothing but print here. Let's comment out this and demonstrate it. What that means is console log of a and then a plus a equals a plus 1. Instead of doing this, I can actually do a plus plus. So if I now print console log of a, the value would have become 10 plus 1, 11, and plus 1, 12. If you see here, you can see that. Let's just see now. I'll assign b to a plus plus. So the assumption is that if we are assigning a value and then incrementing this with plus plus, first the assignment will take place and then the increment takes place. If we print console log of b, b's value is still 12, and now if I print a, A's value has been incremented to 13. So this increment happened after assigning this value to this. There is another syntax now. Let's say C equals plus plus A. Instead of incrementing afterwards, this is going to increment before assignment. Now let's do console log C 14. At this point, it was 13, and as we are incrementing and then assigning, C's value becomes 14. Now, if I print again console log A, this value also is 14 because we are pre-incrementing it before assigning. So this plus plus is for incrementing. So let's say A minus minus is for decrementing. Decrease by 1, A minus 1. A as A. So it's reduced. Now, similarly, if I do minus minus A, console log, it will pre-decrement. I'll assign this to D. D equals A minus minus I do. And before decrementing, this would become, so we assign to D. If we print A again here, so these value will be one greater than 8. You see here, clear this. Let's comment out this. If you see D, D's value is assigned as 13 and A got decremented afterwards, which is now 12. So if we pre-decrement and then assign A to D, so it's decremented to 11 and then assigned to D. So D also is 11, A is also 11. So using this incremental syntax, what this loop does is, first it will define a variable I with an initial value as 0, and for as long as I is less than 10, it's going to loop this statements we write in here. So for every iteration, it's going to increment the I value by 1 and then go till I becomes less than, I becomes greater than 10 or equal to 10. So this condition, every loop, it's going to check. Let's try printing this. So log of I. So if you see here, I's value starting from 0 to up to 9. So for each loop, it's going to increment the I value and printing it. That's one way of writing for loops. Let's say if I have an array of items, let's say I will define an array, something like stuff. And now if I want to iterate through each of these items, I can go to multiple ways. I can either use it like this, that I equals 0, I less than stuff dot length. The length property gives the length of an array. I do console log of stuff. Gives the length of the array. It's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. But the index starts with 0. So that's why I'm going to use 0 as a starting value for I. So now I'm going to increment I every in the tree. This time I'm going to print stuff of I. You can reference the indexed element with the index. Let's say if I want to print the fifth element or fourth element, stuff of fourth gives me the value at 4, index 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I use 3, making the letter D. This. So I'm going to print, go through each of the items with the index, and then I'm going to print that. So it's printing A, B, C, D. So another way of iterating through all these array elements is like this. Same thing, for loop, I'm going to use. This time I'm going to use a constant. We can actually use let also, that's no problem. Const is a better way. Wherever necessary, wherever is possible, use constant. If not, use let. In the rare cases, you can use where. Where most of the times you won't have to use. So you can always use let. Here, the syntax is for each item of stuff, you can actually print item as item A, B, C, D. So this is how we create each element. So one more way of iterating to the elements, but with a callback function, is like this. On this array object, we have a function called method called for each. So on this stuff object, I'm going to call in for each method. So for each method accepts a callback function that will be called for every element in the array. So the callback function has to be defined like this. So that this callback function accepts a value argument. It's even defining it as item. This value name can be anything. You can actually use it as a also. Item, I'm going to use the name as item. So for each of these items in the stuff array, it's going to call this function. This is an arrow function. Within this arrow function, I'm going to define console log a item for each loop for each item, so that we can know the difference is for loop and this for loop. So for each item, it's going to call this function, and that is going to print this the specific value that it passed with. So let's say I want to create another array for each of these items, doing some manipulation. We can still do that. Let's say I will declare let my new array. I'm going to define it as empty for now. For each of these items, I'm going to define something like this. My new array push item. This is going to create a new array, push these items to this array.
if I not print this, this has the appended text like this. This is how we use for each loops. Let's say I have an object. Let's just take an object. We can use for loop for iterating through an object. Let's define an object, my listed object. This time I'm going to have item name and type toy. I'll define item 2. This is a nested object. Within an object, other objects are there. So for P, this is similar to database, what we will get in a database. Wait, let's go with this. So for each of the items in this nested object, I want to get that nested object. We can do it with for in per const item or my object in my nested object. Let's just print and see what it gives. So this is actually giving only the keys of this object. It's not giving the object itself, entire object, it's not giving. So in order to accept or get the entire object, we have to use console log my nested object of this one has to be this of the key of the object. If we do that, we get all the entire object. This is how we iterate through objects using the for loop. There is a method called map that we have already seen in our previous lesson, but we will cover it one more time. So map function does go through the entire list of items and then returns a new array. Let's define stuff.map. This accepts callback function. I'm just going to do a console log of item. And let's store this into a new array. Let my name array. This time, let's return something like this. There is a subtle difference between map and for each. For each just does call the function, doesn't return anything. If we see the return value of for each, let's store this in for each return. Let's do a console log of this. For each return is undefined. So the for each loop does not return anything. For each method does not return anything, whereas map returns an array, another array that is constructed from the return values of these callback functions. So let's try printing this. Map as its whole map. So the mapped array is now an array. So this return value for each of the items is going to get stored in the resultant array. So this is very useful in our React for displaying list items. So this is the map function. And now I think next topic is covering DOM events. Whenever a click or scroll or any event happens on the browser on the elements, we can detect that from JavaScript. Let's say if somebody clicks on a button, how do we detect that? If somebody scrolls on an area, how do I detect that? Those things can be covered with events. So there is something called add event listener. If we go to MDN documents, we can see this add event listener. You can actually define what's the event that you want to listen for on any document element, DOM element. Let's say this is a box, inspect this element. On this element, we can actually listen for any events. The type of events, event types, we can go through the reference here. There's something like click events we will listen for. Mouse events, we can, for mouse events, we can see the event type will be click, click event can be handled like this. Add event listener, click, and then a callback function. Whenever somebody clicks on a specific element, if we have a listener added to that, that function gets called whenever somebody clicks on that element. This kind of reference, we can go through this reference. We will discuss this DOM event handling tomorrow. So this is a very good place to start. So add event listener is what we are going to use tomorrow. For scroll events, for any type of events, this is what we are going to use. And complex interactions, animations, games, everything can be done with this event handling. Go to our code. Let's start the live server. Okay, so the events are nothing but what they say. So whenever I interact with the browser or any of the DOM elements, I can listen for specific events and perform action on top of the DOM elements. So not only on the triggered item, event that was triggered on, it can affect any other item in the DOM structure. So this box, if I click on this, it need not affect this box itself. It can affect any other part of the browser DOM tree. So let's go to MDN docs. So we have different set of events that are triggered on keyboard, mouse, trackpad. If we have any other devices, we can track events on those also. So the keyboard events, we can see which key was pressed, which key was released, all that we can identify. So we can also
get from the key code what's the key that was pressed. So let's try adding some event on this box. Let's go to our code. Let's say this is the box I want to listen for events on. So I can select by this class. Just 1 second. Let's say the way to add events, event handling is by selecting the element and then adding an add event listener. Let's try that. So let's select this element. The way to select this element is through query selector, document dot get query selector. The by class we are going to select, which is the class of this element, is left. And we have the element, left box. Let's say I'll store it in a constant left box. Now I want, while we are at it, we'll just see this side by side. We keep the console cleared. Here I'm going to add a listener for click events. Left box dot add event listener. This accepts 3 parameters. We are only going to use the first 2 parameters. If we see add event listener, let's search for this is the event listener method which accepts 2 parameters, 3 parameters actually. We can make use of this too. So this options is an advanced parameter which we'll not be using in this class, and most of the cases we won't be using the options. It's to customize the event triggering mechanism. So that's an advanced concept. Most of the times we won't be using it. So the type of event will be dependent on what device we are identifying. So type of events is going to be, for us, it's going to be the mouse event. Set click, right? So inputs, keyboard, mouse. So if we see this, events related to computer mouse, if you see, we can get all the reference of all events that the mouse can trigger. Yes. So we are actually interested in click. Let's search for click. Click event, double click event, mouse up and mouse down. So these are the mouse events. So let's go into click. If you see the syntax, so this is how we should add the event. So the type of the event is going to be click, and then a function that accepts an event as a parameter, and then something happens on that. Let's just print the event that was triggered. Let's go to the process here, and then let's click on this. So this has logged an event. We can see all the properties of this event. Alt key was false. So if we see the client X and client Y, this is the position on the screen where the click happened. So at location X location 280 and Y location 370. So X coordinate starts from here to the right, and Y coordinate starts from here top left to the bottom.
So X and Y, so horizontal and vertical. So the 00 location is at the corner of the document. So 280 pixels right and 370 pixels down. That is where the click happened. Is seen here. This control key specifies whether the control key was pressed or not at that point of click. And also we can see X and Y, same thing. So we have identified this. Now, how do we interact or change this down tree based on the events? We can actually use this keyword. Let's dot. Let's print this. Inside this context, what does this point to? Let's click on this item. And if you see that this element, this is actually pointing to the window item, the start window. So window is the topmost object in the browser DOM tree. So if we try to print window, so window is available, window object is by default available to the entire context of the JavaScript. Right click. So this is the window tree, window object, which has global parameters properties. If you want to store something in the browser, we can actually make an object and add to the window object. So in this place, we are going to use left box to actually get the styles. Left box class list, let's say class list dot add active. I'm going to add class as active. If we go inspect this element, this class has only left. So let's click on this, and now the active class has been added. Suppose if we have some styling applied to active, as soon as we click it, active will uh, apply those stylings. Let's use the styles, something like active. Let's put some active class here. Apply some styles to this. So background color, I'll just put red. Let's go on this. As soon as we click, the background color has to change. It did not. Let's find out why. If we inspect this, let's see if there is something overriding this property, color red. So this is more specific. There is CSS rules apply in the most specific items. The selection criteria, if we have more specific rule, that gets preference over less specific rule. So any item that has active class, it's going to apply this. As we are specifying boxes and div, this has higher preference over this. For that, I need to add this to active to override the specificity. This is called the specificity of CSS rules. We'll look into that in the CSS classes in the upcoming days. So if I click now, this class is getting applied, active class is getting applied, and the rule that says the color should be red is applied. So we can do animations, we can do much more with event listeners like this. It's just a sample of what we can do in mouse events, we will look into mouse enter and mouse out also. So upon a specific location, when a mouse enters a specific location, the browser can detect that location. Let's just search for mouse events. Yeah, this mouse move events is what we need to identify. There is something called mouse enter also. Let's search in documentation. Okay, this mouse enter event will identify when the mouse pointer has entered a specific location. Let's add an event listener for the right side box. Use and this time mouse enter event I'm going to add. This is going to be right box. Let's figure out. We have a right and the CSS rules boxes division active. So this is going to add the class active to the element. Let's refresh. Click. And this is not working. Mouse enter. Let's just try printing the event. If the event is getting triggered or not. It got triggered, mouse event enter. Now I'm going to add the class right box dot class list and mouse entered. We go to the elements. Okay, now it has added the mouse entered event. Let's try adding active. Now it's added active, but this is not applying this color element because there is a more specific rule element style has been applied. If we go into the DOM tree, background color, somebody has applied background color as purple. So this is overriding the element styles. So let's do one thing. We'll comment out this rule
So the more specific rule is that is specified in the DOM tree itself. If a style has been specified for an element here in the attributes, that will take the highest preference over other rules that we write in the CSS. So these things we will discuss when we are talking about CSS rules and specificity. So for now, we'll just comment out this section. Not this purple. This one I'm going to comment out. It's not adding the. Okay, heading color is not defined. Okay. I think we should still have this. Don't change this. Okay, now the mouse event is getting triggered. Now we are going to add active. Active got added, but styles are not applied. It's still having the background color as purple. New color. Okay, this is the one. Here we should comment out. Yeah, now it works. So as soon as we enter refresh, as soon as we enter this box item, the color is changing to red because it's adding the class active. And background color is red for active elements. Now, as soon as this leaves the mouse exit is another event that we are going to use to remove this active class here. Upon the mouse exit or mouse leave, sorry, mouse leave is the another event. Mouse enter and mouse leave. This mouse leave event is what we're going to use to detect if the mouse has left this box. We'll add one more event listener for mouse leave event. So we are going to remove the active class from here in this box. Now, as soon as I enter it, it will be active. Leave it, the active class got removed. So this is how we add interactivity to elements with friends. So let's use something called this. So this is anonymous function inside this. This doesn't have any context. This element, if we console log of this, this won't have any meaning inside it. That's this is actually printing the window object, which is the global this object. Let's try adding this event listener as an anonymous function. Instead of using arrow functions, I'm going to use a function like this and print this keyword here. So I enter, exit, and this now refers to the element that got the event. So in this case, this keyword refers to the right side box, right box that referred this event, that got this event. So this will closely help us to basically manipulate the current object that the event got triggered on. Instead of using the right box here, I can actually use this dot class list dot remove of active. Same way, we can have if I use anonymous function instead of the arrow function, I can use this keyword to refer to this right box instead of finding out the object. Even if we don't have the reference to the object within the function, we can find out the object reference. Clear, active. Now let's do another way. Let's say create a function. My event, my let's say mouse enter handler. This accepts the parameter event. Inside here, let's print this keyword. Similarly, we'll use mouse leave handler. So in place of this, I'm going to use mouse enter handler, removing the entire thing and just adding the function reference. Similarly, instead of this, I'm going to use mouse leave handler. Let's move these two calls to the bottom. These things also to the bottom. So now I define two functions on enter, on leave, and adding those functions here. Let's see if I enter it, that this keyword is now referring to the button that was triggering the event. So in this fashion, we can actually manipulate that object directly from this keyword. Class list add active. Inside this, remove class active. This way, without having to parse through the DOM tree, we can add or remove attributes to the elements that had the event triggered. So this is a good use case for this keyword. So I think we have covered basic events, but you can do infinite number of things with all the keyboard events, key down event. Similarly to mouse events, we can have keyboard events. Let's go back. So key down event, we can actually identify key down events. So like this, if any press of key happened, any keyboard key got pressed, this event will have the entire details of what key got pressed and everything. So we can handle different type of operations. So we'll get into this event handling when we are actually handling real-time projects. So for now, this is just enough to know this documentation, and this need not be remembered
by heart, we can refer to the MDN docs and find out the event types, this keywords and all we can use. So with that, we have one last topic to discuss. If at all there is something wrong with your JavaScript, let's say even your event handling is not working properly or not. So we can have debugging mechanisms built into the browser. Let's go to browser, expanded. Suppose this active, inactive, this is having a difficulty. So we can actually go to the sources to find out a specific line where the problem is and identify. I go to the scripts. If you see here, this gives us all the source code that we have written. In the sources tab, we can find all the source code of this website or this web page. So index is the HTML. You don't have to debug anything there. So what we are interested in is the script.js. So we can have, let's say, if something is failing, if something this active inactive is not working, and it's one way to do it is putting console logs and checking like this whether that is entering this particular loop or not, block of code or not. So if that is not helping you, then you can actually go to sources, and let's say in this line we can see all the code that we wrote. Suppose mouse enter. In this line, I am having a problem. Mouse event handler. So this statement is not working. Then I can have a breakpoint put under this place. If you go to the line number and click on it, so it will put a breakpoint here. So while the code is getting executed, the code will pause over here and show you what all values it has in this particular location. Let's go to the mouse enter. Now the browser has paused execution of code and stopped there. It shows you what values are there in this particular location. The event, we can see the values of it. You can see this keywords value. Let's say if you have local variables, those things also you can see. The way to move forward is you can actually step by step execute each of these lines by going through this step function. If I click on step, it will go to the next line of code and gives you executes that. And then if I go step again, it will execute the next line. Step again, it will execute the next line. And if it is going into the internal JavaScript routines, we can actually step out to come out of that routine. You can come out, or if you don't want to step execute, if you just want to continue executing, you can actually resume the script by clicking on this. This is called the debugger, and these are called the breakpoints. So we can have any number of breakpoints. Let's just put one more breakpoint somewhere around here. If I reload this page, so first thing, it gives me the values for each return. What is this doing? Item has flashlight in it. And if I put one more breakpoint here and continue executing, it will stop in the next breakpoint. You can see the values in line here. This is how we debug JavaScript. If console logs are not helping, we can debug it like this. Let's start with the basics of CSS. Let's create a new file called index.html. Let's put some dummy HTML here. Let's start go live server. We have the live server now.
There is nothing here, but we will add something. So default HTML styles. So any HTML document will have HTML head body. These three elements are the structure of HTML document. In this, we will have header element. Header is usually used for top navigation elements. Let's say I will add h1 here, heading. Likewise, we will have h2, h2. Okay, these are actually basic HTML elements. There are some set of predefined styles for these elements. Let's see what those styles are. In the section tag, we will have some dummy text. I've added just dummy text. If you type in, let's say, lorem, in VS Code, there is a shortcut. If you type lorem and press tab, it will autofill some data for you, some dummy text. So it's kind of a paragraph. We add another paragraph. And we also have list items. Unordered list and ordered list are two types of list items. We will visit that in some time. This is unordered list. Something like that. And there is something called ordered list, which is a bullet points. If you see all this in the browser, it will be evident. Build this one and then we visit the browser. Now let's go to the browser. And if you see here, these are the headings, these are the paragraphs, and this is the unordered list, and this is the ordered list. The difference between ordered and unordered is unordered will have bullet points as dots, and this will have numbered lists. These styles also we can change with CSS. Let's inspect this and see what's the default CSS rules for these styling elements, styling properties for these elements. Let's click on this. Let's go to heading. So if you see here, by default, user agent styles is nothing but the browser's default styling for these elements. We can customize these stylings based on our set of rules. So these are the default applied stylings. If you see here, EM is the default measurement for the element measurement. So one EM is the font style. EM is actually equal to the font size of the browser of this particular element. If you see the paragraphs, this is a block element. You see here, heading is a block element. That means it will come in a separate line. You see paragraph. This is also block element. Display property is block. For unordered lists, list item has
display as list item. List style is disk. Disk actually means there is a circle here. This dot. List style, if we change, if you type down here, we can actually see different types of list styles. If you select square, it will be square. If you select circle, it will be an unfilled circle. If you zoom in, you can see the difference. So default list style is the disk style. We are actually overriding this style with circle. And if we go to this ordered list item, this style type is decimal. We can actually change that. All the other items, we can actually use any other property like this. So these are the default styles for the browser elements. We can customize these defaults with our own set of rules. We now see a simple division with a background. We'll first see the background styling. So we can actually refer to MDM, CSS reference, all the CSS properties, what elements will support what CSS properties, everything will be listed here. Anchor elements is nothing but the links. So we can actually see all the properties, width, height, all this. You can refer to this. Now let's see the background property. Create a division. I think I'll create it in the top row. I create a division element with a class name as background. So first thing we need to learn here is the class. So items can have IDs and classes. Let's say I have another item. I can have ID as my division. And whatever we put here can be selected with the ID. So there are ID selectors and class selectors and element selectors in CSS. Let's see how to use those styles. In here, let's create a new styles.css file and include this file as a styling element. Link relation as style sheet, strength, source, this dot slash style.css, and let's select the item with ID as my division. So the ID selector actually starts with pound symbol like this, and whatever properties we keep here will be applied to this division element. Say I will say width as 100 pixels and height as 100 pixels. Background color is say blue. Now let's see the browser. So this division, if you install, my division is having custom styles that are from styles.css. Width as 100 pixels, height as 100 pixels, background color as blue. So apart from background color, we can actually have background image. Background image. The background image can be specified with URL something. So let's search for an image. Let's try background
Let's use this background style. Copy image chess. Here I'm going to use this URL and let's see what this shows. This is the background image. To see inspectors and see here this will draw the full background image, but size of the division element is not as big as this, which is by 36 pixels by 360 pixels. That's why only a portion of this background is being shown in this division. How to fit this and all, we will uh, see next. We can actually use background position as cover. And it's not background position. We'll visit that later. Let's say if the division is bigger than the item, we can actually choose background repeat. If the size of the image is small, let's choose a smaller image. Let's find out. Let's use this image instead of. Can comment out rules with this syntax /star and then again */. Let's see. Okay, this is also big. We can do something. Fine. So just for demonstration, we'll just use background repeat. Background repeat, we can actually use no repeat. If you want to, if the image is small and the division is big, it will repeat itself. The background image will tile one after the other. The same image will repeat. Let's try 1024 by 768. Now the size of the division will be bigger. And if I select no repeat, it doesn't repeat itself. I don't select this, the background image will repeat based on width and height of the element. If you see here, so the tile has been placed. So it has been styled. So that is the use of background repeat. If I select no repeat, it will only put in the beginning of the division. And we have background position again. Background position is another property. And we can select the offset from the top, x direction and y direction. So x axis starts from here to the right, y axis starts from here to the bottom. So x and y position, we can actually select background position 10 pixels. It is 10 pixels, one property we are giving. That means from x direction 10 pixels, from y direction 10 pixels. Okay, if I'm not giving the y property, it's going to center align this element. If I give another 10 pixels here, x and y both are 10. So if I eliminate one, it will only specify x direction and y direction will be automatic. So similarly, if I do auto, this is nothing but giving auto in the second part. If I give auto here, it will auto fill. If I don't give it, it will center align. There is something called background size, which we can control how much size the image should be. And we can actually say 10%. Let's see how this looks. And only the 10% of this size of the division element it will occupy. If I give 100%, it will occupy the entire space. So that's about background. And now let's see, there is something called float, which is old style of aligning items. Let's use that. So instead of ID, I'm going to use background here. I'll use this element, remove this. The same styles get applied to the second element, background. Instead of pound symbol, I should use now dot. For class selectors, we should use dot. Now the same set of properties applied to the second element. Now let's visit float property. Let's have another container. This time I'm going to give a container class for this. Here I'm going to use an image, some image I will give. So basically, image is a self-closing element. We can actually close without having any closing image tag. We can actually close this. So the best way to use image is to actually close this with a self-closing slash at the end. It's always it's best practice to use a slash at the end for self-closing elements. So there are self-closing elements such as line break and horizontal ruler. So we'll discuss that when we are discussing the HTML elements. So I'll create another paragraph wherein something, another paragraph. Let's see how this looks in the browser. So this is how it is looking, and this, I think I can change the image size. So we can actually give the size here in the image itself. Say I'll give 100 pixels, width as 100 pixels, height is 100. Yeah, and wave size, height is 50. Yeah, 100 pixels. So the significance of float we will discuss now. Container class name, I'm giving it as containers. So now I'm going to, so if you see, yes, the image tag has been, even though the size of it is only 100 pixels by 50 pixels, it's occupying the entire space from left to the right. If I hover over this, the size is only 100 pixels by 50 pixels, and the paragraph is a block element. That's why it is occupying the next line instead of coming in the same line. If I make this image as a float, it will not occupy. So this line will come over here, and behind that, it will display. Let's see. Let's change the image tags to. So now I'll use a selector. So this image tag is in an element which has a class as container, right? So let's use the class selector dot container, and then any element that is within this container which has tag as image should have these properties. This is what this uh, rule specifies. So if I give a space between the element and the next element, that means the second element is a child of the first element. So it is this is called the parent container, and the image is a child of this. So it can be anything, any nested items. So within this hierarchy, any element that is a child of container will have this rule applied. So this image element, I'm going to use float property. Float left. Float left means float to the left. So if I change the float, it will use left. It doesn't occupy the entire space that is remaining. If there was an element, let's say I want to use this, instead of me, I have some element. Let's say I will use a span element, hello world. This is not a block element. Let's see how this looks. So hello world got displayed just beside the image because this is a inline element. If you go click on this and see the styling, so if you go to computed, so the display style is inline. Inline elements all display one after the other, whereas block elements will occupy the entire space around them. If you see display here, this is a block element. Paragraph element is a block element, which means it will occupy the entire space in the line, in that particular line where it is placed. So the way to make sure the paragraph comes beside this is one way is to make the image as float, and there are better ways to do that with flexbox and grid containers that we will see in some time. So this was an old approach. So just to know that there is multiple ways, we are using float to demonstrate float. Let's remove this and now apply the float property to the image. That means it won't occupy the space entirely. So it will move it to the front of the display, and this image will be floated to the left. Similarly, if I use float as right, I'll just comment out and add float as right. What this does is it will float the image to the right. So all the text will occupy the space around it, and this will stay in the right side. And that's about float. Let's try something like background and border. Now I'm going to choose container. So I'll specify the width as 600 pixels. This in here, this is entirely within this 600 pixels range. If I select margin, so actually this is horizontal margin, left side margin, and this is top side margin. Margin auto means it's actually going to align it vertically to the center. You see here, this entire division is now aligned If you expand this, margin top is 0 and bottom is 0 and right is auto, left is auto. That means it's aligned to the center of the element. We can actually expand this to 0, 0, 0, 0. This is top, right, bottom, left. Let's say this will be 10 pixels. The bottom is 0. This is 10 pixels or left 20 pixels. Top, right, bottom, left. So if we expand this, if top is 0, right is 10 pixels, margin, bottom is 0 pixels, left is 20 pixels. Instead of specifying as a shortcut, we can actually explicitly specify these properties. Margin top, 0 pixels, margin bottom, 0 pixels, margin left. Auto means it will center the element from the left. Let's see how this looks. From the left, it will give the entire space, leaving the remaining space to the entire length of the item. And if I specify margin right also as auto, it will center the element. So note that the vertical alignment cannot work with the auto. So we can only specify left and right auto, which will center the element if I specify auto as the margin. So the shortcut for this is margin 0 pixels vertically and auto horizontally. This means top and bottom we have 0 pixel margin and left and right we have automatic, which will center the element horizontally. And there is something called padding. This I will explain in a bit what padding box model is. If you inspect this, let's go through the layout of computer. Yeah. This is the CSS box model. So basically any element will have a margin and a border and then padding and then actual content. This content is the actual space occupied by the content itself. So around this, there will be padding. Currently, it is 0 padding. And around that, there will be a border. And any element is, we can think of that as a square, a rectangle, a box. This is the CSS box model. So topmost one is the margin. That is what we have specified in the margin. So we have specified left and right as auto, that is automatically deciding based on the window size and the browser display size. And then top and bottom, we have specified 0 padding, 0 margin. That's why it's showing minus hyphen. So inside that, there will be border. Inside that, there will be padding. So we will demonstrate what the padding is. Before that, I'll specify a border so that we will know what padding and what margin is. Let's go to the container. Let's add border here. Border. So this is a shortcut. So I'm going to give a border of 5 pixels width and style as solid and color as black. So this creates a border of 5 pixels. If you inspect this, so if you expand this path, so this is a more detailed way of specifying the border properties. So this border is a shortcut for all, specifying all these properties. We can explicitly specify, just like we specified margin left, margin right, margin bottom, we can also specify border left, border right, all this. And this is a shortcut for that. First element will specify the width of the border and the style of the border, second element, and the color of the border as the third element here, third property. So I'm putting a 5 pixel border of solid black color. So if you see computed section here, this is the actual content. Around that, there is no padding, which is 0 pixels. So that's why it's not showing. And there is a border of 4.8 pixels. But we actually have 5 pixels width, and this is calculating the line width also. That's why it is approximating it to 4.8. So this is the border. So these all explicit properties we can mention if you want to customize the style of the border. And let's add padding now. So inside this, I'm going to add padding. Similarly, padding can be specified 10 pixels. So 10 pixel padding means all directions 10 pixels. Let's now see how this looks. So padding is now 10 pixels. If you see the coloring around this, this is the padding. So all directions 10 pixels, it's giving a gap. Earlier there was no padding and this space was occupying even more space. Let's remove the padding. If you see, the padding is 0 now. Let's go to the styles and display block. Let's just change one simple property. Box sizing as border text. I will explain what is border box. If you see here, the size of this has been reduced 590 to 156. If I disable this, just 600 by 156. Let's change it to content box. Box sizing as content box. By default, all block elements will have content box as the box sizing model. So browser displays all elements with a content box styling, which means the entire element size increases if we have added the border or margin. So around the margin, it will increase. Basically, let's disable this and let's change this back to border box. If you see here, this is 60.267. If I disable, it is now 55.467. The margin does not come under the size of the element. So basically, the size of the element is including the width and height of the content and the border. If I change to border box, basically the size of the element overall will include border as well as the element text itself. Let's say if this width is 100 pixels and border is 5 pixels, 95 pixels will be the content and 5 pixels will be the border. If I choose border box, if I don't choose border box, this overall size of the content plus border, it will increase. The overall size of it, if I have 5 pixel border and 100 pixel content, it will be overall width of the box will be 100 plus 5, 105 pixels. So the difference is if we want to use same amount of space, whether we have added border or not, we have to use border box. So if we don't use border box, by default, browser will use content box as the sizing model and increase the size of the element when you add the border to it. So if you use border box, no matter what the border you add, it will only occupy 100 pixels, means overall size of the element will be 100 pixels, how much ever border you add. If I choose border box now, and if you see here, 590 plus border is 4.8, I'm just going to increase this to 15 pixels. And then from here, 590, now it has become 570. So border also is part of this overall size of it. If I don't use border box, if I use content box, size of the element will increase overall. The content size, let's disable this and see. So the size of the content still remains 600 by 156 and border got added extra. So it'll the overall the element will occupy more space than its size if we add border when we don't have the border box selected as a sizing model. So two sizing models in the browser. One is content box, one is border box. Content box is the default model. So as we add border to the elements, the size of the element will overall increase and it will occupy more space in the browser, in the page, than its original size. So if we use border box, the overall size of the element stays as it is. And if we add border, increase the border size, it will just reduce the space occupied by the content and giving that space to the border. So that's the difference between border box and content box. So let's disable border box for now and reload. So we now have border as 5 pixels, solid black. There is something called font family. Any content, this content by default, if you see the browser's default content styling, the fonts and all will come from the browser. So family name times New Roman. This is the browser default uh, font styling. So if we go to fonts, we have so many different options we can use as fonts, different type of fonts we can use. This styling can be changed for the content with a property called fonts, font family. That font family, I'm going to use Arial, the different fonts. And if you see the difference, I'll just choose this. If I don't choose this, the browser default fonts will come. If I change font family as to Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif, these are three alternative font families. So basically, if Arial is not available in the browser, it will use Helvetica as the font. Otherwise, any generic sans serif, serif, monospace. There are generic fonts called sans serif and serif. Generic font families. Using here, serif, sans serif, monospace, cursive. These are the generic fonts that are available in the browser. Any operating system will have its own generic fonts. If the custom fonts that we selected are not available in the browser, it will use the last generic font. So the styling of the fonts can be changed with font family. So that's about the basics of fonts, border, and background. Let's look into now positioning of the elements is an advanced concept. We will visit that in a later lesson. Now let's see the inline elements versus block elements. Now we have seen this floats and this is a block element, right? Let's see the difference between an inline element and a block element. Let's add something here. I'll have a paragraph. I will add class as first block. I'll add another paragraph. This is second block. I'll add a span element inline and then one more inline. So if you see here, this is a block element, this is a block one I add, block. So these are block elements and these are inline elements. Basically, span is an inline element, paragraph is a block element. As we discussed earlier, block elements will occupy the entire width of the page, whereas inline elements display side by side. If you have two inline elements side by one after the other, it will display side by side. Whereas paragraph elements, which is block elements, will display one after the other in separate form. So we can actually change these properties with CSS, override these properties. These are the default styles for these block elements and inline elements. With the display property, we can actually change that behavior. Let's go add styling for these. Let's use paragraph. Let's to actually show the difference. So we can select paragraph elements, P elements. So if you are, this is CSS selector for generically selecting any P paragraph elements. So for selecting an element which has class, we will use dot notation here. For selecting elements with ID, we will use my element. This way we can use IDs instead of classes for selecting elements based on IDs. If you want to generally select based on the element type, element tag, we can directly use the tag name itself here. So all the elements, paragraph elements will apply, will get these properties in the CSS. Background, I'm going to use light green. Let's see this. All paragraphs in this page are light green background. These two got light background. Now all span elements, I want to apply background yellow. We can actually explicitly specify background color also. It's not necessary. Background, if we use, this is a generic way. If you inspect this, if you expand this background, we can see all the explicit properties that we can give. It has changed only the color property. All these other properties we can override it. So now we have inline elements and block elements. Now let's change the background, the margin of these elements. Let's see what's the behavior of these elements if I change the margin. First, first block for this element, I'll change the margin to first block. This is class selector. I'm going to change margin bottom 0. Basically, it doesn't have any margin now. But still, this is occupying some space. I'll just comment out this and show you the difference. If we highlight this, so if you see the default stylings of this element, computed, so there is a margin of 16 pixels. If we highlight over here, we can see this. If you highlight on this element, you can see there is top and bottom margin. And if you see the second element, there is top and bottom margin. And this element's bottom margin and this element's top margin both are colliding. That is the default behavior of the browser. And we can change the bottom margin of this element with this. Now, as the bottom margin has been removed, these two elements should have been collided, but they did not because this guy is second block is still occupying this space. If you see this, even when we selected margin as 0, I think it's not selected this element. First block. That's the reason. The quotations are not correct. We go back. Now if we inspect this element, the margin bottom is not highlighted. If you select this, only the top margin is getting shown. And if you select the second element, it has both top and bottom margins, which is 1 EM. We will discuss about EMs and REMs in a later lesson. For now, these are the default measurements for the top and bottom margins. So for the second element, I'm going to remove the top margin so that these things don't have any gap in between. Second block, margin top, I'm going to use 0. Now if you see, the top margin has been removed for the second element and the bottom margin still remains. And now, so these are block elements. We can actually change these block elements to display like side by side. If you change the display property of these elements, P elements, let's go to P elements and enter. If we specify display as inline, they will show line within the same line, one after the other. Similarly, these inline elements can also be changed, the behavior of them. Display as block, if I specify, they will act like block elements. They will occupy the entire space width of the browser. So this is how we change the block element behavior and inline element behavior with the display property. And we have advanced capabilities like grid and flexbox, which we will discuss in a later lesson. And now what about text? So within the division elements, we can actually change the behavior of text. Let's use that, see that behavior now. Let's create a section. This is useful for editing content and something like a newsletter kind of approach. This is inline element. How do we change the alignment of text? These all things will be useful in editing content further. We have a section which has paragraph. Let's remove this background, or can keep the background. No problem. So this time we are going to manipulate text behavior. So for header element, I want to center align this header element. Main heading, I want to make it at the center. Let's choose H1, which is here. And this time I want to align text. Align center. This will align the text to the center. So what about the spacing between these? We can manipulate with letter spacing. Let's say I'll give 2 pixels, that will be too wide. So for each letter, there will be 2 pixels of gap in between. That is still okay. And for this inline element, I'll change the background to yellow, which I think we already have here. And these paragraphs, I will change the font size and line height. Line height actually specifies the height of each line. The gap between these two lines, we can increase. If I go to the paragraph element, I can actually change the behavior, font size. I'll change it to 20 pixels, which will be by default. The font size will be 16 pixels. Now the size has been increased to 20 pixels. Now I want to change line height, the gap between the two lines, as 16 pixels. This will reduce the gap. Usually there will be a gap of 1 EM, which is 16 pixels in between these. I've reduced the line height to 16 pixels, that's why it is colliding. If I increase this to 36, let's see what happens. So it is very much spaced. This is how we can manipulate text behavior. And similarly, we can have alignment of text within the parent element. Let's say in this section, I want to have all the text aligned to the center, left, or start, or end. We can do. So let's use that behavior. For section elements, I'm going to align all text to center. All paragraph text, everything will center align. If you see here, the paragraph is now central. So usually the paragraph will align to the left. They'll start from the left, go to the right. And this time, as the parent element text align property has been set to center, all the text within this, even this inline elements, will align to the center. Similarly, if I do center, instead of center, if I do left, text align left, all items will align to the left. So there is something called align start. Something similar. There are other properties. Text align start. You can see all this center, end, justify, left, right, start. All this is all different options for text alignments. I'm going to use justify now. It will evenly space the elements to fit the entire width of the parent element. And there is one more thing that we can do, text manipulation. We can actually change the text transform. For text transform, we can use uppercase or lowercase or capitalize. So let's try uppercase. It will change all the text within that element as uppercase. Similarly, lowercase, all elements, all text will be changed to lowercase, no matter which case we have used in the text itself. And similarly, capitalize will capitalize each letter of the first, each of the words, first letters it will capitalize. So these are different text transformation properties. So I'll just come like this. That's about text manipulation. And there is something called positioning elements. So these elements can be specifically positioned on the page, left, right, or which x direction, x coordinate, y coordinates we can specify. That's a bit advanced. We'll visit that in the next class. And there is something called flexbox. We can see here, flexbox. This is very useful, flexbox and grid. These are mostly used in the modern web development. These are very powerful. And instead of using floats, we should always be using flexbox or grid for laying out elements. So we'll visit this also in the next class. And the selectors, we already have seen different types of selectors. Just by revisiting, we can select an element by element ID with a hash symbol in before. And this is a way of selecting children of a parent element. These are different ways of selecting specific selected items. So if I use the selectors, we will go into advanced selectors in a later lesson. If I choose like this instead of space, if I use greater than symbol, that actually means the image tag should be an immediate child of this container. It should not be a descendant of this container. It should just be the immediate child of the container. Let's say in this, let's say another division is there. I put this in another division. So this parent child, this descendant selector will select this image. But whereas this selector does not select this image tag because it's not an immediate child of this container. It's a child of another child. This is a grandchild of this, but not an immediate child of this. So these are two different ways to select elements. There are pseudo selectors and more advanced selectors, which we will discuss later. I think for now, so this knowing this immediate select descendant versus uh, descendant is good enough. Let's comment out this. So we'll go into CSS selectors in a later lesson. And just to demonstrate, let's have one element here. Let's put it back. Here I'm going to have one section. class container. We have a paragraph. Inside this, I'm going to have a link. And I'll have another link here as a direct child of this container. A is not a direct child of container. This A is going to be a direct child of this container. Outside. That's the link. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now we have one A element which is not a direct child, and one A element which is a direct child, and we will have another element here which doesn't have any relationship with the parent. It's a element on its own. Link outside of section. So let's see how these selectors work in this context. We go to layers. So we have the container and then a link inside that, and this is outside the. This is a direct chain, and this is not a direct chain. This link, and this is outside of section. Outside of section. Okay. Now let's select each of these specific items. With just a selection. If I select A, which is A element, color as black. This gets applied to all the anchor elements. This element, this element, this element, all three got selected. If I just use section and then A, this will select all the descendant elements of section, descendant A elements of section, anchor elements of section. Color, I'm going to use green. So all the descendants of this section as used, whether it is a direct child or this is a direct child, whether it is a direct child or a descendant inside parent. So all descendants got selected. It need not be immediate child of section. Now, if I do section and then A, this actually means from right to left, we should count A anchor elements which are inside paragraph elements which are actually inside section element. So all three conditions should meet. All anchor elements which are in paragraph elements, those paragraph elements should actually be in section elements. Only those anchor elements get selected. Color, I'm going to use pink. That's only this element satisfies all those three conditions. This is inside a paragraph. This paragraph is inside this section. And this does not satisfy that condition. If I have to select only this, I can use something like section or container I'm going to use. Within container, which is the class here, immediate child should be selected. Immediate child, this one. Immediate child, if it is A, I can actually give the gap here. We should actually give the gap. So we should use color orange. Only the immediate children will get selected here. Only this thing satisfies that criteria. So that's the difference between a descendant and immediate child. That's about CSS selectors in overall view, but it's not in depth. There are pseudo selectors and more advanced selectors, but this thing will give us our uh, basic understanding, and we can proceed with our next steps. And what's next? I've discussed content box and border types. Let's discuss that one more time so that it's clear. I'll have a division class box one. So box two, box two. We compare these two. One we will change it to border box, and one we will change it to content box, and we can see the difference within the browser itself. We have this box one, box two. Let's change the size and width of this. Box one, I'm going to change the box the divisions. I'm going to have backgrounds divisions. So okay, there is one more thing I want to discuss here. So all, if I want to select all divisions which have class as box, let's see, I have box. I'll have box here also. Whether it is box one or box two, you can have multiple classes subdivisions. This is actually a box and box one, box and box two. If I want to select an element which has all the classes or more than one condition, all the division elements which have a class of box. Even though a section has a class of box, I don't want to select that. So that I will demonstrate here. So if I have division and I want to have this division to have the box class, I can select it like this. So this does not select the section element, even though it has box class in it. If I just use dot box, it will select both these two divisions as well as the section element. Just to demonstrate, I'll just throw background color. So all these these two divisions, let's say I'll just select red to show the text also. So this box, this is a section, this also got selected, and these two boxes also got selected. I don't want this section to be selected, so I can use division without any gap if I do. So this condition has to satisfy both conditions. It has to be a division element and it has to have the box class for it. So now it has selected these two boxes, these two divisions, which have the box class. And now I'm going to use width and height for these. Width as 200 pixels, 4 boxes. Height as 200 pixels, or I'll use 100 pixels for now. Margin, I'll use 20 pixels. So now we have two boxes, width is 200, height is 100. And this time, I'm going to choose for box 1, I'm going to use border box, content box, and this the box 2, I'm going to use border box. Now I can actually select box 1 because like this, because only one element is there with that class. The box sizing, I'll use content box. This is the default box sizing model for any block elements. The browser default is content box. So even if we don't change this, that will stay as content box. So I'm explicitly specifying that just to demonstrate. And for box 2, box sizing as border box. But initially you won't see any difference. These two have both same sizes. We go to computers. So width is 200, height is 100, 20, 20, 20. Margin, this is the same thing for this 200, 100, 20, 20. So these two boxes are all same size now. There is no difference because we haven't added any border to it or padding to it. The only problem comes when we add border and padding to it. Let's go. So now box 1 is content uh, box and this is border box. Now let's add padding to these boxes. Padding 20 pixels. If you see overall, the size of this thing got changed. Let's inspect. And this, if you see here, 200, 100, the size of the content did not change for content box. And padding got added extra. So that means 100 plus 20, 220 is the width of this. If you see highlight here, if you see the highlighted elements here, the padding has been highlighted here. So this is the border. It's up to here and padding got added extra. We select this. This is the actual width of the element. If you go to this box, so padding got reduced from the total width of the element. So if you see this has 200. Earlier it was 200 for this also. As we have added padding, so the left side 20, right side 20 pixels, it got reduced from the width of the element, content of the element. So now the new width has become 160 and padding got added extra. That's one difference of content box and border box. So if we want to have our layout fixed and the width and height of the element should not change, whatever the border we add or padding we add, the size of it should not change, means we should always use border box rather than content box. If you use content box, if we change the alignment, padding, border, all these properties, the alignment of these layout will get disturbed. So it's better to use border box when we are laying out items in a well laid out fashion. And let's add border also now. Padding is affecting the width and border, I'm going to add 10 pixels solid black. Now, if we see this, width of it did not change. The overall size of the element got changed from 200 plus 20, 20, 40, 240 plus 10, 10, 20, 260. So overall width has become 260 pixels. Whereas for this, it has further reduced the size of the content, adding the border also as part of the content width itself. 140 plus 40, 180 plus 20, 200. Overall size of it, border box means including the border, this is the overall size of the element. Content box means excluding the border and padding, this is the size of the element. So that's the difference between border box and content box. And we need to look into Flexbox and Grid that we will see tomorrow. And for today, that's all for today. So in today's lesson, we will cover font sizes, font varieties, font manipulation, and we have also seen in our previous classes the box model and content box and border box. In today's lesson, we will look into Flexbox and Grid also. So before covering that, we will just cover one small aspect of design, like fonts. So we have default fonts. If you inspect this body, so any text with a paragraph, there will be a font defined. So these are all default fonts, say computer fonts. By default, the browser takes system fonts and uses it in rendering the content like this. So if you see here, rendered fonts as font family times 0 because I'm using Windows. The default font family is times 0. So you can actually explicitly specify what fonts you want to use. So let's do something here and change the fonts to our custom fonts. So basically, if you want to have custom fonts, you can actually search for Google Fonts. You can use any type of fonts. These are freely available fonts. So you can use any type of font. So if you browse through this, and if I want to use this font, you need to go to get embed code. You can use this, and in your CSS, you have to declare it like this. So any content which is in this class HTML will have this fonts. Let's try using this in our, let's say I will create a division that has class name, class as something like this. You can use any class name, but I'm going to use this. And here I'm going to define a paragraph and create some dummy text here. And then add one more. Another paragraph. So if I see here, the fonts are default fonts. So because I haven't applied the fonts yet. So in order to use this font family, we need to actually embed this code in our head section. So for this class, I'm going to define in my style.css this specific. I'll explain each of these properties in here. So if I go to the browser and see these two paragraphs are in this style. The remaining paragraphs are all in default font. Inspect here. So we can see the font family, font weight, and font style. Let's do a quick background on this font family. So font family, actually, in font family, we can specify multiple fonts the first font and second font, third font, and so on. The first font will be taking priority. If this font is not found in the browser, in the operating system, it will use the second font. If not, so this is a default styling for system fonts. System UI, if I use, it will use the system's default fonts, which is Times New Roman. Let's say, for example, this underdog is not defined. Let's just comment out this portion where we are including the styles, the fonts in the head. If the font is not found, it defaults back to the system fonts if this font family is not defined. Let's say I will use in here, if not underdog, I'll use sans serif or serif. So there is a difference here. Sans serif and serif are the default generic font types which are defined in all browsers. And if I use monospace, it will show like this. So usually monospace is used for code. So if I'm defining some kind of code, formatted code, I would use monospace fonts. And serif is normal text, and sans serif is undecorated text. Serif is kind of a decorated text. If you see, just redefine it to serif. So these are undecorated text. If I use sans serif, this is decorated text. So but it looks, the looks wise, it looks same. In some systems, you will see the certain differences. So by default, we use the first font family, which is defined in this. Is the font family. If that is not available, use sans serif. Otherwise, use system UI. System UI means the default fonts of the system. So we can define any number of font families here. If one is not available, it will alternate to the second and so on. And let's see what is there in this particular font. So if I define it as a font, I'll see what's available here. I go to the specific URL. You can see the fonts defined. So this is actually a definition of font in CSS. This is a CSS file. So basically, we can have our own fonts defined if we have the font files. These are called font files. Web fonts. These are web fonts. So font family, we are defining it like this. Font face is the keyword for defining the specific font. In font family, whatever we declare it here is what we will be using in the style definition for font family. So this font, whenever we use this font family, it is going to use the fonts that are coming from this web fonts. I go open this web fonts. So this is the format for fonts. So there are formats like TTF, SVG formats, all that is available. So W of T is a web font. So all the symbols are defined in this web fonts. So how each of these letters should look like is all defined in that. How to create your own custom fonts and all is can be discussed later in font creation tutorial. For now, we can use any font from the Google Fonts, or if you have font files available, custom created fonts, you can use create these fonts within your CSS. So if not this, I can just copy paste this in my CSS without including this entire thing. Include this entire thing and define the fonts here. This. So I'm defining font here. Now even though I haven't added the post headers links, yes, now it can display these fonts because our CSS will download these fonts into the browser and it enters it. If you go to the network tab, you can see this fonts being downloaded. So this is the fonts that it is downloading. WRT. So this is how we use custom fonts. And the next thing is font size and font weight. If you see here, font weight is the font weight. If I use the thickness of the font, if you can see here, the bolding, how much bold it should look like, it's all defined with font weight. If I give 700, let's see, it gives a bolder look. It can extend till 900, even more bolder, and it can go to the lighter, like in 400. Same. So it will approximate, if the font weight is not defined in the font, it will approximate to the nearest font weight. So while designing the fonts, we would have a specific set of font weights. So this has regular font weight as 400. So I can also include other font weights. I can use you can basically experiment with this and try to increase the font weight. This has one style. This font only has one style. We can have multiple styles for fonts. Let's try this. We have we can experiment. We have different font sizes here. Basically, these two fonts have same font sizes. You can have, like if you browse through this, you will have more fonts which you can customize. So it's not a tutorial about fonts. So just the basic idea of using different fonts, and font weight specifies the weight of the fonts. Based on the weight, we will have the thicker or thinner text. So font style, we have normal and italic. Italic is tilted fonts. Bold is bold fonts. So you can use a thicker version of the font. Even if I define 400 as the font weight, if the bold is defined, it will use a bolder text. But this font does not support. Bold is not oblique. Italic. Yeah, only these font types are available. So the boldness, we can use the font weight itself for boldness. So that's about fonts. And we have, this is font styling. The font, there is something called font size also. We can define what size this should be. I'll just use font size to 26 pixels. By default, it is 16 pixels or whatever is this does not support size changes. Let's use this class. So this class, how do I define this box.container? This like this. If a specific HTML element has both these classes, then only this rule applies. Basically, we have seen child, immediate child, and descendant selectors. This is one more selector which allows us to select by multiple classes. If a specific element has multiple classes, we can use like this. We can add any number per class, something like this. So if the element has both these classes, then only these styles get applied. So for this, I'm going to use, let's select this. Let's try it out here before doing code changes. So currently the font size is 20 pixels. Let's use this section. Let's increase the font size to 5 pixels. And pixels is one kind of measurement. And if I use one rem, we use the normal root element size. The root element size is dependent on the font size that is defined within the operating system or within the browser. So if you specify font size as 16 for the root element, which is 16 pixels, one rem will have equivalent to 16 pixels. And we can have one EM, which is also another kind of measurement. So one EM represents the measurement of the parent element. So one rem represents the measurement of the root element, which is HTML element. And one EM represents the size of the parent element where the element contains. So if this is one rem, and this depends on the parent of it. So what's the size of this? What's the font size defined in this? Based on that, it will uh, change the EM value. So that's three ways to define font size. So we can define font size here with hundred pixels, but this is overriding it. Disable this. It's limited by the line height. Let's define it within this paragraph. Let's define it as font size 100 pixels. It's defined as 100 pixels. It's overriding this. Let's just say I don't want, if anybody changes this styling in the future, I don't want anybody to change the styling. I can actually define that as important. So here we have declared as font size player. This property, if I want to make sure that nobody changes this and all of the priority should be given to this, in that case, I have to define it as important, which means even if anybody changes this font size in the future for this P element, it won't get up. And this will take preference over all the other property, over all the other declarations that are done. If I go back, now it's back to 20 pixels. Even though we have defined the latest value here at the end, it's not taking that value. That's because we have declared it as important. So that's one thing to note. So that's about font size. So let's go here. Just need to cover one small aspect of it. So if you see here, border color we have seen. Let's see one more property called border radius. Let's say 5 pixels. If you see here, if I define that, and this has a rounded corner now, I just increase it to 15, even more rounded. So this kind of stylings we can apply for borders. So that's about the border radius. Let's see font weight. So the bolder text actually we can define it with font weight itself. So font weight, if I use a 700, 600, it's bolder, right? The same effect can be achieved with font weight as bold. There is another property called bold, bolder. It increases the thickness. These are the shortcuts for increasing the font weight. We can specifically increase it to a specific value, like 700. From 200 to 700, we can define font. So this takes effect only if the font has the supported values. If the font does not have the supported font weight value, it will approximate to the nearest available font weight, and it will render that font size, size and weight. So that's about fonts. And one thing we should cover now is the positioning of elements. Now we have seen left to right, top to bottom positioning. We can actually position elements anywhere in the web page. That's position property. So by default, position is relative. So if the box is placed, if you see here, if you go to the computer properties, the position we can see. But it's not showing here. The default positioning for any element is relative. So based on the previous elements, if there is an element like this, paragraph element, a block element, this box gets placed after that element, so which is relative to the previous element. If there is no other previous elements, it will go to the top of the web page. But basically, we can actually position this box no matter what the previous content is. We can actually position to a specific location, let's say around here. That's possible, but it's really. So let's define something for positioning here. Let's demonstrate the positioning. We create a division. It's with class wrapper. We create another division. with class as parent. We will have three boxes here. Let's define this as class box. Define it as relative position, which is the default one. Relative position box. One more box, which is called absolute positioning. One more with fixed positioning. There are other positioning properties which we can use. And let's see this station. So now we have three boxes. Let's see, change the positioning of these boxes. Let's define position as relative, which is the default, or I'll just use the box size. I'll change the box size so that we keep it. Change the box size to in wrapper class with new parent. The box should have width as 60 pixels. Height as 50 pixels. Padding 10 pixels. We'll define this wrapper size also. So define it as 500 pixels. Margin top and bottom 0, and left and right automatic. Just centered. And define padding as 20 pixels. These are random. You can use any number of any value for this. So I'll define border surface. Context solid black. So this is the border surface. So this one is currently relative, and this all elements have relative property, relative position as of now, but we are about to change them. Let's take this class. So this box relative will change to if we change the position relative. Basically, this doesn't affect anything. So this position, if I put it in the wrapper, let's see what happens. So by default, all the positioning is changed. So what we see in the box is by default in the web page is relative position. Let's now change this parent to relative position. This parent.
We have wrapper and this position. It affects nothing. So now it's the real challenge. Let's make this absolute. Now we will change the absolute box position to absolute position, absolute. But to demonstrate this part, we have to actually do something. And let's complete this position attributes, and then we will see the. So as soon as we change the fixed value, it has actually changed something in the process. We will see how this gets affected. So let's go back there, wrapper, and let's add one more element to demonstrate actually to see the differences. We need to have more elements around it. Let's define another box. There is something called sticky positioning, which I'm going to explain in a bit. I'll define paragraph here. So three paragraphs are defined. So it's all within the same content box, which is the wrapper. This is the same wrapper content, and all the boxes are in here. If you see, this is a fixed container, fixed positioning element. I just remove this fixed positioning. It sticks to where it was. If the relative positioning is defined, so all the things will stay static. And this is what it will give us. If I change this to fixed positioning and element to fixed positioning, that box, wherever initially it got placed, that position will not change whatever you do on the web page. If you scroll up, scroll down, or scroll up, that position will not change. So fixed means from the top and left, this is the fixed positioning for this element. The initial placement will take effect no matter what you do interaction. So that fixed box will stay where it was placed initially. So no matter what you do. And now let's create another wrapper. Second wrapper, create another paragraph. Let's create 5 paragraphs here. So we have two elements. The second wrapper is, if you see here, wrapper positioning is relative. Let's just say parent position is also relative, but this time the relative boxes top and left I'm going to customize. Top, I'm going to into pixels.
Yes. The top elements, top property will give the offset from the top. So if I just change this, let's make this to the bottom. Top positioning 20 pixels. If I reduce, it go upwards. But from the top, it's going to use 20 pixels. So not from the browser top, only from the parent elements top. Because the positioning is relative. So if the positioning is relative, it will take effect from the previous element, its parent element. So based on its parent element, it will define the top and left. Let's say if I put 0 pixels top, so 20 pixels, 0 pixels, if I say that only takes the padding. So if, because I have 10 pixels padding for the wrapper, the size is starting from here, the position is starting from here. I remove this. This is actually a box. I'll go to the wrapper. Wrapper's padding is defined as 20 pixels. I remove this padding, all the elements get shifted. So now let's go to the little box. The top is I do 10 pixels. It will shift from the top. I can position wherever I want within the element. So that takes effect from the parent element, not from the browser. Absolute positioning different works in a different fashion. Let's try adding relative positioning as 20 pixels. And let's add the squarity. I'm going to use top 20 pixels. Bottom offset, I'll put it 20 pixels. I will try to later on. The relative box 20 pixels, bottom 20 pixels. So bottom offset is also 20 pixels. Twenty pixels, right? 20 pixels. What's the offset from the right is what it defines. Basically, if the alignment is from left to right, we take only the left offset. Right offset will not be counted, even if we change it. For the absolute box, let's do the same thing. Position absolute. Let's try top. Let's try right. 25% values. Bottom 5%. Let's increase the size and see. Open. Let's take the absolute box. It's not absolutely. Oh, there was a spelling error. Let's find the absolute boxes property. I cancel. Let's remove all the other boxes. So we will see one thing at a time. Let's remove this. Relative we have seen. And let's see absolute box. So absolute boxes properties we will change it. Let's see what this happens. Let's change it all back to I. Let's remove all this. Start there. Which makes this to position box. So position box, I want to change the size of it. It has 60. Model looks solid. Let's use background. Let's define this parent wrapper. And jacket. Define a parent. So within these three, there is one more parent. This one. If you remove this, this is the parent. Now, change relative. This color of this box. So, like this box. Then we'll change the fixed box background.
Like, we define the sticky also. So sticky box is outside the wrapper. We have paragraphs also within the same wrapper. So our entire wrapper is from top to bottom. The wrapper pieces and this one I remove. We have only one wrapper here. This total wrapper top to bottom is this thing here, this one. This one is our parent wrapper. So within the parent wrapper, we have three boxes. With one is relative, absolute, fixed. And outside of this wrapper, we have sticky. We have three paragraphs here. But we haven't defined these boxes to absolute yet. So let's define this relative box positioning. We'll put relative. It doesn't change anything. And position of this, let's change it to absolute. Did something. And the box of it, box size actually got reduced. If you see here, the absolute box, the next box, which was in the relative position, actually moved it upwards. If I go change the position to, let's say, left offset, I'll just increase to 10 pixels. Or just change the back transparency. Set 0. Basically, if we increase the size of this box, absolute box, it should be something like 80. You can see here the previous boxes. It is a reduce size. Just reduce size. Okay. If you see, as soon as we change the positioning to absolute, actually the next box actually came up. If I remove this, so the absolute box was here. Now, as soon as this box positioning got changed from relative to absolute, that did not occupy any space. The next box did not respect the relative position. So as long as this box is concerned, the relative position only applies only from this relative box. So whichever box is absolute, whichever element is absolute, that won't occupy space in the normal flow of the web page. So as soon as we changed it to absolute, that actually became an absolute element that is nowhere related to the web page alignments. So this absolute positioning will help us place these elements in a specific way, no matter what the surrounding elements are. We will define that. We will deep into that more. Let's first comment out this part. And this fixed box, let's change the positioning to fixed. The position I'll change to fixed. Okay, fixed we already saw. So if we scroll down also, the position will stay as it is. If I enable back this element available,
So absolute was there, and the other sticky element also was coming. Fixed box is staying where it is upon scrolling. Now let's change the sticky box. Background. Let's comment out these portions before I change anything. So as soon as I change this position to sticky, but certainly there is no difference. Both fixed and sticky are staying the same way. But if I scroll, the sticky is not defined. Definition sticky, that's but it could actually the behavior from relative fixed position. We'll take out this in a bit. We'll visit the sticky part later. Now let's change the width and heights of these. Basically, I forgot to add some positioning for this. Position relative, parent element also we will add position relative. Define sticky, fixed. And this box, relative box, let's change the top to 20 pixels, bottom 20 pixels. Height to 20 pixels. Left as 20 pixels. The positioning of this element starts from here, the parent. All four sides, 20 pixels. We have defined as offset. Because right side offset is we can't see uh, there is no element to the right of it. We can't see the offset as 20 pixels. For absolute, we will change the position. It actually moved upwards. Let's change the properties, then we will offset it and it will be right 25% will change, which will offset it to the right. So because we haven't defined any left property, it's respecting the right property. And from the bottom, we will position it at 5%. So absolute positioning has relation with the parent element from where it is defined. Whereas fixed positioning will do it from the overall web page. You will see that difference. Absolute position, we have defined right as 25% and bottom as 5%. For fixed position, we'll change this top 0. Fixed one actually got to the top of the web page. It does not respect the parent element. The fixed position took from the overall web page instead of from the parent element. fixed position. I'll put right also as 0. So we'll move it to the right. So this is what fixed and absolute is. Absolute takes care of the parent element with respect to the parent element. What's the offset? It will take care. Whereas fixed elements will take from the overall web page. So absolute elements will move along with the parents, and fixed elements will stay in the web page no matter what you do in the web page. And there is something called sticky, which I think this browser is not supporting. This positioning is similar to fixed positioning. This was a recent addition to the web page. I think it can define a 10 pixels offset from the top and see what is this to. Okay, I think that was because we haven't defined it all. So let's now scroll and see the sticky bits. Yeah. So in order for sticky to work, we have to define a top or left. So we are trying to position that. Let's put left as 50 pixels. Stays there. Okay. So top we define as 30 pixels. So on scroll, it will stay 30 pixels from the top onwards. Sticky is a similar thing, but it is trying to respect only till parent element. As soon as the parent element is out of focus, it's gone. So sticky is a thing, a variant of fixed. Fixed will stay for the entire page duration, whereas sticky will stay for only for that parent element's duration. So this parent element within that, as long as we are within that parent element, it stays in that position from left and down. Out of focus, it goes away. So that's the difference between fixed and sticky. So relative will stay with the normal flow of the elements. And absolute will respect the absolute positioning from its parent. Fixed will get fixed from the total web pages content based on the positioning that is added to the fixed element. Sticky bit is a variant of fixed, just the difference is it respects the parent element's work area. If the parent element is going out of focus, that will go away. So that's positioning. Now we'll look into flex box. Let's add this also and see what's system. Second wrapper, it's not in the sticky, is not in this parent. That's why we go on. But fixed will stay. Fixed box will stay. Now, two more things we need to discuss. One is flex box and one is grid. Let's try grid of flex box. Let's create an unordered list. One, three. We have three elements here. Let's define this, then height of this. And the pixels. height as 250 pixels, background will change. Change the list styling. Mm, and let's do padding 0, margin also 0, border independence, pixels, all correct. Now this positioning, the flex box, we will make this as flex box. Let's define UI list elements also. Sorry, UI list. Background border will define as 4 pixels on. These are the borders. Adding pixels, margins. Now we will change the UL display to flexbox. See what happens. Even though those by default, flexbox has a full ordering. Let's change one property here. Justify content. We have possible values. Flex start. It will be clear if we demonstrate. So we can change actually flex start is the starting of the flex box. Let's say flex start. Let's start from the left side. All ordering flex direction is row. So Flexbox will allow us to align items in a well laid out fashion, in a flow-wise fashion, from left to right or from top to bottom. We can change the flex direction to column. Let's just change the flex direction before doing anything. So I'll change flex direction to column. It will arrange the items in the column. If I change it to row, it will arrange items in a row. Default is flex direction is row, so we'll leave that for now. And justify content will allow us to align items to the left or right or middle or evenly spaced. So these are the values that we can give for justify content. Flex start means to the start as indicated here. Flex end is to the end. I change to the end. I'll just import this. So if I change to flex end, it will align to the end. So suppose if I change this back to flex start, if I change just flex direction column, goes from the top, flex end, I do, goes from the bottom. So based on the flex direction, it takes justify content. Let's just change this back to column, flex direction column. And now justify content. to the right. Doesn't affect because it is a column. If I change the direction to row, this gets affected to the right. Based on the flex direction, whether you can use flex start or flex end. Flex start, if I use it with the row direction, it will go into the left. Flex end, if I use, it will go to the right. When the flex direction is column, flex start will go to the top and flex end will go to the bottom. So that's the difference. Left, normal, right, space around, space between, space within. These three are like this. Let's change back to ordering direction. Justify content, space around. So it evenly distributes the space around these items. So that it has this item for all, it will use the same amount of space like this. Let's say I'll highlight this. So this space occupied by all these items will stay as they are. Space between so space around is give space around these items. If I say evenly, space evenly, so it sees the gap between each of these items is constant. Space between, if I do, so between these elements, the remaining space will get occupied. So that's the idea of justify content. Whereas we'll use another property called align items, which takes in these values. Align items to the center. It will align vertically to the center. There is one more thing in the case. Justify content center, if I do, all elements will go to the center of it. And let's do align items. Title center, it will align to the center of it, center of the entire content flex container. I now change it back to flex start. Flex start means if it is a flex direction is row, flex start actually represents the top in the align items section. Whereas in justify content section, if it is row, there are two axes in the justify flex box. So in a flex direction row, the horizontal row will be the main axis, row will be the main axis, and vertical axis will be the opposite one. Similarly, in a column flex direction, the main axis will be the column and the horizontal axis will be the opposite. Based on flex direction, justify the meaning of justify content and align items changes. So in a row direction, justify content will align items horizontally, whereas in column direction, justify content will align items vertically. So align items will be the opposite of justify content. If I want to align items vertically in a flex direction flow element, I need to use align items. Flex start will align them to the top, flex in will align them to the bottom, center will align them to the center. And the remaining properties like stretch, pivot, baseline will stick to the baseline on the top. So I'll align it to the center. Now let's change these properties in the CSS. Display as flex. I'm changing justify content to start. Justify content will flex end. I'm thinking about this again. Justify content center. So whichever is the latest property defined, that will take effect. Uh, take override from the previous ones. If I define the same property multiple times, the next one will take effect. Justify content space between these items will change. Like content space around will change it to the space around. Space evenly distribute the space evenly. And then line items. There is one property called stretch. It will stretch the entire body of the element to the full height of the text box. I just use align items center. Stretch is the default property, default value for the align items. If we don't explicitly define align items, it will stretch all the elements to the full height of the flex box. If I mention center, it will only size them to the center. Align items. Flex start means to the top. In the direction, if the direction is row. So flex direction has not been modified in our CSS yet. We'll do it at the end. Align items. Flex end. It will stick to the bottom. And now let's comment out all these things and define one property, flex direction. So this was the default, whatever we can discuss based on the assumption that flex direction is row. Now we will change this to column. Now the flex direction is changed to column and items are aligned vertically. So now justify content flex star. Just comment out each of these and comment on flex direction column. It starts from flex start. Justify content from the start. End to the end. Justify content center means vertically to the center. Space around vertically. Space between vertically. Space between means space between these elements vertically. Space around is again same, just in the vertical direction. Space content space evenly distributes the space. Stretch, it will stretch horizontally. By default, align items are stretch. Now align items to the center and it will occupy only the width of the element horizontally. This one here, only till the width it has expanded. It didn't stretch. Now align items to the start. P. So the difference between align items and justify content is the direction. If the flex direction is row, justify content will take care of the horizontal alignment. If the flex direction is column, it will take care of the vertical alignment around across the main axis. And align items will take effect on the opposite axis. So flex end, align items flex end means to the end of the flex direction. Okay, the vertical direction. Flex end will align to the right, whereas flex direction defines the axis. So this is about flex box, and there is something called flex grow also. Let's discuss that. Let's do flex container. Define the flex container, and I'll define element flex item 1, 3, 4. Within this, I'll have one more. Fifth element will have, let's say, longer text. Okay, now this is actually the flex container. We haven't defined the border. That's right. Let's define the borders. I'll take this flex container class and define the border. Background. Let's do border view. Border, I'll change that to 5 pixels solid darker. And for flex items, I'll use background border 4 pixels solid white. Let's do adding as pixels. Okay, now we have this flex container, which is along the column, but actually we need it in the row. Flex container. We haven't defined the flex box property yet on this one. Let's define it as flex box as display property. Now this occupies the space like this, and these elements have lesser width and this has higher width. Let's define something called flex wrap, which will wrap elements. If they don't fit in the same row, it will wrap to the next row. And this actually has moved this fifth block to the next item because it didn't squeeze. The overall size of it did not expand. So earlier, when we did not define wrap, it actually squeezed this element into the same depth, reducing the size of the other elements. And if I wrap it, it will wrap to the next item, next row. So now, for these flex items, how do I define the size of it? How to which one to squeeze and which one to expand? That we can use it with flex grow property, which I should see in this. So for the flex items, I'm going to define, let's define flex direction. Column stays as it is. So for the flex items, we'll define the sizing. Flex grow. This defines how to expand the size of the elements, how to reduce the size of the elements. I'll just change the size to 0, 1, and odd, which means the first element will not grow and second element will grow proportionally, and the remaining elements will automatically get the sizing based on the remaining space of the flex box. Let's come out this point and see how this looks. Okay, this is the normal flow. Flex wrap. I don't do this. First elements, no matter what, it won't grow. If I reduce the size also, I add, remove these elements. Let's remove these elements. So now we have defined flex grow as 0 and 1. So this never increases and this size increases based on the available space. Let's change the flex properties. Flex alignment justify contains space between. Let's add this in. Let's see what happens. And let's add this item. The squeezing happened for this element. Let's say I don't want this box to get squeezed. I can define with a custom property. Item 4, I'll just use it. For item 4, I want to let's go as twice the size. Let's shrink elements. So if I do flex shrink and flex grow and flex shrink are two properties which allows us to control how the sizing gets controlled in the boxes. So basically what we defined here is in the flex grow property. Actually this is wrong. We should use flex itself. The first one will define the grow property and second one will define the shrink property and rest. Okay, this is flex initial, flex grow, and flex shrink. So automatic means automatically it will shrink, and one means equal proportion it will increase the size. Flex grow based on the size of the containers, it will grow. So flex shrink I defined for 4 as 0, which means it does not reduce the size of it no matter how many elements you add. So let's remove this element and see how this looks. Even though we add one more, we add one more, and the size of it did not reduce like this, even though it is overflowing out of this current block. flex box, the size of it did not reduce because we defined the shrink as 0. Let's define the shrink as 1. That means evenly shrink based on the new elements, based on the initial size, you can shrink it evenly for all the elements. So this is the flex shrink property, and let's define flex grow property. Let's say I have space increased, flex grow, I can define it as twice the overall element size. Now I'll just reduce the elements list. It will occupy the twice the space of what it initially has. So flex grow twice means the initial size of it is something. Flex grow 1 means initial size of it. Flex connect, actually there is one thing called flex spaces. This item. So the flex box property, we can define basis, what's the initial size of it will occupy, and flex grow property, how much it has to grow, and flex shrink, how much it has to reduce. Yeah, flex grow, shrink, and basis. Sorry, okay, the order is wrong. So flex grow is defines how much it should grow, and flex shrink defines how much it should reduce based on addition of new elements. Flex basis will be the default sizing of the element. It's based on the size of the element. So all the other items have flex growth as 0. Let's define all of them to 1, which means flex grow and flex shrink and automatic sizing is defined for all these elements. So all these elements will get equal sizing based on the number of elements that is placed in it. And flex shrink is 1, which means it will squeeze all the elements equally based on the size of the elements. Let's add this and it will squeeze all the elements equally to fit in the new content that comes in. Let's say if I define one element to not grow, let's go as 1 and flex shrink as 0. If I add elements, it will not shrink. This will not get shrunk. All the other elements get shrunk and this also gets shrunk. In flex grow, if I remove elements, space evenly gets distributed and this also grows evenly based on its size. So let's say I will change this item to not grow at all when we change the size. Item 2 will change to next grow as 0, which means no matter the size of the container, this size will not grow from the initial size that it got. So dynamically changing the elements, adding new elements will not change, will not increase the size of this. Even if we remove element 4, the remaining elements will grow evenly, but Item 2 will not go because we have defined growth as 0. So that's about flexbox, flexgrow, flexshrink. So this is a shortcut for flexgrow, flexshrink, and initial basis form. So that's about flexbox. So the same thing, we can specify all these properties in one line: flexgrow, shrink, and initial basis. That's the initial size. Similarly, we have grid containers. This is one way of laying out items. There is something more advanced called grid containers. We create at last. I think with this, we will be done with the CSS. Let's cover this and complete it. The grids are done, basics of CSS will be completed. And you can start your things. We will have a class for this, which has grid item. Two, let's define the grid contains properties. So border I'll define it as a pixel solid black and this grid container. Grid items straight borders, the pixel solid range. So grid straight value. Now, so this is by default, it's a relative box, border box. Let's change this grid containers as a grid box, display as grid, display grid. It is by default it's a box. Now it's changed to grid, but we haven't defined any properties on this. Now we will define the columns. In grid, the advantage is we can actually define how many rows we can have, how many columns we can have. So for that, we have to define grid template columns, which gives us flexibility to define multiple columns. Let's say I want to have columns like 10 pixels first column. I'll leave it for now. It only has one column. And let's say another item I'll add 10 pixels, second column. And I'll give it as 20 pixels right now. So these columns actually define number of columns that are there. So it's not the boxes that are defined, it's the number of column lines within that. If I have 10 pixels as one, so it will define the number of columns, the gap from the left or previous column to the current column. So the column means this particular column, not the boxes that are defined. So 10 pixels, 20 pixels, 30 pixels means it's actually four boxes, not three boxes. One, two, three, four. So this thing I'm going to define 100 pixels. This I'm going to define as 200 pixels. See what happens if I define 300 pixels. It's overflowing. So in order to divide equally, so we can actually do one thing. How many columns we want, we can actually define it in something like this. Repeat number of columns I want, 3, and each column how much size we want. So I've divided the grid into 3 columns now. So equally, if I want to divide them equally to occupy the entire space, I can use a formula called 1FR. 1FR means one fraction. If I give 2FR, the same thing, but it actually is the same thing, 1FR. Why we use 2FR is when we want to unevenly distribute space. So this formula gives us 3 equal sized columns. Let's remove this and add something on FR, 2FR, 3FR. So this actually does divide the entire space, 3 parts to this third column, 2 parts to the second column, and 1 part to the first column. Similarly, grid template rows also I can define. I can define how many rows I want, the pixels and pixels each. 2 rows I have divided. Similar to sizing, we can also define 2 fractions, 1 fraction. The rows also will have the sizing appropriate. We can use the repeat formula also. It two times 1 fraction. It evenly sizes the item, gives the height of the box. This is how we define a grid template. So if I go to the grid template, basically this is 3 columns. That's it. The grid columns will define the number of columns, and grid template rows will define the number of rows. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And that other thing was actually is giving 1 column itself. Let's give one more. I think that was due to sizing issue because of the border we have. There are overriding elements or let's go to the grid. I don't know why this is showing us 4 columns, but it's supposed to be 3 columns. If I increase the size to 100 pixels, it's going to get 2 columns. But leave that for now. So just consider that this is columns and this is rows. We'll dig into the other part. Is at a browser issue. It will be a browser issue also. So basically, we are defining 3 columns here, and we are repeating 2 rows. So we are defining three columns, one, two, three, fraction. The total space is divided into the equal spaces. One part represents one part of it, and we are dividing it based on the size. First box will have one fraction, second column will have two fractions, third column will have three fractions. So we have rows defined, columns defined. What else we need to cover? We can add new elements, new similar to row. We can define the gap. So gap 10 pixels. So the gap between all the columns and rows, we can define it here like this. If I go to this and expand this, row gap and column gap we can change. Let's try. Now row gap is 10 pixels, column gap is 10 pixels. Row gap is 20 pixels. So between each row, how much size we should leave, how much of the space we should leave, we can use 20 pixels. Column gap is 10 pixels. You can actually define the same properties for flexbox also. Between each of these rows, we can define the gap, how much gap we want. And what else is remaining? I think that's about the flexbox and grid containers. So all gap property, align items and justify content only works in flexbox. Grids, we can actually place them. Okay, there is one thing we should cover. We can cover this with span. So I will give the fourth box item 4. There is something called span property. Grid span. Just a second. Grid column. Sorry. So if you see grid column, you actually specify span. I'll show you what. So here for item 4, I want to make this item 4 occupy two, two columns. Let's just define that as grid column span 2. So the fourth item will occupy a space of two columns. Similarly, let's say I want to occupy the fifth column. Fifth item should occupy the height of two rows. Let's define the span for item 5. Grid span 2. So the fifth item will occupy the space of two columns. So this row item 5, occupies two columns, and this row item will occupy two columns and two rows. This grid row means number of rows it will occupy, and grid column means number of columns it will occupy. You can customize any number of, you can align items in any fashion using this grid properties. So earlier we used to use only flexbox and display block and display inline properties. Now grids and flexbox thinking. Earlier we used to use float elements. So now floating and positioning was used. Now we no longer need to use those workaround. So this is more advanced layout fashion. So that's about flexbox and grid. I think we have covered the basics of CSS. We just need to practice more on grid and flexbox. Just move everything into folder. We'll start from scratch. So let's create an index.html file. And I'll make it go live. Before that, I'll just add some doc type HTML template. So in HTML, we'll have these basic components, head and body. So let's go there and put it side by side to compare. So now in the head, I'm going to add the title. It's coming as this, right? Let's add a title, which will be like something like your name. To see it's updated, and we will add the definitions. That's how we add title. That's next thing. In the content, we will add some header information. Let's put it as header. Inside this, we will have the title, just your name. We'll have a subtitle. But this one, we will style it a little bit better once we have the structure of the document ready. Okay. Something like a description of what we're doing, we will put in main tag. We will discuss these tags in HTML. Some content I'm adding, dummy content. And then at the end, I'm going to add a footer. So this is the title, other information. This is actually the body. And then at the end, I'll add a footer. I'll add a paragraph that says copyrighted to something. Right. Basically, for copyright symbol, we can actually do something like this. Ampersand, copy, semicolon. The symbol is all the copyright. So this we will discuss when we are discussing HTML in a later lesson. If you go through HTML tutorials, there are some standard set of tags like this, which will be evident. So copyright, something like copyright your name, and could be something like your email. Let's say I'm going to add your email here as so for this I'm going to add href as mail to. So if I'm putting mail to as a protocol, it will open mail and I do. So this mail to actually means if I click on this link, it has to open my mail client and send an email to this email address. If I click here, it will open up my email. So it will ask me which email you want to open up and all that. You click on this and it will create a new. So okay, after this we will add some navigation links. Let's say your social media links. So we will put it in a list of social media links, which will have a list item and a link to your say YouTube, and this will go to your YouTube channel. And this YouTube text, we will replace it with some icons in few minutes. So each of these list items, I can put it in a single line. That's to copy. Let's put it as YouTube. You have your website or Twitter. The Twitter name goes here. Facebook, Instagram. What else? That should do. So that's about the navigation. And then in the footer, for this, we will style it a little bit more. But before we style, I think we should put these things in a division. We'll put a background around this header and image. So I'll put a division around here. So why I'm doing this division is I'm going to give a background image to this. On behind this, there will be some image coming, and this name will come on top of that image. So for that, so I'm going to give a class name. It's better to give a class name and then background. And this entire content from division main, I'm going to put this entire thing at the middle of the page. Even if I expand the page, it will not overflow into the left side or right side. It will stay in the middle. Is what I'm going to do. So for that, I'm going to center that. So this entire content, I'm going to put it under one division. And these divisions, I'm going to style them separately. So this division, I'm going to give a class name and content wrapper. That's good enough. And let me give the body tag class names. So this signifies that I'm in the home page. If we have page specific styles, we can apply to. Okay, now we have the main content. Let's go to the styles, create new styles called style.css. With styles.css. So I'm going to include that in the head section of this page. So that will be a link relation is style sheet, and itself is going to be /styles. So let's do one thing. We will put this styles.css in a folder called CSS. Move it to workflow CSS, and we will use CSS slash dot slash CSS. We don't have to use this dot slash if you're using relative paths. It's in the current folder, it will search in the current folder. Okay. So let's style these elements. First thing I'm going to do is for the content, I'm going to give a background. For this entire body, I'm going to give a background. Let's create a search for language. Get that. So let's go to try. Yes, I'm going to use where for this entire page, I'm going to take that background and see how it looks. Background, choose URL. Okay. And the content is black. We should change it to white in that case. So for this body element, all the content, I'm going to change it to white. Now all the content has been changed to white, but this background doesn't look good. Let's change it. This looks better. So this styles the names and everything. We should change to a better version of it. Let's change that. So for styling these elements, we will need to have custom fonts. The default font is Times New Roman, if you see. compute adequacy on family is times New Roman. But we can change that. Let's go to Google Fonts. We can change that to something. There is some font called Caviar. Yeah, this is looking nice. Let's use this. So we'll end up this. This so this font element, not this one. Let's search for yeah, like this one. One with this one. Let's copy this code and put it in index.html to include this font in our web page. We should use this styling wherever we want to use this particular font family. So for font family like this, we are going to use the entire header section. So for all the header elements, we are going to use these. For H1, H2, we are going to use that. Even for H3. For H1, H2, and H3, we are going to use this font over here. Font weight, we don't need. So we will just copy this. Font weight also we can put as something important based on how much bold we need. 100 will reduce the coolness a little bit. Default H1 will go to 700 if not set. So our 400 would be fine. It's a little like this. So this font is looking nice. So let's try changing the font size. To okay, let me
One is too small, 1.5. Font size, I think we should only change for H1, not for H2. H1 font size and change to bigger. H2 will still too small. It's 5. Let's put it 5. That looks fine. H2 we will change the font size to 1.5. Let's see. This is also fine. So that's fine now. I want to center all this into the middle, so I will just try to use this wrapper class to move it to the middle. So I'm going to use margin top as top and bottom as 0 and left and right as upper. And we have to specify the width in order to take this into effect. So I'm going to specify max width as 900 pixels. Expand this. That looks good. Let's comment out and see how this looks. This is to the left. Now we can change it. Yes. Okay. So I think the reason why this is not allowing me because of my resolution. Let's change it. My resolution is zoomed out. Zoomed in. Now if I get back to this, okay, we will just go back to the personal resolution. Let's revisit later. For now, let's continue. The content is getting repeated. If I have this background is getting repeated, so I will just change the background to okay. Repeat. So it will only cover the body. It shouldn't. Let's adjust this. We need to not in the body. We have given the background URL in the home section, so we should put it in the home section.
to the site acceleration, we have to add a semicolon at the end. It's not repeating, but it's not covering the entire space. We will have to change that. Let's add it, try to add it here. Let's see. So this one, right from position, size, background size, cover I'm going to use, which will change the entire size of the background to fit into the size of the division that we're using. Copy this, putting it here. This covers the entire body of the element. Now let's go back to this. To the body height, we will set it to 100%. This body height. So this has to cover this entire space. I'll change the height to 100%. But relatively, styling of this HTML should go. I'll put this as HTML and body both cover the entire 100% space. And we now have body. For this, let's try to change the background color and see how it looks. The gray color, something like F6. Doesn't love it because the background is overriding this color. I'll set margins for this. This only try to figure out the best approach. It's only experimentation. We have to fit in what fits. We have to weigh in what fits, what doesn't fit, and figure out the rest. And these fonts are fine in this screen, but in the actual screens, because I'm zoomed in, it looks like that. But I go back to the original resolutions. These fonts don't look. I have to increase the font size. Let's go back. So usually the font size metric is done. Some standard calculations we do, we will calculate the font size as 16 pixels by default. So let's do something like set the font size. Pixels. This, this size has to be increased. The body, let's add font size. Basically, this rem calculation depends on the font size of the root element, which is the HTML element. So if we have gained 16 pixels, 16 into 1.5 it will do, and it will calculate that one. So the gap between these two lines, we have to increase. Line height. Let's give to
times, that is too much. 1.5, 1.2 is too little, 1.4. The line height is the space between these two lines. So for H1 2.5, this has become smaller because we made the font size as 16 pixels. So this we need to increase. Let's see, 5 run. Let's try 7. It's too big. Let's try different resolution. This should be fine. Now this looks nice. The font size 7 run at it for H1. This size also need to increase. We will do that. And this gap also we can reduce with line height. It's a 2 run 2 times. 2 is good. We can go with 1. 1 is also good. Let's try 0.5. Let's try 0.7. 6. Let's come back a little later. I'll leave it at 8, 0.8. And this one should also increase. The size of this also should increase. So let's try H2 now and increase the font size. It's now 1.5 RAM. We'll try to see 5 is good. 5 is almost looking like this. So let's at least what looks okay. 3.5. Yeah, it's fine. So now what else we need to do? The footer. This footer we will take care. And this we have to center it. We will do that. Okay. Let's go to the footer. If I go over these, let's change the color of them. Let them be the different colors. Orange, text color, I will use something like red. Name of another number is 6. Okay. One is at noted number CAA6. Looks okay. That doesn't look good. Let's try these. So fine now. Fine for now. So on hover of these, I want this color to change. But, on hover, let's change the color to something like C. Let's see how it looks. Okay, okay, nice. And this one, I want to make this as icons instead of text. Like that, I'm going to use icons. Okay, icon. Just is this time I'm going to use the image source. This some size is too big. We have to change the size. So we can actually specify the width of it or height of it. Let's say it's 10 maybe, but let's see how it looks. And it's too small. It's too 50. Too big. Let's give it 20. 32. It's fine. Same thing, I'm going to copy over to other places and just change the order. This list styling also we have to change. It has to come like to the one after the other because this is a block element. This is coming from uh, top to bottom. So we'll change the alignment with flex box in a bit. And this image I'm changing to I'll just change it to Twitter.
So that we have to use these are copyrighted images, but for demonstration I'm showing these images. We should actually use images that are not copyrighted or easily available, freely available. And this one is a but so the best practice is to use alt text for all the images. If you have means alt should be YouTube icon. So if the image is not available, let's say for example some string, for some reason, if it's if the image is not displayed, the alt text will be shown. So if I don't have the alt text and the image is not found, it shows like this. Doesn't have any information what it is. So it's always better to have alt text for every image. Zoom it a little bit, to do that clearly. So alt text will help us understand what this image is. Twitter icon. This is Instagram. That's it. Now we will have to align these to the right, but we will have a footer color added. This footer has to actually go to the bottom of the page, not stay in this place. So all that we will do now. Let's try adding the footer styles. So we have footer, we will add background color as black. Just add 222, just a shortcut for 2222. So color ranges start from features where the color ranges start from 0000000 to FFFF. So 0 to 255. Each color component, RGB components, will start from 0 to 255. So we're actually choosing 2, which is nearer to black, kind of brown. So that's why it's coming as black. And here in the footer, I'm going to choose the color for text as something like T3, T4, T6, somewhere in between. I can change this to a footer color. Let's see why this is not that color. So this has been overridden by this color component that we decided. So this is more specific tool. That's why it's taking preference over what we defined here. So let's try removing this, and this color is white. Let's add our color. 3, 4, 6. And the color got changed with this text. For these things, we have to make them all the way to the side of each other. So let's change this. um, this unordered list where we can give one class name and make the size of it uh, as display as flex for this. So I'll give class name as reference. For this, I'm going to use styling. So we have learned that list. This is an unordered list. We can actually change the disk, this image, the bullet point style with list style type. Let's change that to none. We don't want the bullet points to be shown. List style type. No, socials. I think this should be top. So now this has changed to styles. No bullet points shown. So this time we have to make sure that this is shown side by side. All these list elements. So I want to change socials. Each list item in that should display as inline. So what we learned is block elements will occupy the entire space of the width of the web page, whereas inline elements come side by side. So let's change that to display inline block. So within that inline element, the display will be block. Inline block is another combination. It looks like this. And we will also change the spacing around here by defining the margin. Let's say 10 pixels. Okay. Now we have the spacing. So instead of styling this height here, we can actually put the style in the image here. Let's try putting that here. So fields image with as 32 pixels. Now we can remove this height. We can the size didn't change. I come this part, the size of it will be the original image size. So I'm changing the style with here. I can move from to whatever image we use, whatever size of it is, it's going to adjust the size to 32 pixels width. And let's say I want to, upon hovering over this, I want to change the styling to show that this is highlighted. So we need to use something like hover effect there. So let's use that. So fields image on hover. It's changed the opacity. Opacity is a property for transparency. Opacity means opaqueness. So half of the opacity means that it's half transparent. So let's go to this, and if you see, it's transparent. It's becoming transparent. With opacity, we can do animations also. And that's it. The same thing. Even if you change the height, it will automatically adjust the width. So one property with the other, it will auto adjust. So width and height, basically this means based on the aspect ratio of the image, the size of it will reduce to width 32. And if the height is same as width, it will change the height also to 32.
Yes.
So that is Explicitly, we can actually mention both width and height to 32. That will work. If I give 132, it will squeeze or expand the image like this. So basically, if we don't give, it will sustain the aspect ratio. So footer we have defined. Let's see. Let's put this footer some more elements. Let's display links like this. Just side by side. And I want to justify content with space between. So if you see now, this is aligned, but the margin is a little bit away. We change the margin or padding. The margin, it's not the margin, it's a padding. So top and bottom will do 0, and left and right will do 20 pixels. This is now aligned properly. The only problem is this one has to go to the bottom. But that, let's do something. And let's change this entire viewport into a flex box. So this is there and this is there. This is one element here. If you see here, this entire body has division and footer. These two elements are actually two children of home. If we make home as flex box and flex direction as column, this thing and this thing can be made as one after the other. So the background, I'm going to, let's try changing the body to flex box. Not the body, it's the home. This home class. So this thing I'm going to change the display to flex. And by default, flex direction is row. We have to change the direction column to stack one on top of it. Flex direction column. The body elements are now aligned one after the other, but I want to give the gap between this and this. So we have to make sure that justify content space between there. So it evenly spaces this content, this body division content and the fixed content like this. And if this background is extending till here, that's okay. If we don't want that, we can actually change this background to only apply for this content wrapper instead of for the entire home page. Let's try doing this maybe for the content wrapper. And It's just an experiment. See, this doesn't look good. And this content wrapper, if I have to make it good with 100% height, 100%, this looks fine. But if I want to expand till this, I have to make sure that this is 100 V width. So basically, there is a measure called view width and view height. It will be defined max sizing for content wrapper. Max width for content wrapper. That's why it's, yeah, we don't specify this. It will expand till the end of this. Okay. Uh, this doesn't look good. This has to be aligned to the center. Let's not go with that. Let's keep it 900 pixels and put this background back into the body. And just uncomment this. This looks nice. And there is still some comments we will share too. Let's do that. Another page. Let's put the link to another page here. In this background, I don't think I like this background. Let's try changing the background. Let's use something like dark. Looks nice. This looks better. Okay, now I'm going to put my one more link here in the body to go to another page. Let's say I'll put my resume. Okay. This is my the link. Resume dot this. I'm going to make it as a link. This link text. I should change the color because I changed the background. This color doesn't fit. I've defined the colors. I'm having to make color links in the page. So I have this time I want to give colors and color links. Color to give. So on hover, I'm going to change the color to PCA96. This one I noted down colors. These colors. This is the brighter color. This text decoration, which is this underline, I want to remove. Text decoration, non-professional, it won't be there. My highlight, that gets removed. Put same colors I can apply to put it also. That is, and this is fine. Total resume page, which is not available. Let's create this resume.html. Yeah. Time to generate HTML like this. Let's create actually like resume, first name, first name, or designation, finish. And it doesn't have any content right now, that's why it's empty. Let's add content. And the same styling we are going to use, style.css and all that should be included. So this time body class name I'm going to use as resume. So we can change the background color, not background tones. We have one header added to this, just like the previous one. We will have a header and a section. Header, and then a main section, and then just like the previous one, we will have h1 your name here, h2 this name. I'm going to have sections. One section for heading of the resume, and one section for the projects I have done, and one section for work experience and so on. Let's have three sections. It's just segregating sections into different areas. This is going to be resume section. So this is my profile basic information. The background is looking bad. Let's change the color just in here. So we change the command. This is resume CSS. Let's create a color palette before we can actually set up brand colors for us to use. This is our color palette. So the ones that we are going to use is dark green, which we already used, which is 3C845. There is another color called sandy beige, which is PC8896. You can actually choose these color palettes with tools like colors dot. If you go to websites like this, you can actually generate these palettes and use them. So you can basically choose these colors. Basically, if you want to change next, if you press space bar, it will change. These color palettes are complementary colors we can use. So if I want to keep this color, I can actually lock this, create more variants of this. I want to keep this. These two will be locked, and when I press space bar, it will change the other things. You can actually choose these colors and make them as your palette. So this is an important tool. With this, we can have dark gray. I have another color called blue. Looks like gray, which is D3, D4, D6, which we already did other places. Of white, which is F6, F6, F6. So these palettes, we will use this color palette. In this color, I am going to change background. I'll change for this. This white can stay because the background is not there. White in the white is not listing properly, showing properly. I'll change the background for this fishing section. So I want to make sure that this is just before the header. Background URL and change the same URL. But now it's used for we change this background later. So basically, I don't want this entire thing to cover the with entire bit. I'll just make sure that this is just for the header and at the top. So before this header, I want to add this background. To this background, I'm going to use it only before the header. There is sudo class called before, which will give us I'll put the height and then it will be easier to understand. Content I have to specify display as below. To the effect of this, I can put and the cover also background size as coverage. So if you see here, this effect I achieved with uh, pseudo class, pseudo element, before element. So this pseudo element helps us put some content before this. Any element before this, and any of the elements, we can put some content before this. But the before pseudo element. So if I say after here, it puts it after the header element. The only constraint is you have to put some content in the pseudo element. If you don't put a content, it won't have any impact. So this content, if it is there, we can define these properties. If I don't give height, it doesn't occupy any space. So these are pseudo elements. We can put the icons you see in the website. Icons and all need not be statically put in the HTML, but it can be put in the CSS like this, pseudo elements. So before this header, I'm adding this. And for this, I'm going to change color in a bit. So this is header section. I'm going to use content wrapper for this. Inside this, I use division. The class name as content wrapper. With this content wrapper, I can have style. So now I'm going to give background color as black. With this, we'll change that in a bit. Let's go back to HTML. So what else we need to add? This profile section, all this styling we need to add. Let's do one thing. So why don't you start updating this template? Tomorrow we'll see some more improvements on top of this. So let's start this live server. So, basically, we don't have the image. Why is that? It's not going. The image URL might have got changed. Because I think we have overriding. Okay, let's revisit this. Right.
So let's start from index page. We have home. This For this, we will entirely give one global styling. So we start from scratch here. So this things I'm going to do global styles here, segregating the styles so that each page, each portion of the page, we can separate style them. So font size I've selected 16 pixels, but let's choose 10 pixels for rounding of errors. Let's round it off to 10 pixels. Let's try. So default font size is 16 pixels. So I'll just give 62%, 62.5% of 16 is 10. That's okay. I think somewhere I've done a wrong calculation. I have 16 pixels. I want to make 62.5% of that. So it comes around 10 pixels. So let's change the font size to 62.5%, which is 10%, which is 10 pixels. 10 pixels is what it's because. So the advantage of defining it in percentages is if the font size of a monitor changes, specific system changes, based on that, it will calculate this number. If it's not 16, if they have zoomed in, it will be even more. That will be dynamic. So if you hardcode these 10 pixel values, that will become a problem if they change the font size. So I'm going to use model box sizing as border box for this. Even if I change the uh, size of elements, padding and other things, it should not affect the overall layout of elements, alignment of elements. That's why I'm choosing border box. So for HTML element, I'm doing that, and for every other element, I'm going to use the parent's inheritance, whichever the parent box sizing model is, that I'll choose. Star selector will allow us to select all elements and make sizing as inherit, which will inherit the parent elements box sizing model. And apart from this, I want to use it for pseudo classes before and after, which will also create this. This we can avoid, but it's convention if we are in this box sizing at the HTML level. This is default selector so that it won't affect things. Based on the custom sizing model, we can choose specific style for each of the elements. Then we have HTML and body. I will choose okay now. Let's see the changes live here. This is looking better. And now comes the body. We have done this one. So body is background. I'm going to use this. This is fine. Let's use a margin. Let's occupy the entire space from half the margin. Let's put the margin as 0. If you are mentioning 0, you don't have to put pixels here. So this we don't have any visible change right now. If you see inspect this, let's see
Margin 0 it is enabled. By enabling margin 0, the shift in the body. So this footer had actually had a margin, some default margins. I don't have the margin that will occupy the entire space of the page. That's I'm putting margin. So let's add margin 0. So this font family I'm going to change. For the default fonts, I'm going to change to something default font family. Only for specific items we want to use these caveat fonts. Rest of the items should go with default fonts. As of now, this is Times New Roman. I will change that to Open Sans, this standard font. So if Open Sans is not available, use Sans serif. This is kind of an undecorated text. Times New Roman, if you see, it's a decorated text. There will be some kind of, if you zoom in a little bit, you can see these stylings. F has a line under it like this. There's more of a styling to the extra styling, the fonts. For plain reading, this can become sometimes difficult to read. If I use unstyled sans serif fonts, it will be casual fonts. That's why I'm using that. And font size, I have 1.5. That should work because 10 pixels, 1.5 is 15 pixels. 1.5 RAM means the root element font size is 10 pixels, and 1.5 of that is 15 pixels. 1.5 times brightness. Line height we have already configured that we can leave it as it is. And now these headings should set the size. We already have these set. So for all headings, I'm using caveat fonts. Font weight 400, which is little bolder. Use 700. It will be too bold. Let's use 100. 500 also is approximating to its nearest uh, weight. So let's use 400 to be little. Changing. Let's just there. 6. This 400 looks fine. And this margin also I will set it to 0. And this one we will adjust in a little. And this one, size of it is currently set at 7 RAM, which is correct. Which one I have set it to 7? This is line height should be okay. For H2, we have font size set at 3.5, which is also fine. For H3, if there is an H3 element,
set something. We all have H3. So when we add it, we will add this time. That's about the main body elements, the heading elements. Let's have for links. For all these links, uh, styling up, right? This move up, then I'm just segregating the styling, all global styles to be in one place. Custom styles for individual element, we will separate out into separate sections. So this should be fine. And now let's go into the elements from the footer. These anchor elements, we will style them. We don't styles anchor, yet we have these anchor elements. Next thing is this content wrappers. For home, we don't have this. We have that. We'll separate section, home section separate. But content wrapper, I'm going to use it globally. H2, I have already set. Background color, this is the reason we have seen that it was a temporary use in order to see the resume page. It was white, so we'll change that. So this background color not change. And we have this one. Let's add some padding to it. It's to the edge. Let's add some padding. 30 pixels. Okay. If I see enable the background, you can see the padding. So let's remove the background. We'll add it back when we need it. Comes the home section. This one. Let's make it as this is the comment. In CSS we can use commenting like this. Conversion background I've used properly. Background size I've made it to cover the entire page. Display I've used flex in order to align these two into vertical direction. Just for content space between. But actually we don't need this if we specify the height of this element. It's from importance and works. For now, let's keep that and we'll change that once we figure out how to increase the height of this body. So that is one better way to align this. Instead of having this justify content, we can add this content wrapper is within this home page. Let's add some style to it. Flex properties will use to scale the element to the highest. So we have inside home, we have content wrapper as child. For this, I'm going to use flex properties. Let's demonstrate it. Browser, this content wrappers. I'm going to use flex. First name is, let's put 000. If you see here, flex grow, flex shrink, flex spaces. Third element is the flex spaces. So automatic, we will select the basis as automatic. Whatever the initial size of the element, it will be that one. And flex grow, we are going to choose one in this. So we will regrow it and don't shrink. Second one, we will leave the zero, that means shrink zero. If the height of the element reduces, the shrinking will not happen for this element. So grow will happen evenly. Let's try disabling justify content and see if that works. How it works. Basically, what we have done is the size of the body. We allowed content wrapper to grow to the entire size by adding this one. Grow to one means evenly grow. As long as the space is available, grow it. If there is another element here, both those elements will share the edges. So that let's say we have another content wrapper, two contents. So this entire thing will fit into this. It will adjust the overall height of the element. It will adjust, and this size of this element, oops, height of it. Let's try selecting this element, and let's try grow property. Let's property to 0, 0, 2. Doesn't select anything right now. Let's say growth property, I'll set it to 1.5. So as the size of the page reduces, size of this reduces, but not this view. This will occupy twice the space of this element. Let's leave it at that. And for justify content, we will remove this. It's enough to put this flex grow property for this content wrapper. So flex, I'm going to use 1, 0, auto is the current initial size of the element, and 1 means whether it should grow or not based on the size of the containers. Confirm this extra element. Let's try changing the flex grow to 0. So if there's no growth, height does not increase, it will occupy only the space it requires. It doesn't occupy the entire height of the element. Content wrapper is 900 pixels max width, but it's not the initial width. If I go see the body, we have set height to 100%. Even though the height of the body is 100%, the containing box is 100%. It's not occupying the full height of it because we are setting the let's grow property to 0. That means don't grow the size of it. So let's change it back, refresh, and let's throw if it is one, evenly increase the size. That's not what we do. Let's do this file. That's good. And the background text direction column we need. Let's see the repeat is required. So we want specified text direction. Sorry, background size is covered. So repeat will have no effect. I don't have this cover size, it will repeat. In that case, we will have to specify no repeat if I don't want to repeat the background. If the size of the element is greater than the size, width, and height of the background, it will try to repeat by default unless I specify the no repeat property. If I set the background size as cover, it will cover the entire space. No repeat by default is applied. I don't need to explicitly specify the repeat. So this will fix error. And comes the background for this. And font color, let's change it to black. So color anything of this portion. Now the color is black. Let's make this background as white. It will be complementary and you can see that. So content wrapper into background. I want to select this and default this lens, heading lens. This one will change to set entirely yes. This section we will change the style. Content page. So the background as which is white. And let's change the transparency. Or change this transparency. Let's say I want to make it transparent. All background image also should be visible means I can change this definition to include the RGB and all parameters. RGB values I can actually use 0 to 255. 0 means black and 255 means white. So there are three RGB values, 255 to 55 to 55. All 255 means it's white. And I can specify the opacity of this 0 to 1. 0 is fully transparent and 1 is fully opaque. So I can choose somewhere around 0.5 to be half transparent. You can see the background a little bit from there.
Similarly, we can actually use RGBA instead of this definition. We can actually use RGBA and we can specify four values here. This also from 0 to 255. 0 means completely transparent, 255 means completely opaque. 0 to check. This is 0 to GB. Let's try. I'll revisit this in the lesson. I need to refer to this. Let's use it in this format. So alpha we can specify. Alpha means opacity of the background. So even for colors, we can use this from RGB specification. We can use. And for this, I'm going to use one more padding level to center it. Padding and use 30 pixels. Okay. Yes. Let's go to this. This one will change the color to white again. And section, I'm going to change the color to this is fine. Now let's go to resume. Next, we now have black and this has white. And this needs to go to the middle, or let's see what we can do with this resume page. Let's go to resume. We have this structure. We have content wrapper, same thing. This let's use it as content wrapper again, because content wrapper we have this. Tagging and or padding and things got applied. Now let's add another section called projects. With this one, I'll change the color to black. Inside the resume section, and let's say I will take resume class. In home section, I have used color as white. Resume section, I'm going to use different colors. Here's the main section has all this content. This name I'm going to use black color. For that, I'm going to use this selector, name dot and wrapper, color black.
So now we have okay, let's add one more section listing the projects. This way you have another heading just like this. Projects. You have another paragraph. Except that this time we are going to add some images here and show a list of projects on the left and descriptions on the right. Let's have a division that says about your projects. Let's say I'll put one image here, but now I'll just put this done image. Let's say one heading will be add project launch, description of that project, and then we'll put links to the project. This time we will do. We have our project listed here. So this image, I'm going to use something from Google. So people this projects, but this one has to have an indentation. So all projects will be listed, but this is coming under directly under projects. Some indentation I might want. This division I'm going to use as project wrapper, which will list all projects. Let's style this project wrapper. And this will be added into one section. So I will have multiple projects. Each project will be listed as a tagged item. Same thing I'm going to copy. It's just in this section. Let's give a class name, project title. And you can see, okay, we have these projects listed, three projects. Four projects listed. I want to have time list with the image comes here and description comes here like that. Now let's style this element so that will be aligned. Let's go to styles. We have project title. Yes, let's say I want to center it. So horizontal top and bottom, I'm going to use some gap. And if I want to
center it, I have to give margin as auto. So talking about 30 pixels, and center, but we can't see it because its width is not set. So if I set the width to 200 pixels, you can see that this is centered. But actually, I want to have this as a image on the left and description on the right. I can achieve that with Flexbox. Let's try something like grid this time. You can have a grid that flows like, let's say, first column, second column. Let's give this image that we have. Let's remove this styling. I'm going to give vertical horizontal margin as 0. With this image, I'm going to give a size of, let's say, 300 pixels. I'm going to use floats this time, just to float the image to the left and sentence to the right. We will change that in a bit. Then Flexbox is even better approach. Let's try demonstrating float first. We'll optimize that later. So project item we have. Inside this, we have an image. Let's select this image and float it to the left. Let's select project item. Inside that child is image. I'm going to use width as 300 pixels. Because the image is not shown. Let's use the image. Okay. Let's change the position of this description to here. So let's put the image to float left. And we don't have a pattern. So to the right, we will change the margin. Margin right. We will add 20 pixels to give a gap. And I can just change the vertical. Okay, that's because it was overflowing. I will do this extra. That's fine. Yes. Then we will add another version. This one, we will make it responsive. Let's see. And we'll do reduce the size of this window and this. Well, automatically is flowing and it looks nice. One of the anything. Let's see if there is some problem with these links. Let's try and reduce the size. Looks fine. No need to do that. Let's add one more section here. For education, look at work experience. So this section is about project tracker. Let's add one more section. Work experience. I'm going to put summary as class name. And so this section is projects. Actually, we shouldn't add here. To be under discussion section, and this is projects. We need to add one more section. This I'm going to your work experience. Inside this, we will have one more division. Let's add in some heading, just like this session section, just like this will. This is going to be work experience. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to add one more section like this. For each of the experiences, I will add a section. Process work item. We'll add the summary of the work and then some description of this division. I'll the summary there, some filler text. This I'm going to go work summary. And heading I should give one more division for heading. Use H3 content the students and description of that. Maybe some kind of self-employed or something and so on. And we will give from which state to which state, from date to date. Let's see how this looks. This will be title and this will be, we will change the styling of these two. And this one is the description, summary of the work. So like this, I'm going to add three more items. Before that, I will add class to this details. I'm going to add more sections like this.
Let's add some information here. Yes, summary. We will add summary as well as some key responsibilities of key contributions. Here I'm going to use another list here. Sum of x. If this that copy, okay, then this as well. Let's see how this looks. In the styling will be nice. Let's do that. I'll choose per item, each of these items. I'm going to use margins, indent it a little bit. So now this item class. It's like for projects, I'm going to use the same pixels, 0 pixels, vertical margin 30 pixels, left and right 0 pixels, and paragraph elements, I'm going to use paragraph. Margin is already 0, it's not required. Let's do one small experiment. This item I'm going to use display as grade and give columns as 2 columns. We'll do 300 pixels and then a fraction. We will have 2 columns. We have 2 things here, work details and work summary. Just like we had float, we could have used float. We could have made this as float. For this demonstration, let's with grid. Grid is even better than float. We could use the same thing with float, just selecting this item, division item, work detail item. Let's do that also and see how that looks. Let's comment out this loop left. It floated, but doesn't look that great. We can increase this margin. Let's try margin like this. Margin right as 20 pixels, just like this. Okay. Looks fine. Okay. So as long as the height of this is matching, it's going like this. So after the element's height is over, the entire text is coming below this. We can actually increase the height of this also. Height as pixels. So it increase the height. That word work. We don't know accurately what's the size of this text. If the text size changes, if the height of there are 3-4 elements here, 3-4 lines here, the height will change. So it's better to use grid box for text unless we know the size, height of the image, just like we had for image. It's better to use grid.
Grid is a flexible way to dynamically determine the size and align items. Okay, this is fine. Let's add one more section, education. That will be it. Once we add education, we are going to format the footage and we have to make the portfolio. We can add any number of pages. And these images, we can change this. Let's add education. And that's it. Once education is done, we are done with this portfolio website. We'll visit the React next. Add a new section. Basically, we must some. We have the content preparation section. We have some style, but we didn't apply the same style to work experience section. Section. Implement section. That's just a placeholder. We have education section now. Assess education. Includes heading. Description. And we can have description, but not required. This time, we're going to use each of the education qualifications as institution item. We'll have some headers. We'll add one paragraph. Description of this. A short description that says about major domain. And one more paragraph. And this is the template. We have multiple items like this. Let's add 3 items and in this also we can align, we can leave it like this. We don't need to use a grid. Leave it like this. We'll just add some tweaks to it. This section says work experience. This education. So this education item, I'm going to change the margin and pattern. Margin top middle. I'm going to go that it's just like others. And inside this, I'm going to give all the key elements function tools. It will align with in your code. And now last thing is footer. We and see footer items index.html. Let's see if this can be improved. Almost done with this. Footer, I haven't added anything. The fishing page is added. Same footer, we're going to copy from index and add it. This looks okay. Let's see. This will be this footer. Footer, we have a background. Color is fine. This we used space between address. That's okay. Padding is fine. We have profiles, test icons. We can change the styles and size. We have image size set 32 pixels, which is correct. It's fine. On hover, we have opacity. That's good. Let's see what is this. If we have a directory, do we need this? Let's see. This is needed because we are putting this image before. Yeah, this is needed. I think that's all about it. Let's move this to visual section. Yeah. It's all about simple portfolio website. We can have any number of pages. We can have navigation links, main menu items, and everything. And this can be your banner image, something like the banner. Okay, that's about how to build a portfolio website. I'll refine this template to have proper images and styling and share it with you sometime. And this is roughly how we build a simple website with HTML and CSS.